Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics. That we are indeed all high on politics. That we are indeed all high on politics. That we are indeed all high on politics.
Oh my God. Okay. Welcome to the show. I am having a heck of a time getting this show started. Yeah, hey, great. Heck of a time getting this show started. Yeah, hey, great. Hold on. Yeah, hey, great. Hold on. Why am I having all? Hold on. Okay. Why am I having all? Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Where am I getting this audio from? You've got to be kidding me, guys. All right, sorry. Yeah, Boomer? No, this isn't Boomer. This is no, I'm not owning this one. This is ridiculous. This OBS is the fucking worst. I've had it. I have absolutely had it. I'm going to be figuring out where to go from here because, honestly, I can't do this anymore. They made it so I can't even reset or any of this stuff, so I am having major issues. But perfect now. Yay! Woohoo! Woo! Okay. Just bees this way. Perfect now. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Tuesdays just be this way? No. Everything was working fine. Again, this is 1000%. I'm gonna just say it. Like, I know that most of you guys know what I use, but Streamlabs is the fucking worst. Do not use this program for anything. I have to just say it. Like, I cannot stand by this. God damn it, my fucking neighbor. It's not even the dog that annoys me. It's the fucking neighbor. Like, dude, seriously? Okay. Hi. We're doing this. I'm just going to say hello. I'm going to forget that any of that happened, and I'm just going to start the show fresh from here. I can't believe it was that bad. And then I was muted on top of all of it. And that was me. That one was me. So, Pinkerbell, make fun of me, please. Echoing, though. Is it still echoing? Because, honestly, I don't know where this was coming from. Dude, this is so bad. This is so bad. Start over. I'm already starting over. I'm not going to start the entire show over. I'm not going to roll music, so. But welcome to the stream, guys. I appreciate having y'all here. You guys know what to do. Hit that like button on the way in if you haven't already. And sub to the channel if you haven't already done that. But I'm sure that all you guys are already subbed to the channel. Come on. I can already appreciate you guys. Man. Watch the Dune trailer, and then all of a sudden, everything goes upside down and wonky. The echo kind of ripped on the intro song, though. Ha 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 ha. Oh, okay, well, you know what? All right, not the worst thing to have, but yeah, whatever happened here on my computer, it completely messed with all of my settings. So check this out, right? And I think that this might have something to do with it. There was a little update. So you know how, like, I do things Oh my God. I just realized that I don't have the horizontal stream up. Oh, are you kidding me? That didn't even go up? Well, who cares? Oh. It's going to be one of those weeks. It was like this yesterday. What the hell? Why is it going to be like this? Okay. It's going to be fine. We're going to just move on past all this. And, yeah. How's everybody doing? Welcome, Eric. Good to see you. Computronium Man. Good to see you. Dennis, Pinkerbell, Fred. Good to see you, Hermit. Know that you're, I was about to say I had to go check on Twitch just to make sure that you doubled up. I love how you do that, man. Thank you for that. Up the Pucks. What up, dude? You know that you got one of the cooler names. No offense, guys, but Up the Pucks. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, so before I started stream, now, get this shit. I was enjoying myself. Like I said, I watched the new Dune trailer, which, great. It looks awesome. It looks like they're actually adapting Dune Messiah, but it also looks like they might be taking some elements of the God Emperor Dune. We'll see. I'm wondering, because they're calling it the Dune trilogy, which I'm just like, you can't just end it there. You're literally ending it at book 2. That's not okay. But yeah, so I watched that, and then I got a somebody sent me a Facebook video, which I tried to watch on my This Space show, Pepaganda. Go follow over on This Space, but I couldn't find it. Like, honestly, either the dude deleted it, which Tom Powell did this, or it's just a dead link right now. But it was really good because it was about how people are accusing him for having a negative opinion on Kat Abu Ghazaleh and saying that he's getting paid for it, which I'm just kind of like, hey, I'm actually kind of surprised. I got to give you guys a lot of credit here for not going there with me, because I think that you guys understand that all of my critiques are actually, they stem from a real place. Like, I'm not just going out there ripping on her, trying to take like votes away from her. If anything, that would be very counterproductive of me to vote for her if that were the case. So, no, sorry, man. I will in just a few minutes. Also, for anybody that needs to understand that, or oh my God, I can't even think. For anybody that was there during Pep Talks or Pepaganda, I lost this. I found it.
Tarek
We're all good.
$08084.99.
Thank you.
You're
good.
good. Shit happens.
Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. No, shit does happen, but yeah, like me losing this, and I thought it was gone forever, but then halfway through stream, I realized that it was in my hoodie. So yeah, that's good. That's good. So we're gonna be smoking on the 420. Thank God. Oh, Pinkerbell. It was in my. So I started the day off with a different hoodie, and then as I was kind of like getting prepared to take my wife to her appointment, I realized that it was St. Patrick's Day, which I'm not even really Irish. I have like a very, very, very little amount of Irish in this blood. So I'm not really that big of a seller. Like, I like drinking, like I like that part, but yeah, I was like, fine, I'll celebrate. I have a clean green hoodie, and I didn't even think about it, but I had this in my pocket. So, whew. So now I get to relax a little bit on that end, because yeah, I'll admit, like, I didn't want to lose this. Like, even if this like thing dies, I kind of want it for like, just to keep forever, because my wife got this for me. I'll take any excuse to wear green. It's my favorite color to wear. Nice, hell yeah. Some people cannot wear green. Donald Trump is actually one of those guys. Did you like? If you haven't already seen his tie today, holy shit! Ever drink green beer, dude? I'm from Chicago. Come on now. Come on now. Do you know how much fucking piss, like PBR and old style dye, like with a little bit of food coloring, I have drank? Come on now. Just because I'm not out there today doesn't mean that I haven't. Dude, Chicago's insane. Like during St. Patrick's Day, though. Although Wrigleyville, ever since they made all the bars into country bars, it is definitely a little different during St. Patrick's Day. But If you go to River Grove or if you go to the Gold Coast, yeah, it's a little rowdy today. So, and then of course you got the river. You got to go see the river because a dyed green river. Which this is one of those things where because I've lived here like my whole life, every time I see it, it's just like, oh hey, it's March. It never like gets me excited for the season. I hate the St. Patrick's Day parade. It makes the city fucking just an insane asylum. It really does, dude. Like it gets rowdy, dude. But yeah. Here we are on a St. Patrick's Day. I didn't even say like Happy St. Patrick's Day to all those who celebrate, all the Irish in my chat here. I'm happy that y'all got your day going, and I hope you're having a good one. I will probably end up cracking a few brewskis. Ew, the brewski beers. The one time that I'm okay with hearing that now, because brewski really lost its luster. But then Barbie kind of ironically was just like, "You want a brewski beer?" I was like, "All right, no, that's okay." I'll probably be doing that when we get to the election coverage, because guys, if you are not aware, I'm sure most of y'all are, but if you are not, guess what? It's election day, so we're going to be going through it. Now, here's the fun part. Guys, check this out. So, you know how I was having that little issue with my camera? I think I might have fixed it. Let's see. If you're on vertical, you're not going to be able to see this, but if you guys are curious, head on over to my Twitch. Let me get that link for you real quick. And then you guys can go and see the new fun that we got going on here. So, as I said, there was a huge update on Streamlabs, which I have a feeling that's why I'm all fucked up here. Let's see. Does it work? Does it work? Boom. Yay, it worked. Woo, look at that. Seamless. Yay. Yay. Whee. Okay. You may have seen like a minor difference over on the vertical stream, but yeah. Finally got a seamless transition over to a little watch party mode, so hope you guys are ready for that. Also, welcome everybody over on Twitch. I appreciate you being here. Oh, man. You know what? I want to chill for a minute. Let's get some music. And let's chill. Old school pep. The old school pep experience. How is everybody doing today? I'm only asking because I'm simultaneously doing very, very well. Like, I'm actually really happy and good as far as, I mean, my wife is still fighting cancer, but in this fight, she's doing as well as you can. Like even today, the doctor was just like, okay, no notes. Keep this up. Let's go. So with all that, I'm like actually like in a good place. I'm in a good headspace. And then, yeah, then there's news, like the news side of things, which I'm usually really good at compartmentalizing. Yeah, I kind of realized that yesterday that wasn't the case because something weird happened. Maybe it was the Red Bull. I don't know. We'll see. Which, yeah, no more Red Bulls. We're sticking to coffee. I just kind of feel like it was so weird to have like my brain in two completely separate places, and one of them was in, just news misery. But then the second I signed off, right back to just almost euphoria, where it was awesome, man. Like, cheers. Thank you, folks. It's good to have it back. Yeah, I had to borrow my wife's for my first stream today, which, if you guys do not know, I do another stream on this space. It's a 2-hour stream, which may have bit off more than I can chew on that one. But it's okay. I like hanging out with you guys, no matter where it is. But on Pepaganda, it is a little bit of a different show, where we cover stories and do little deep dives. But the last 2 weeks has been mostly like election deep dives, that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely check out this space. We are trying to grow it. Actually, for my audience here, if you guys have any inputs for my show, or actually, like, if you guys have anything to say, please let me know. I will take that feedback and try to implement it into not only my show, but I will talk to my fellow creators over on this space, because, yeah, we're just looking to kind of figure out where to go with it, how to bring in, you know, more creators, but also, like, yeah, we do have to kind of figure out, like, more live content, but I also understand that it's a little hard when you have to separate it from your own channel. Even the ones that simulcast, it doesn't really work out that well. And that's my one critique that I have in the way that we do it, because I'm just like, I wish there was a way to, like, mesh the chats, but there really isn't, outside of, you know, just going to, like, one channel. But I don't know. If you guys have any critiques, or you guys have colorful criticism, also if you guys have, like, you know, any pointers, we're here for it. So just know that if you guys feel like you need to hold back, do not. You were watching me on the space? Hell yeah. No, I know. I saw you there, Dennis. Hello, happy St. Patty's Day. Pep, is the river green yet? Yes, the river's been green since this weekend. They dyed it, I think, on Friday. I mean, dude, it's the same thing every year. Although this year was hilarious. I don't know why, but they had, like, these little drone sharks that were swimming in the same spot. And then they had, they always have, like, this paddleboarder who dresses as a leprechaun. And yeah, he did, like, a whole skit by it. It was kind of funny. Yeah, if you guys have never actually been to Chicago during St. Patrick's Day, it is something I recommend. It's just, I'm at that point as a local just being sick of it. So, yeah, take that for what it is. There's a bunch of locals that'll be sick of your shenanigans. But, oh, wait a minute. It's St. Patrick's Day. What am I doing? I got me an Irish hat. I got one of these. Here. There we go. All right. All righty. Let's get to the stream. Hey. You would think that I'm Irish in this motherfucker. Or perhaps not. Oh, why don't you come get a shillelagh? Okay, I really am, like, the worst with this one, because I'm going to, like, lowest common denominator bullshit, but... Look at me, I look like I'm shipping off to Boston. Whoa! I got to be a leprechaun at a parade once, it was fun. Hell yeah! If a tree falls in the woods and no one can see it, am I gay? What the f... Wow, coming in hot there, Kirk. I don't know. That one got me. Welcome to the show, brother. Good to see you. Bloodstone, good to see you. Ooh, hey, mixed in with a little shamrock action. I appreciate that. I'll also take that as an excuse to do that. You selling newspapers? Extra, read all about it. Chicago dyes the river green on the right before Election Day, which happens to be St. Patrick's Day. Lots of drunks sitting in line. Oh my God, I actually just thought about this. I wonder if there's anybody that's just going to get tanked and then go to the polls. I don't know. Probably. I think that most of y'all know this, but if you did not join us yesterday, I voted yesterday, and I voted for Cat. So, hope y'all are happy. I don't know what to say. Except for, yeah. I'm not proud of it. I'm really not, because here, you know what? I gotta find this fucking Tom Powell video. This is ridiculous. Why can't you make your fucking stuff easy to find here, guy? I don't want to go on Facebook. Why? has a really good fucking point on this shit. Although he also he kind of outed himself as a centrist, which I was like, oh, interesting. It's Gen X centrist. But he seems more far left. Like, that's what's confusing to me. I give up. Yeah, just know that Tom Powell. Yeah, you know what? Here, he lost a bunch of his audience because of his stance on Cat. So here, let's see. Here. 3 hours ago. Real guy. Aha! Here we go.
Follow-up video to a video I made the other day.
Here we go. Okay. Bring this up. There we go.
This is going to be a follow-up video to a video I made the other day that's going to upset some people, that has already upset some people, but I want to address this because I think that this is a very big problem within the Democratic Party. I made the other day that's going to upset some people, that has already
upset some people. You gotta be kidding me.
I want to address this because I think that this is a very big problem within the Democratic Party. Here in Illinois, we have 3 people vying for the Democratic.
All Streamlabs, guys. This is all from that stupid fucking reset that they did. I absolutely hate this platform. Soon I'm more than likely just going to be exclusively on StreamYards because I can't fucking stand this anymore. So, yeah. Is this George R.R. Martin? That's what I thought the first time I saw this guy. So, no, this guy's Tom Powell Jr. If you don't follow him, you should. I mean, he makes some pretty good content. I also like the fact that he is, an older hippie. Honestly, that's most of his content. Like, he only started getting political just, around, the last election season. I used to watch him specifically for, his stoner takes. But then I was, pleasantly surprised to be like, oh, hey, look at that. He's a leftist. Well, we're not sure yet. But realistically, he is also a local. I guess he lives in the suburbs of Chicago. So
Democratic nomination.
All right, here we go.
This is going to be a follow-up video to a video I made the other day that's going to upset some people, that has already upset some people. But I want to address this because I think that this is a very big problem within the Democratic Party. Here in Illinois, we have 3 people vying for the Democratic nomination in the 9th Congressional District, which is part of the north side of Chicago, and then it goes up into the suburbs and kind of snakes its way back. The Democrats did a really bad job of gerrymandering the districts.
He's not wrong there.
3 people vying for that seat. One of them is this young 26-year-old woman, Kat, and I always have a hard time pronouncing her last name, so I try not to butcher it out of respect.
Of course.
I have not talked about the 9th Congressional District the entire time. But ever since I announced that I'm doing Monday Night Lives on YouTube where I have guests on, I have been inundated with people saying, you should interview Kat, you should interview Kat, you should interview Kat. At a minimum, people have been
speaking of Kat,
telling me that I need to do a video about Kat. I need to do a video about Kat. So I started looking into who Kat was, and I did a video, as people requested I do. And there are a lot of things that Kat stands for, a lot of her policies that I happen to agree with, some that I don't agree with. She is far more progressive than I am. I am a center-left Democrat. She is a
why would you
far-left Democrat. If I was in the 9th Congressional District, I probably wouldn't vote for her in the primary. However, if she were the nominee in the general election, I would absolutely vote for her. Absolutely. But I did a video as dozens of people requested, and I pointed out the things that I found to be inconsistent in her background story and some of the messages that she has been sending about her life. One in particular that I found that was personally egregious for me was that when she originally began to put herself out there as a potential candidate, she talked about how she grew up poor. But then her opponents in this race pointed out that she didn't grow up poor. She actually grew up attending private schools in a house that was over $3 million in the suburbs of Dallas.
Right.
as
Which I had a problem with, and that was one of my things that I wanted to ask her about.
somebody that grew up poor, and I mean dirt fucking poor, I took offense to that. As somebody that went to bed more than a few nights hungry because we didn't have enough food, I took offense to that. So I talked about that in the video. And the responses I have gotten, especially over on YouTube, have been extraordinary. Watch this. First, this person here says, I was going to vote for her. I replied to this person and said, then you should vote for her. These are the things I found that I don't like. If you think that she's the right candidate, then vote for her. But then I get accused of participating in a purity test myself. But the big one that keeps coming up over and over and over again is, how much did you get paid for this? I'm going to have to unfollow
What up,
you.
Unlisted?
I hope Tom didn't get paid $1,500 for posting this. Kat is
AKA
amazing. I've
Push.
been reading her work for years. She will be
Dix, what up? What up, dude?
great in Congress. I am disappointed in you, Tom. Did you take the $1,500 that the APAC subgroup is paying influencers to badmouth her? This information is astroturfed by APAC. Big grain of salt for anything that claims she's not authentic.
You've seen me here for months trying to make 5K.
Cashing that APAC
I gotta have a, even though I have a smaller audience, I have a very generous audience. So
check. Question mark? It's so disappointing to see you do that. Dude, I smell a $1,500 paycheck, yada, yada, yada. So let's talk about that. First, no, I've never taken money from a single organization to make content or to not make content. Do I get paid
he's
to make
like,
content?
I am not part of chorus.
Yes, from the platforms like YouTube and Instagram and Facebook. When they put ads on my videos, they share that revenue. That's how I get paid. I have never taken a dime from any organization, right or left. And there are people on both the right and left that get paid either to make content or to not make certain types of content. I'm not one of those people. You're not going to find me in any magazine articles about influencers getting paid to do content, because nobody tells me what I can or can't talk about.
Hey.
But more to the point, did you think I was taking APAC money when you liked and commented and shared on those thousands of other videos that you agreed with? When I do a video talking about a living wage and you agree with it, or I do a video talking about a woman's access to reproductive care and you agree with it, or I do a video talking about how we need to abolish ICE or have universal health care or tax the billionaires, and you agreed with all of that. Was I
Yeah, okay, so where exactly is he, like, outside of, like, Cat's policies?
taking APAC
Like-
money then? I'm
way
just
that he
curious
said,
because
like-
the first time I
What he just classified as center-left is not center-left.
do something that you guys disagree with, I'm taking APAC money. Right? You know who else accuses me of taking money from organizations to do videos? MAGA. I've been accused of taking money to do videos from two different groups of people, the far right and now the far left. Do you really want to be on the same page as MAGA? Somebody says something you disagree with and you automatically accuse them of taking a paycheck to do it? And there are a lot of content creators, some of which you probably follow, some of which you probably like, that get paid either to make content or not make content. If you've got a problem with people getting paid to make content, then go talk to them. But the fact that you guys have been following me and agreeing with me for years on subject after subject after subject, and now all of a sudden,
Right now, I kind of feel like this is like a reflection of me, where I'm like, oh, I've done this.
I point out the inconsistencies in one
You're
candidate's
just like, dude, what? You followed me this long, and now all of a sudden I say one thing, and you're just like, peace. Like, fine, whatever, man.
a campaign, in one candidate's story. All of a sudden, I'm accused of taking APAC money. That's a problem,
Hat on it,
folks.
it just ruined everything.
That's a problem. If you can't hear somebody
hair
that
that
you
will not
agree
go
with
away.
90, 95, 98% of the time, if you can't hear somebody that you agree with that often say something that you disagree with without thinking instantaneously that they're taking APAC money, you're the problem.
Right, and I kind of had this critique about why, like, how I should say, every criticism of Cat right now seems to be APAC funded, APAC funded, APAC funded. And that just seems fucking wild that every critique happens to just be an AIPAC funded, psyop, where now I'm really thinking, I'm just like, is it though? How do I know that you didn't just fund that and then just be like, it's AIPAC funded, or like, and just so you could escape criticism? Also, the thing that like I brought up yesterday about how she's trying to play like the Trump, like the way that Trump is, where it's just like nothing will stick to her. You see why I'm a little worried? I'm a little worried that she's going to Fetterman this fucking shit, and it's real. It does bother me, because
that means we can't have open dialogue in this country unless somebody is going to be accused of something nefarious. Listen, there are a lot of things that Kat stands for that I agree with. There are a handful of things that she stands for that I don't.
I wish you'd elaborate a little bit more.
Agree with. And once again, if I was in that district and was voting in tomorrow's primary, and I say tomorrow's primary, depending on when you're watching this, on what platform you're watching it, the primary might be going on right now, it might be already gone, but I'm making this video the day before the primary, Monday the 16th of March. If I was going to the primary, I probably wouldn't vote for her in the primary. But if she was the general candidate, I would vote for her. I have a problem with the inconsistencies.
See, I was saying pretty much the same thing, but then I don't know. I finally
honest about how
realized
who's a relative unknown, who people know very little.
He's the best candidate of the three that they're saying are going to win.
About.
So,
and they lie about who they were.
Yeah, but they all do that. Like, that's what I finally realized. I'm like, okay, she's not the only one doing that. And honestly, Dan Biss lied about like not taking AIPAC money. Then he also couldn't say that he would sanction Israel.
It makes me go,
which is fucking wild. Like, no, dude, you got to be able to like say that you're gonna sanction Israel. Otherwise, like, what are you doing?
And what else?
Especially in a primary.
You lying to me about? For example, on Kat's website, she pledges to only serve 5 terms in Congress. Fantastic. That's awesome. You're pledging a 10-year career in Congress, and then you're going to bounce. I also heard the same thing out of Susan Collins in Maine. She was only going to serve 2 or 3 terms. I think she's running for her 21st.
Yeah.
So there are things that I see
it.
that I'm like, are you telling the truth about that? Because you didn't tell the truth about your background, right? She also claims to be poor. Maybe she is. But her fiance, and I said he was her husband. This is what I said.
Dude, I'm glad that like enough other people saw this shit and they were like, wait a minute, she's with who? Because like that's what happened to me. I believed everything she was saying about like being poor and like her apartment and all this stuff. But dude, now I'm convinced that her apartment is literally for like it's part of her like campaign headquarters. I think that she doesn't even live there. I think that she like actually lives with her boyfriend in a pretty decent place, like $300,000 fucking apartment.
I've got a few different websites that say she's married,
yeah,
and a few different websites that say she's not married. A few websites that say she's worth anywhere from $750,000 to $2 million, and a few websites that say she's worth anywhere from $45,000 to $55,000. So let's call it her
big discrepancy.
Boyfriend, fiance, live-in partner, whatever. He's the CEO of The Onion magazine. Yeah. He was a former senior producer.
There's a reason that she didn't go out there and like make that as part of her campaign, which the bullshit about, well, they don't really focus on your partner and fuck you. That's bullshit. They always do. Every single fucking political candidate I've ever seen, they have focused on a partner.
Producer.
Honestly, that's where Dan Biss was having some issues because apparently he got caught having a relationship with one of his students.
Or senior reporter over at MSNBC. If you look up how much senior reporters at MSNBC make, about 150 to 175 to 200,000, somewhere in that range. So I have to imagine that when he moved to Chicago, it wasn't. It was at least a lateral move. So are they living the lap of luxury on the north side of Chicago at 150,000, 175,000, 200,000? No, they're not living.
I myself was shocked when I heard about her boyfriend too.
The lap of luxury, but they're also not poor. They're not struggling. And so I point out the inconsistencies that I have a problem with, and you guys accuse me of being paid. If you don't want to hear my opinion on
that's a stupid reason to love Trump,
a candidate, then don't fucking ask me.
You do understand that, like, dude, yesterday was one of my favorite days where I was in this doctor's waiting room, and they had a bunch of political commercials for specifically this race. And all of a sudden they started talking about like Trump's war and all this stuff. And sure as shit, they talk like these two old ladies start talking about like the Democratic Party and how, oh, I just wish I could get out of here sometimes because of all them. And then because they were, being loud, I decided to match their volume. And I just look at my wife and I'm like, yeah, it's crazy that we just saw 502 for diesel yesterday. And she was just like, yeah, right. Yeah, I thought that we were supposed to have cheaper gas, and you just you saw them shoot a look, and then they just kind of they stopped talking about politics real quick.
But I'm never going to give you the opinion you want. I'm going to give you my honest opinion, like I have from the beginning. And if you think I'm taking AIPAC money, then hit that fucking unfollow button, because I'm not. You're the problem.
It is. Like, the fact that they're jumping right to that, and they're trying to say, so you took AIPAC money. Oh, we can't try. It almost looks like, and this is what happened with the chorus thing, where some people are just looking for a reason to stop following these people, which I don't understand that. Like, if you're watching somebody, why are you looking for a reason to hate them? Do you not just have, I know that some people here, hate watch me, which is kind of funny to me, but whatever. But yeah, I kind of find that to be a little odd, and a waste of time, but hey, you do you. All right, let's get one quick update on this election coverage, and then we're going to go to the general news, because we got some breaking news here, by the way, with Pam Bondi getting subpoenaed.
Well, guys, I will say I think we're kind of hitting that lunch peak right now. In fact, I'll kind of pan a little bit to my left, your right, and you can see kind of a group of people, it seems like, coming on in here to the new super site location. Once again, this is on State and Adams. And, these polls open...
Those aren't exactly a lot, those aren't long lines.
Up at about 6 o'clock, and honestly, spirits have been very high ever since. People are really, it seems like at least, they're really excited to cast their ballot today. You can see this person here getting ready to drop off her ballot right now, working with poll workers to make that happen. But really, for the most part, once again, spirits are very high from voters to poll workers. And we've definitely been seeing kind of a steady stream, if you will, of people coming on in here. And obviously, lunchtime makes it a little bit easier for these folks to get out here downtown as well. Guys?
If you're looking for a reason to dislike dash unfollow someone, then just do it. You don't like them. Yep.
Say, always a question for today. What do people need to bring with them? I know you need 2 forms of ID if you plan on registering to vote today, but just walk us through the checklist, the check sheet.
Weird. Did you hear that? 2 forms of ID to register to vote, but whatever.
What we're allowed to have, what we aren't allowed to have.
Did you guys know that?
Yeah, so
Did you guys know that? Because I think that Donald Trump made you guys all believe that this blue state has no rules, and we just let every immigrant fucking get it.
Definitely the 2 forms of ID are going to be important, especially if you haven't registered your current address. So the most common forms of ID I've been seeing amongst voters, driver's license, maybe a state ID will work just fine. Anything that shows your current address, at least one of
Yeah, and then you can bring a certified piece of mail.
those IDs have to have your current address on it. I've seen anything from bank statements to utility bills to leases, so that'll all work. Something to keep in mind, too, we actually heard this from Chairwoman Hernandez, and she was saying, for people who still have to return their vote by mail ballots, if you haven't sent it out already, you should not be putting that in the mail. In fact, you should actually
you need to take that right to your polling station.
At the closest drop box location. There's so many all spread out throughout the city, and you can find one of those. All of those will close at 7 o'clock tonight, just like the polls
Village
will.
Hall.
So, these officials are definitely encouraging people, once again, if you have a vote by mail ballot, which we've learned from election officials, there are still many that they need to receive, definitely drop it off at the closest drop box. Guys?
All right, say great advice. Thanks for that.
Well, candidates are out trying to lock in every last vote.
Yes, they are. And this morning, Governor Pritzker and his...
Right, so you need 2 forms of ID to get that driver's license, and then you need to show your driver's license in order to get your voter or to register to vote.
His running mate, Christian Mitchell, On the city's south side, the candidate spoke with commuters at the 95th Street Red Line station. Later on, Governor Pritzker, alongside other officials, will be holding a rally in the 8th Ward. Pritzker is running unopposed in today's primary, but will face a Republican challenger in November for
I was about to say, so he's with Juliana.
a third term
I hope she wins, man. It's a close-ass race.
as Illinois governor. And the candidates
only
for
by
that
2
race
points
in
right
today's
now.
primary include downstate Republican
this will be
Darren
interesting.
Bailey and challengers Ted Dabrowski, James Mendrick.
If Rick Heidner loses, dude, he wasted so much money. He put fucking signs everywhere in this state.
And Rick Heidner.
All right, Lieutenant Governor.
And he tried to
Juliana
copy
Stratton is
Trump's style, too. Like, he even used the same fonting.
also making her final push to voters today. She joined Governor Pritzker on the South Side this morning. She says if elected to the U.S. Senate, she will continue to fight for voters' rights and for the people of Illinois. Raja Krishnamurthy spent the morning in Schaumburg speaking with
is paid for by a lot of MAGA donors.
voters and thanking volunteers as well. He says many of the people he has met along the way are concerned about the economy.
Again, you can't vote with a proper ID. Did you not get that T?
And holding government
What do you not understand about that, dumbass?
accountable. He believes his experience makes
I'm
him
so sick
best
of these
equipped.
assholes that are just like, they don't listen. Like, they're not listening at all. They just want to think whatever the fuck they like. Their preconceived fucking notions of everything are, instead of learning and challenging that either.
To address those issues. Many candidates are following the election
Such a
tradition
fucking waste
of
of time with
gathering
these
at Manny's
assholes.
Deli for a quick bite, including U.S. Representative Robin Kelly. You see her there. She also stopped by Hawthorne School in Lakeview, hoping to swing some
Pritzker
voters
loses.
at
Look
the
on that
polling
one.
site on the north side.
He's actually very popular right now, which he wasn't before. All right. Actually, like the last election, that was the least popular he was. So that will be interesting. Oh, yeah, so triggered. So triggered just calling out the fact that you guys are morons. What's triggered? Plus, dude, it's 2026. You're using a fucking 10-year-old meme. That tells us everything about you. Dude. Please don't call him a dumbass. He will catch a feeling and he ain't gonna sleep tonight, poor dummy. All right, U.S. panel subpoenas Attorney General Pam Bondi in the Epstein probe. All right. On Tuesday, James Comer issued Comer issued the subpoena to Pam Bondi to appear for a deposition on April 14th regarding the panel's Jeffrey Epstein probe. Earlier this month, GOP-led committee voted 24-19 to subpoena Bondi. The 5 Republicans joined Democrats to approve the measure. Okay, we'll just get the breaking news on it.
We've got some breaking news. The House Oversight Committee has just subpoenaed Attorney General Pam Bondi to appear for a deposition over the DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. MS Now's Michael Chanel joins
The thing about
us.
feeding trolls is eventually they overfill. And then they eventually kind of show their ass, but whatever.
Now, tell us what just happened here, Michael.
Yeah, Chris, so officially the House Oversight Committee has sent a subpoena to Attorney General Pam Bondi requesting her testimony as part of the panel's investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. This comes after 2 weeks ago tomorrow.
Her
So
face does not match her voice.
just under 2 weeks ago, the House Oversight Committee had, in a surprise move, voted to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi. The vote was 24-19, with 5 Republicans crossing the aisle and joining Democrats in favor of that subpoena. It comes as there have been a lot of questions about the handling of the release of the Epstein files. There have been bipartisan criticism of how the DOJ, and by that, a byproduct, how Attorney General Pam Bondi has handled that, particularly with those redactions, right? Names of rich and powerful individuals have been redacted in various releases of the documents, while as names of
Blanche knows something, man. The way he just stands there all the time looking like he's just like, I hope they don't catch us in the lie. They're going to catch us.
Victims and their information have been left out for the public to see. There are also a number of questions of just how many of the documents have been released. Some estimates have said that the DOJ has around 6 million documents in its possession. Just about 3.5 million have been released. So lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have been clamoring to ask Attorney General Pam Bondi about those matters and more. Back earlier this month, they voted to subpoena her. And
caught a man.
Today, that subpoena officially went out. Now, when this deposition will happen, that still remains to be seen. We'll now get into the phase of this process where there are negotiations between the DOJ and the Oversight Committee to find a time that works for the both of them. But it is plausible that in the near future, we could see Attorney General Pam Bondi meet with the Oversight Committee behind closed doors to field questions about Epstein investigations, the Epstein documents, and
look at the kitty. He took my dog's bed.
And more, which has just been such a focus and such a big conversation up here on Capitol Hill.
Michael Chanel, thank you for that breaking news.
All right. Oh, man, every single time. Wait a minute. This is so messed up. Okay. Let me... Main screen. There we go. Let me fix this real quick. Okay. Cat cam. Yeah, we got a cat cam. All right.
State media in Iran announcing the beginning of the war when US and Israeli airstrikes hit Tehran.
شاهد برخاستن ستون‌هایی از دود در نقاطی از شهر تهران هستیم.
It was quick and decisive, typical of news outlets, but it wasn't long before facts were muddled with falsehoods and half-truths.
I mean, to be fair, look at our fucking news. This is what sucks. We became for every time that we call any of these countries third world countries, and we would always criticize them and the regimes. We're living through that shit now. We have no leg to stand on. We're not this bashing of democracy anymore when we have half of our fucking country that is more than comfortable just being like, nah, fuck democracy. We want an autocracy like tomorrow or yesterday if we could.
Later that day, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu suggested their joint forces had killed Iran's leader Ayatollah Khamenei at his home.
Which, by the way, I mean, now we have confirmation from that counter-terror guy that left today that this was 100% Israel's war, that there was no context to it. It was just their war.
Iran's silence was loud until a regime spokesperson called the reports of Khamenei's death enemy psychological warfare, and state media dismissed them as rumors.
به آخرین اطلاعاتی که ما در اختیار داریم که این شایعات بیهوده است.
Then, the following morning, hours after US President Trump publicly confirmed the Supreme Leader's death.
I mean, we're going through this with Benjamin Netanyahu right now. Nobody's seen him since the 7th. Every time that they try to show something, it turns out that it's obvious AI. Are we going to have that coverage from BBC about about Netanyahu in the same way that they're doing it?
State media ran the news.
It's so fucking obvious at this point.
That Khamenei had been killed by Israel and the US. Reporters Without Borders say Iran is one of the most repressive countries when it comes to press freedom. Now, in its attempt to control what people hear, see, and watch, all broadcasting on TV, radio, social media, and news websites is controlled by the state. And Western media outlets, including BBC Persian, are banned from reporting in the country.
The internet has been cut off, and people can't have access to the internet to get the news from there. It has been like this for decades, since the birth of the Islamic Republic in 1979. And I think in Iran, censorship is the lock, and disinformation is the key.
Apparently, the U.S. Embassy was just hit in Iraq.
And it doesn't let the people see exactly what's going on inside the country.
Iranian media has also routinely published bogus claims, inflating the number of casualties behind enemy lines. One such report claimed that Iranian forces had killed or injured 650 American personnel in the first 2 days of the war. At the time, the Pentagon had confirmed only 6 soldiers had died. New technology is also helping state media. This video, showing the aftermath of a strike in Bahrain, was posted online by the Iranian state-owned English-language news outlet, Press TV. But it's not real.
Again, dude, we live in a hell where we have to worry about shit like this.
It was made using AI. A closer look...
Yeah, and this was part of the reason that I just didn't go right to X to, like, check this shit, is because, dude, there was so much of this.
And these two cars are dissolving into one another. A reverse image search brings no credible reports of the hit. Instead, it brought up another version of the AI video. Like much of the AI-generated content about the war that's flooded social media, it's unclear who made it and where it came from.
Gee, I wonder. I totally want it. It couldn't be like the CIA or like this, you know, these state agencies. No way.
They have a narrative they're pushing, which is that they are quite victorious. Their military is very strong.
Yes, in Iraq.
And so we've been seeing various different examples of AI-generated content coming out of state media.
There's even a ton of left-wing disinformation on Twitter. It's getting really annoying.
Yeah,
Yep.
state media, you know, X accounts, Telegram channels that kind of show either fake or exaggerated examples of their attacks against, you know, U.S. air bases or
Release the Trumpstein files. Yep.
Israeli targets.
Fry Dog, what up, dude? Don't spam. Like, dude, if you're real and you want to fucking like engage and stay here, don't be a dick. You're coming into a fucking stream just that already agrees with you. Like, you're not trolling a Trumper here. But you are pissing me off when you do that shit, because I see enough of it, man.
The information space...
We get it. We got it the first time, unless that was an honest accident, but...
is distorted even by the regime's...
What is with these people where they're just like, send, send, send.
Critics. When Iranian state media...
Dude, Trump's all over that shit.
...reported the funerals of 100...
And it's coming back in the news with Pam Bondi getting subpoenaed, so be prepared.
160 children and...
Be prepared for Listen, he's running out of things that he can distract with, so I have a feeling that, you know, the big boom coming soon.
...staff, killed in what experts say was likely a U.S. operation targeting a military base close to a school in southern Iran. Opposers of the government claimed that this view from the mass...
Susan's so triggered that somebody, like, fucking actually criticized Trump. And then she's like, I'm not a cultist.
...funeral was AI manipulated. The government's track record of feeding kernels of truth alongside lies has sown doubt amongst many. Except this time, their reporting was factually correct. This wider shot shows the area surrounding the graves. Within the image's metadata are the coordinates for where it was captured. We geolocated it to a cemetery roughly 3.7 kilometers away from the school. Satellite imagery shows that these trees, the road layout, and this nearby building match those visible in the footage.
Okay.
Other satellite imagery from the day after the funeral provides a clear image of the graves. AI manipulation.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. Do they not understand that, like, by doing all this AI manipulation, then the stuff that's real isn't going to be believed? Oh, wait a minute.
The denial and inflation of deaths. These tactics aren't new.
I wonder what the
But
Dow
in
will
the
be on her
state's
next
attempt
hearing.
to
Yeah, we'll
display
see.
its might internationally, half-truths and lies have spilt over. Iran may see this as a battle it can win.
Kind of seems that way. Also, yeah, you know, all that dancing and like how there was all that pro-American sentiment, it seems like that's all gone because we have bombed their main cities and we keep bombing their main city. So what are we doing? Like, what is the Trump administration trying to achieve with the whole regime change by not having people that can conduct the regime change. Plus, I don't know when we as Americans got very okay with just civilians being targeted, but holy shit, man. Like, the lack of humanity in this conflict is just fucking insane. All right, so this will make some right-wingers in here pretty happy, because Rachel Maddow has turned out to be a massive disappointment here.
So speaking of the Dems,
yeah, right.
Should we go take a look at their premier propaganda channel? So
Oh,
Rachel
a blazer that would make
Maddow.
JP. Dude, I love how he doesn't even know his fucking vice president's name. He keeps calling him JP.
She has figured this out.
But yeah, JD Vance would totally fucking like cream over that pattern right there. Just, oh yeah. Oh, that's a very smart blazer. I like the floral patterns. Oh, it does it for me.
She has unlocked the mystery of why it is we're going to war, and it's because of these foreign countries manipulating the president and, you know, the way that Jared Kushner is in hock to them. Guess what country she does not name among the foreign countries that she believes are the primary reason that we are now at war in Iran? I'll let you guess, and you can take a listen to what she has to say.
Cui bono, right? Who benefits? It's always useful to start that question in any country. Who benefits? Who wants Iran bombed off the map and for their own reasons? Who are Iran's rivals and enemies? Perennially, it's the Gulf Arab states, countries like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates and Qatar. You know, Qatar, the country that just gave Donald Trump a really, really nice $400 million plane, really a gilded flying palace for his own use, both during his presidency and after. Trump plans to take that plane with him and keep using it after he leaves office.
Oh my God, she's literally going to say that. Yeah, okay, Qatar, paid Trump for the war in Iran. Like, Jesus Christ.
And you remember United Arab Emirates.
The rich.
Famous for recently structuring a totally pointless crypto financial transaction so that $2 billion of it would be stuffed into the Trump family's otherwise worthless brand new crypto financial firm. And of course, you remember the Saudis, who stuffed another
both can be true here, though, Rachel.
$2 billion into the pockets of Trump's son-in-law,
Israel can be the perpetrators of this, and they could also, the Gulf states could benefit from this, like they are.
Remember, enough people were
both things can be true.
Alarmed about that when it happened, that the Trump folks actually sort of bothered to come up with an excuse for what made that okay. They said, don't worry, Jared will never again work for the U.S. government. Yeah, he's never coming back to Washington. So it's okay that he's taken all this money from the Saudis now. We will never have to worry about having somebody involved in U.S. policy who has also just been given billions of dollars by Saudi Arabia, apparently for no reason. Well, that was the explanation when he took all that money from the Saudis at the end of Trump's first term. And now today, who has been leading the negotiations on behalf of the United States government with Iran? I mean, before we just started this war with them today? I mean, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was in St. Kitts this week.
Right about one thing, people should be asking who benefits a lot more often. Yeah.
Him.
Yeah, but she's also not, like, I don't know, mentioning the billionaires who made these bets on Wall Street with the fucking, war power or the war machine.
No, it was Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, recently paid
insider
billions of
trading
dollars by Iran's chief rival, and nevertheless sitting there alongside Trump's tiny real estate friend, Steve Witkoff, who has sought recently to improve his considerable family fortunes by going to Qatar.
Qatar? Yeah, I get
to
it.
seek money from its sovereign wealth fund.
I just grew up hearing Qatar.
Weird that those talks didn't work, right?
I mean, how insane is it at the beginning when she's like, who benefits? Who wants to see Iran bombed? Who constantly hates Iran? And you're like, I know. How about the country run by the guy who said this is his dream for 40 years? How about that?
Yeah,
How about
did
Israel?
Conveniently just kind of
Qatar,
brush over that.
Saudi, and look, I think there is a point about the Saudis in particular, regional rivals with Iran, Sunni versus Shia, all of that. There's some reporting suggesting the Saudis were in on this war too. Okay. Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million. If you're going to talk about the corruption here, gave him $100 million for his campaign. How is that not anywhere in your little listicle here? Like, it is crazy to me.
It's the second time she's done this too. This is like she's all in.
She's all in on it. This is her new Russiagate. This is and there will I don't watch any cable news very often, but I'm sure there will be others at the network who take up this line because they realize she's setting the tone. She's like the quarterback of the network. She sets a tone for what are the acceptable things to talk about and what rates and where is the narrative going. And I'm just going to say, even with the Democratic base, who probably continues to love Rachel Maddow, like this is not going to to work. The views on Israel and the overwhelming view that it was Israel and Trump trying to cover up the Epstein files that effectively got us into this war.
Yeah, but hold on, Crystal. This is where I have to disagree with you a little bit. Is she wasn't necessarily, I guess, I mean, it was guilt through omission, but she was asking a pretty decent question about that and bringing up something that is relevant to this. Like, the Gulf states do benefit from this, so there's no, like,
war in Iran. That
does it suck that she didn't just go, yeah, and then Israel. Yeah,
is going to persist among the
I'm trying to
Democratic
stand
base
up
and
for
the
her,
broader
but come
public,
on.
regardless of the way that Rachel Maddow tries to shape this propaganda effort. But it was wild to see her go down that list and then just leave Israel off entirely.
I'm watching it. I'm like, is this willful at this point? Like, are you? And obviously, I think the only answer, is yes. This is the only NBC News approved way of being able to talk about corruption and why we got into the war in the first place.
The thing is, NBC doesn't own it. That's why they're called MS Now. Dude, stop with that fucking narrative. God damn it, dude. What is it with these people that don't catch, like, they work in media. They should know this. They should know that NBC News is now its own division that is being run by and essentially operated by the owner of Comcast. Again, a Trump donor.
You know, every once in
but whatever, man.
a while, they'll have somebody on their network who tells the truth. But be honest. I mean, take a look at CNN, at MSNBC, and Fox. How often do they talk about Israel in a way that tells the truth about how they dragged us into this war? Yes, with Trump. But do they talk about the 40-year commitment? Do they hear any of that type of criticism? The closest
I don't watch it. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I don't know, but I will. I mean, trust me, that's a little sus that she just omitted Israel from that.
Was Laura Ingraham talking to Ted Cruz, asking if it was weird how tied in Lindsey Graham was in with Mossad. But even then, she still supports the war, right? That is about as close as I have seen so far. There's been no CNN panels, no MSNBC panel, no guests, almost nothing really that actually goes after the true reasons for this. So that's part of the reason why, when you look at public sentiment too, first of all, it's crazy how enough people are still, even with all this overwhelming propaganda, are like, yeah, no, we're not doing this. But second, why the boomers are still where they are right now. They literally just don't have the information, like, period.
Well, it's also why Trita Parsi is such an important media figure, because they have him on MSNBC, they have him on CNN, and he's one of the few people that they have on who actually understands the world and tells the truth about what's going on here. But you know, in terms of basically the only group in the country, not basically, literally the only group in the country that still supports Israel the way they used to is boomer Republicans. The Democratic base has it's gone. It is done. It is over. And independents overwhelmingly as well. We can put this up on the screen, guys, from NBC News. It shows you the way that views on Israel have shifted just between 2023 and 2026. So in 3 years' time, okay, back in 2023, when you ask people, are your views of Israel positive or negative? Overall, 47% said positive and only 24% said negative. Now, the overall numbers, okay, this is not just...
Yeah, it'd be nice if our politics could reflect this at all.
This is overall in the whole country. 32% have a positive view of Israel and 39% have a negative view. So the plurality of the country now has a negative view, and then 30% are neutral or don't know. With Democrats, only 13% still have a positive view.
That's genuinely one of the dumbest fucking comments I've heard on my stream.
Of Israel.
Warlock, man. Iran is overrated because Americans are here to take over. Every country will be part of the U.S. Once every country is part of the USA, then world peace will be accomplished. Matter of time. The thing is, with your punctuation, you're obviously a fucking robot, dude.
67%.
And a very dumb one at that.
So a strong, almost supermajority of Democratic-based voters have an actively negative view of Israel. Back just 3 years ago, in 2023, it was evenly split, 34 to 35 in terms of views. Independents, only 21% have a positive view of Israel. The only partisan group that continues to have a net favorable view are Republicans. Even there's been some decline. So back in 2023, 63% of Republicans had a positive view of Israel. Now it's down to 54%. Still a majority, but you can see the bleed among younger Republicans. And as I said before, if you do the age breakdown, it is boomer Republicans who are still holding the flame, still carrying the torch for Israel the way that they used to. But, I think this is important, not only because of the news propaganda piece, but I really think this plays into the way Israel is thinking right now, and part of why they're behaving in such a psychotic manner. I mean, they have that in them, but why they're lashing out in this extraordinarily aggressive way in Lebanon, in, getting their puppet government in Syria, obviously in Iran, in the West Bank, in Gaza. It's because they know their political clock is ticking, that the lockstep support that they have had from both Democrats and Republicans is over. They've got their guy in the White House right now. They need to go
Oh, yeah, this is their last chance. After this, AIPAC's done.
for it all, the whole thing.
They're not going to be able to survive the political system anymore in America because there's enough of, I mean, fuck. There's enough MAGA that actually agrees with, like, people on the left now.
Right now, because
that's fucking crazy. Like, that's the one capitulation I have had with a lot of people just coming over and saying, yeah, you know what? I don't agree with a lot of your stuff, but yeah, it is kind of fucked up that we just kind of, you know, back up Israel no matter what.
there are going to be no guarantees for them in the future.
You're exactly right. The actual generational shifts in this is part of the reason why Israel wanted to go for broke now. They want to become the global superpower, the regional power that they've
Warlock, have fun being very, very wrong about that.
wanted to for many decades. They want to
I
shed
don't
the
know
United
where
States.
where did you put that together? Because that is, honestly, like, that's fucking second grade brain right there.
Destabilize-
Like, that's fucking insane.
The Gulf, basically call the shots for America and for the rest of the world. But, you know, look, it's going to be up to the future generations of America how it's not just about our security relationship with Israel. It's going to be about our security relationship with the whole world as to whether all of this is working out. So I don't know. I hope it works out better. I really do. We have Glenn Deason standing by. Let's get to it. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
So I just got a update on the race. Yeah, it's not looking good. It's looking at like we have 19% turnout. That's not great. All right, let's do one more Breaking Points segment here, and then we're gonna discuss.
Joining us now is Jeremy Scahill, co-founder of Dropsite News, great friend of the show.
What up, Jeremy?
Good to see you, Jeremy.
Thanks for having me back.
So, Jeremy, we broke down a little bit of your reporting and the White House's denials via Axios. Why don't you just break down more, if you can, about these alleged communications that Steve Witkoff and the White House are denying happened, and which the Iranians are saying, yeah, they keep reaching out to us, and we're basically leaving him on red this entire time.
Don't hate America. You're the one that's coming in here saying that I hate America. You're trying to form a narrative. Hey, asshole. No, I actually love America. I love my country. I'm one of those guys, and I know that, like, a lot of fucking people on my side do not like when I do that.
You know, I think it was on the third day of the...
No, and honestly, the left needs to get their head out of their ass with that one, and they need to admit that there are things that are great about this country, and that we can just admit it. Like, democracy, good. Our Constitution, good.
The Israeli-U.S. bombing of Iran, I started hearing from Iranian officials who were telling me off the record at first. They were saying, it's interesting because a number of third countries have been sending messages to Iran saying that the Trump administration...
Why? Because he reports on things that make you uncomfortable? You do understand that guys like him are the reason that we have the opinion that the Iraq war was such a fucking failure, because without him, we wouldn't have known, because they tried to bury the fucking news the same way they are now.
Administration wants to...
That's nothing new.
Start back-end talks about sort of, end game, and if Iran is interested in having some kind of dialogue. And my understanding in that early stage was that Iran's political leadership had made a decision that they were not going to talk for one central reason, that they felt that that the primary goal in this war was to send a message that the U.S. and Israel can't just bomb Iran every 4 months and pretend to be engaging in negotiations. And so, they informed those third-party countries that Iran is not interested in talking. And then
hilarious that they call themselves, believe themselves to be the arbiters of what is and is not American. Trump people can't figure out where they are day to day. Yep.
Started having Trump, once he was informed of this, and this is from the perspective of the Iranians, start saying openly, oh, the Iranians are begging us to talk. The Iranians want to make a deal. I'm not ready to talk to them yet. And then, some days after that, so this was early last week,
we're not the best country to ever exist.
Told by a senior...
You do understand that we're only 250 years old. Like, by comparison, like Constantinople and like all of these empires, like they have way more on us.
Iranian official.
Again, this presumption that we are somehow the best in history. You're a fucking retard. Just stop.
Told that Steve Witkoff had sent WhatsApp messages to Iranian officials, including Abbas Araghchi, the country's foreign minister.
And the fact that you can't criticize, like, you can only criticize the country when somebody's running it that you don't like. See, this is the thing. We consistently, are criticizing the leaders.
And I said, oh, I want to go to Witkoff.
That's kind of where you lose a lot of people on this one, is you guys just glaze Donald Trump. You guys just glaze everything he does.
And ask him that. That's what I told the Iranian.
Maybe if you had any critiques of him, we might listen a little bit more, but you've made it so we can't. There's no point.
And they said, well, you know, this is still off the record because we haven't figured out if we're going to respond or how we're going to deal with this. So I was sort of informed of this for several days. And then I kept pushing the Iranian sources. And I said, I want to go to Witkoff and ask him about this because Trump keeps saying over and over
yes, he does.
that the Iranians are begging him to talk. And the Iranian officials were saying, can you imagine Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, like texting Steve Witkoff, the guy who he was supposedly negotiating with when they turned around and bombed? He absolutely has not. And they said, in fact, we're just trying to figure out like what our diplomatic response is going to be to this. Do we tell him we're not ready or do we just ignore him? And what they ended up on was, we're not going to respond to him at all. What they have done, though, is this is what they've told me, that they've told third-party countries that Iran's demands include a ceasefire that would apply to not only Iran, but to Lebanon and Iraq as well, that they want reparations for the damage that has been done in this war, and that they want a UN Security Council resolution. But they still aren't at that point because they feel that the
Americans are so heavily propagandized they can't understand civilization didn't start in 1776.
Deterrence has not been established firmly enough yet to try to
they really
raise
are.
the costs so high that the U.S. wouldn't consider.
I mean, I'm an American, and I understand that. No, you know, even like human civilization, we're still babies to this fucking planet. Again, like humans really are. We suck as far as just like. Be like, we're the best to ever exist, and aliens are coming to us because they're so curious about us because we're so fucking awesome. Woo!
Doing this again in a few months' time. So then the intermediaries from other countries go back and they've told this to Trump. And, you know, you get some flashes of reality from Trump sometimes where he's saying, you know, when he says, I think they want to talk, but they're not ready yet. They're not just around to the position. I think part of what he is revealing to the public there is that he's aware that Iran's position is we're not going to engage in a ceasefire right now. And so what happened
senile? What, Trump? Yeah.
Yesterday was I go to the White House and I sent Steve Witkoff a WhatsApp message because apparently that's his preferred way of communicating. And I asked, I asked for comment on this. And typically when we go to the White House, they do give us comment, but it'll be, sort of a copy and paste of whatever Trump's latest statement was.
Well said, Mitchell. Don't get me wrong, I love this country, but it's definitely flawed and can't change if we think that we're number one at everything. Yep.
I'll say I refer you to the president's remarks on this. But in this case, they send this response that read like Trump had dictated it himself for his Truth Social feed, calling drop site abhorrent and saying that we're carrying water for the Islamic, terrorist regime, and that
didn't Trump, the Trump admin, cut money and grants to Alzheimer's research this month? Yep.
We're engaging in what they called America Last behavior.
Yeah, now you have like private funds going towards that. Like you literally have a bunch of like charities that are now raising money to end Alzheimer's.
And the only reason that I think it wasn't Trump doing it is because there were no all caps in it. But other than that, it basically was like,
I love my country. I criticize it because I want it to be better. Yes.
A Truth Social post. And, there's an old saying in journalism that, you never know that a story is true until it's officially denied.
Yes.
And I think this is a case where they then freaked out about this because it's humiliating, and they go to one of their favorite journalists, Barack Ravid,
and
they spin
what up, Matt?
the Alice in Wonderland upside down version of this. And it's like they could solve this in 2 seconds. Show Araghchi's text messages where he's begging Steve Witkoff to talk. That would be my challenge to them. Okay, Steve Witkoff, let's see the text messages and put them out. Because what the Iranians are saying is there aren't any text messages for anyone to put out from their end.
Yeah. Well, and the timeline there makes sense too, because you said,
God, I'm glad she just shut down Sagar.
That it was day 3 where Witkoff starts reaching out like, hey guys, you up, ? And Trump reportedly thought this would be over in 4 days. So that would be the time period where they're like, all right, we can.
And he genuinely did.
Killed their leader.
This wasn't like the Bush administration where they knew this was going to take a little bit longer. Well, a little bit. I'm pretty sure they were planning for at least 5 to 10 years.
What are their capabilities? They have to be willing to capitulate
Once
now,
past
right?
2010, though, they did start panicking a little bit. You know, like the Obama administration was even just like, we're going to wrap this up.
Right. And then, are just completely ignored by them. I wanted to get your reaction, Jeremy, to this news that broke overnight that top Iranian official Ali Larijani and Basij commander Ghulam-Reza Soleimani were both killed overnight. This is according to Israel's defense minister, Katz, in separate strikes. How significant of a blow is, if confirmed, how significant of a blow is this to the Iranians?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's significant that Israel Katz came out.
I think it's pretty stupid to love a country that has piss poor infrastructure. We don't have any modernity in comparison to the rest of the world. Also, you don't know that because you don't look at the rest of the world because you're just intellectually uncurious. So when you hear China, you're just like, oh, those commies got high-speed rail. Half of their cities are run on solar. They don't have energy crises the way we do. They are poised to take us over as the world power within the next 10 years. This sucks.
Out and said this rather.
I would have loved to have high-speed rail. I would have loved to have more modern cities and, all of our fucking roadways being worked on, infrastructure. I know, boring.
Than it just being speculation or something.
Transports. We got to make sure that there's no transes in sports because, that's how you make America great again. We got to really focus on that.
Something in the media, but again, Iran has not confirmed this yet. I mean, Ali Larijani is one of the most important figures in Iran.
Meanwhile, fucking Trump spending on no. Did he spend on infrastructure? Did he make anything for us? No. He made he's making a ballroom for him and his friends because he's totally planning on leaving. And then he's making himself an arch. Yeah, those projects that would really benefit us and he could tie his name to and it could be great for the Trump high-speed rail. Yep. Fuck that, I guess.
Going back to the 1990s, and he was involved with nuclear negotiations.
Can't have fucking high-speed rail from Washington, D.C. all the way to L.A. Nope.
Back to the 1990s. He's also a scholar of Kant, a highly educated man. He recently was named as the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, which is the most important security apparatus.
Yes, privately funded projects in which they take government subsidies and just rob us, and they take all the profits. That's how America works, dude. You're sitting here arguing for unfettered capitalism that doesn't even benefit you in the way that you think it does.
In Iran, but
you want to sit here complaining about the takers. You want to sit here talking about the people on fucking food stamps or any of that bullshit without recognizing who's actually taking from us.
He was I think viewed, and I've just been talking to sources in Iran, and they said, if confirmed, what this means.
I am literally glad to see some MAGA waking up to that though, where they're just like, yeah, we are getting fucked.
Is that the Israelis have assassinated?
Yes. What's the derangement, Josa? What's my derangement? What am I deranged on here?
One of the figures that would have been a more moderate voice in any discussions that lead to the end of this war or sort of what happens next. And there was some suspicion that I've heard that part of why the Israelis wanted to assassinate Ali Larijani was not just because of his role in the national security apparatus and this war, but also because Trump has been indicating that he may want to just try to make a deal with Iran and may not want to go, all the way to completely smashing or dismantling the state. So, it's certainly significant. And I think that the pattern that we've seen is that when figures like Larijani or others who are considered in a more moderate camp, that when they're taken out, the people that replace them tend to take a much harder.
Yeah. He's talking about the guy that we just took out, and now he's saying that it's going to be replaced with somebody that's even worse.
Harder line. And so, how this is going to impact things, I think this is Netanyahu hoping that another phase
All legislation passed in favor of the top 10%. This has been studied.
Where there's uprisings within Iran. We haven't seen any evidence of that.
Stu, what's the delusion? Seriously. I mean, you guys can sit here thinking that you're trolling by saying TDS. What's the delusion here? What are the left deluding themselves on?
Yeah, but I think the Israelis are very much...
Gas prices up, inflation up, everything is going higher. Like, what are we doing? Like, you want to talk about TDS? TDS is making sure that your head is buried so deep in up your ass that you can't fucking take any criticism. You can't even let your leader be critiqued, which is insane.
Pushing and hoping that that happens and trying to facilitate that happening. And I think it's also, to an extent, attempt to make sure that there aren't really going to be these kinds of figures around to talk.
How is he a credible source? Because he's one of those reporters that actually goes out and interviews people and goes out into these countries and does this hard-hitting reporting.
Toward the end of the war.
Very much like the Hamas strategy, right?
But since you're not there, see, this is my favorite part. You only believe what's in front of you, but you refuse to actually go do anything. It's not like you're a fucking journalist. It's not like you're going, dude. I heard nothing about I heard nothing but open border, open border, open border. Yet assholes like you're sitting at home on your computer like TDS. You useless piece of shit. Why don't you actually do some hard-hitting reporting? Why don't you actually do something that could benefit everybody? Why don't you go prove all this fraud in Minnesota? Why don't you go prove all this fucking open border bullshit or why didn't you prove, I should say?
With Gaza. So very much of the
like, what the fuck, man? You guys are fucking useless.
Playbook,
and then all you have is just TDS. Meanwhile, the country is literally falling apart, dude.
Talked about it now a lot over the years. We do want to talk about Witkoff. Let's put A8 up there on the screen. Apparently,
doing more than you.
Witkoff is...
You're the one commenting in my chat. Yeah. What are you doing?
Staunch supporter of Israel. I think we knew that, but apparently counts Miriam Adelson as a dear friend.
It's almost
and
like
carries
a trigger.
Custom pager gifted to him by Netanyahu.
Stu, we know you're 70. It's actually more pathetic knowing exactly how old you are, and then you're just spamming TDS. That's all you have.
And senior Mossad officials.
Dude, seriously, I think Pinkerbell nailed it. Your kids fucking hate you.
I have to be honest, Jeremy. I think I misread
so lonely. Jesus Christ.
So Mick Witkoff.
It's actually kind of sad. Like, lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, TDS. TDS, I have nobody.
Obviously was one of those people who pressured Benjamin Netanyahu early on in the Trump administration. He pressured the ceasefire, seemed to be somewhat of a diplomat or somebody who was diplomatic in the way that he shed some of the pre-existing notions about way things should happen, open to talking to anybody, to Putin. I said, oh, wow, I appreciate that. I praised him a lot here. Is he showing us his true colors? Is he totally out of his depth? Is the way that the Iranians seem to play it? What's your understanding, having talked to the counterparties on the other side?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know that you entirely...
You keep spamming, I'm gonna ban you next time. That's your fucking one warning.
Got it wrong. And you and I talked about Witkoff at that time when this first started. You know, I think Witkoff...
Like, you need to make a better argument than just spamming TDS.
Is also a manifestation.
You do know that that doesn't work on anybody, right? Like, not a single lefty reads TDS and is just like, oh my God, they told me I have the Trump delusion syndrome. They're so right. Oh my God. Oh boy. Oh, I'm so delusional over Trump.
Part of what's happened with Trump as well. In his first term as president, Trump was very
Trump's the best president, you know, with his under fucking 30% approval rating.
Nervous about sort of waging a wider war against Iran. There was great consternation about the decision to assassinate Qasem Soleimani, the neocon wing of...
It's kind of funny too, because the Democrats, you know, for how unpopular they are, which I will admit they're very unpopular in this country. You know, they did it to themselves, but it's kind of sad that somehow, some way, they keep winning elections.
The Trump base or that administration was a minority player in the running of the administration. And then Trump 2.0 now, you have the Miriam Adelson Netanyahu wing of the MAGA movement that has literally purchased this part of American foreign policy. Trump is not an ideological person. You know, he is a businessman. I don't believe he's a religious man. I don't believe he believes in much of anything. And so he's sort of been purchased to an extent, bought in other ways. And I think that he sets the tone for what Witkoff is going to be. So when Trump was running for president this time, I think genuinely he was telling Witkoff, you need to force Bibi to do this. And so when those are the deployment orders from Trump to his real estate buddy, I think Witkoff was a key player in sort of, pushing that Gaza deal through. At the same time, though, you have Jared Kushner, who is an ideological religious figure that has a different level of connections to the entire Israel situation. And I think that Witkoff has been radicalized immensely. It's not that he wasn't already a Zionist. It's not that he already didn't have some of these convictions. But I think that those tendencies within Witkoff were brought out by this whole situation, and he was sort of radicalized to become a fanatical Zionist Israel firster. And it's just, it shows you what happens when you get put in this meat grinder of ideology. And Netanyahu's been doing this since the 1990s, and they have really successfully played Witkoff. And I think that Kushner has also successfully played both Witkoff and Trump.
Interesting.
Jeremy, I wanted to know what you make of Trump's increasingly desperate efforts
Kind of shocked that Sagar didn't push back on any of that.
to convince U.S. allies to join him in some fool's errand of attempting to reopen the
I just voted, Pep, refresh the turnout counter. What, to 20?
Strait of Hormuz.
Dude, we were just sitting at 19% just like 20 minutes ago.
That's
That's
it
not
seems
good.
that, among the many things certainly he didn't anticipate,
see.
he seemed to not
I hope-
believe they would
I
actually
hope
close
that we can break at least 30% voter turnout in Chicago, like northern Illinois, but we'll see.
the strait. There's also been reporting that a lot of war planners thought that, it's possible they close the Strait of Hormuz, but that would be very damaging to them as well. But it seems the Iranians have been able to not fully close the strait,
Why, you want to rub my bald head?
but able to pick and choose. Hey, this
We get it, dude. You got a crush on me. Thanks.
ship can come through. Our
Anybody that, like, the first comment is just about my looks immediately, it's just like, oh.
exports are going out to China, but if you're,
Thank
an
you.
ally of the U.S. or Israel, you're not coming through. You're not
Yes.
going to be able to do what you want to do here. So, what do you make of how central this has become?
That's why Republican turnout has, it's been great the last, 2 elections. Whatever.
To
Mamdani didn't. Yeah, what are you talking about?
the war
He didn't
effort.
win. There weren't a bunch of Democrats that won in Texas. There weren't a bunch of people that won in Mississippi, Virginia.
I mean, it's extremely central,
okay.
and I think
How's it looking in
Iran has
Chicago?
been
It's all right.
wargaming this for many years. In fact, weeks before
Kat has really good turnout from the early vote. I know that she took over. She took the lead in early voting. So
this war happened, in the month of February 2026, Iran did war games in the
how is Chicago corrupt? Please be very specific.
Strait of Hormuz that included operations aimed at shutting it down or attacking any quote unquote enemy vessels, military vessels that tried to come into the Strait of Hormuz. So, we don't even have to back up that far. We can say that literally days before
You're so triggered. I bet you want to give me tender kisses and hold me and make me feel safe.
this war began, the Iranians were wargaming those types of
Georgia.
scenarios.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot the Georgia turnout. Yeah, they went up, they went to a runoff
in the Strait of Hormuz. I think that we have to connect
red
this though,
wave.
Crystal, to
Oh,
the
boy.
fact that the Marine
All those Trump
Expeditionary
supporters
Units are being
enthusiastically making sure that he keeps his agenda going.
deployed. That could be anywhere between 2,000.
Dude, we all know that you guys are kind of. I personally think that Republicans are staying home so they can just blame Democrats for everything going wrong, and Trump wants that. Like, I think, and here's my real theory: he's going to pretend to do something about the midterms, but he really wants to lose both the House and the Senate,
and then 5,000 troops.
at least the House. So he wants to lose one chamber. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna revise this. I think he wants to win the House, or lose the Senate, or lose the House, win the Senate. Then he can blame the House for disrupting his agenda. But then he still has his safety net because then they can't impeach him.
Sort of the 911 forces of the U.S. Military.
Am I holding a Luca bear?
They may try to take this island, Kharg Island, that they
I love my Luca
bombed
bear.
repeatedly.
I call him Scatty Bear.
90% of Iran's oil passes through there. Trump says that he
Don't get
hasn't
scared.
yet
Get
decided to
scared.
bomb the actual oil that's on that island, but you could see discussion about trying to seize that as a territory.
What kind of cancer does my wife have? Colorectal cancer.
Trump's having an enormous
We actually just got informed that she is officially halfway through her second treatment.
difficult time getting any nations to agree to
3 more weeks of this.
deploy. The German chancellor, who has largely acted sort of like a poodle for Trump since he became the leader of Germany, issued a statement yesterday, and multiple German officials said, we're not going to get involved with this. They said the Americans and Israelis didn't tell us about this beforehand. They said they didn't need us, so now all of a sudden they want us to go there. It's not a NATO mission. I think if the Trump administration wants to start attempting to escort ships through there, you're going to be much closer to Iran's coastal territory. You're going to put yourself in range.
Nice, I thought so because I have one with the exact same color too. Nice.
And you have the possibility of many more Americans dying. I don't
Kusur Iri. Hi.
The world really has an appetite for this.
If you guys haven't already subbed to the channel, please do. And also,
and you guys have reported on this.
Hit that like button, guys. Come on.
Trump doesn't seem to be fully listening to
I appreciate
what
that, man.
military advisors are saying. And and I think that if they're contemplating putting boots on
taking a nap right now.
ground, then Americans should brace for more coffins coming home draped in the American flag. And it's shocking to say that you can't rule out that they're contemplating this right now.
Been battling cancer for over a year. Oh man.
But it's real.
I am so sorry.
True. And the neocon wing of the
I hope that your treatments are going well. I hope that your prognosis is also good.
The movement is in pole position right now in this White House.
We got lucky, quote unquote, because we found it pretty early on.
Very, very, very true. Jeremy, thank you as always for joining us. Keep it up. Drop Side News, link down in the description.
Stage.
We appreciate you, man.
I think that's the way they described it.
Thank you guys for all your work.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a...
Thank you, Jeremy. All right. We're going to go to this in just one second, but before I do, I want to show you this. You see what I'm doing here? I'm going to hit this like button because I'm a good YouTube consumer. Every time that I watch a video that, whether I enjoy it or not, I try to like it because, you know what? I consumed the content. It's the least I can do. Seriously. Especially if you're not paying for, YouTube Premium or any of that. That's a good way to just kind of show, hey, thanks for that. Same with subscribing to the channels. I really recommend that you guys do that, especially for, smaller creators. I don't understand the whole YouTube thing where people will see a channel like mine, and they'll come in here, they'll rip on my viewer count or whatever, and they'll just be like, oh, you only got this many subs? Again, I only started not even a year and a half ago, almost 2 years. I don't get why nobody wants to just see people succeed. I kind of want to see smaller fucking content creators succeed in all forms. And if that means some of these MAGA guys too, all right, fine. Broader point being, if you're MAGA or you're left wing, make sure that you're leaving the likes and subscribing to channels. So this was fun. Gotta go. All right, Matt. I'll catch you later, man. This is about countering China's ambitions to take Taiwan in 2027. Yeah, sure. That is a small brain take. Because if that was the case, then why did we just essentially hand them the keys to do so? Oh my god, my stream is skipping. All right, sorry guys. Why do I have this feeling that it has to do with this? There we go. China sold all their IOUs at 20% loss. Why not? Well, I mean, dude, they're... I'm telling you, man, they're going to try and kick us off of our... off the top. Wait, what is going on here? All right. Why is my YouTube skipping? What the fuck? Oh, wait a minute. This is YouTube. This is just YouTube general. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Here, guys, hold on. Come on. All right. We good? All right. There we go. Let's check this
Top
out.
counterterrorism official Joe Kent has resigned.
All right, yeah. So apparently this guy was he was a pretty hardcore Trumper, so this is kind of surprising. Yeah, dude, counterterrorism I think he's the assistant here. What is he? Advisor. He's just an advisor. Okay. But he is, I think, second to Tulsi Gabbard. So this is a big deal, guys. And also, if you haven't pieced together that we're in the middle of a war, so maybe having somebody that, works in counterterrorism, and, they're also saying that we are at risk of an increased threat. Michigan and whatever just happened, Georgia, I think it was. I just went through that. We're already forgetting. Did you guys remember that they were trying to be like, yeah, there was a domestic Tara attack on domestic soil here? Yeah, right? Yeah. You guys gonna get mad about it? Or no? Just gonna forget about it like within 2 days? Because I'm pretty sure that was this week. Wasn't it? Or was that Friday? Let's see. Oh, it's Friday. Okay. Well, all right. Well, we went the weekend and all of a sudden now we're all just meh. Even a couple of Indian oil tankers were allowed through. They're holding our petrodollar hostage. Yes, that's what I've been saying. I have been saying this for a while now, where they are gunning to get us off the petrodollar so they can crash our economy. That's why you're not hearing a lot about the Chinese economy. That's why you're not hearing a lot of news about this stuff, because they want to keep that, like in China, they want to keep that under wraps because they want to surprise us. But we'll see.
Over President Trump's war with Iran. The director of the National Counterterrorism Center posted on social media saying, quote, Iran posed no imminent threat to the U.S.
Again, this was a Trump sycophant.
He also says
this is insane. Like, MAGA, what the fuck are you guys doing here by just ignoring shit like this, where it's like, dude, this is bad.
Clear we started this war due to pressure from Israel. Let's bring in White House correspondent Karen Travers for more on that. Senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez and ABC's Patrick Reevell in Doha, Qatar as well. Hi to you all. So, Louis, how significant is this resignation?
It's very
Why? Because that means that they're poised to win?
very significant, Diane, because this is a senior U.S. counterterrorism.
The fact that you, like, Fox, I think that you know that deep down inside, I could be right about this. There's no guarantee that I am, but I'm just seeing the patterns, man.
As an official, a top intelligence official.
I don't have my head up my ass just sitting here going, Trump's the best. And you know what? His 5D chess will work out. It's short-term pain for long-term gain. Go!
Administration. And he has been a very strong supporter of President Trump for quite some time. He's former Green Beret, former CIA. His wife actually was killed in a terror attack in Manbij, Syria, 8 years ago. And so he heads the organization that would determine whether there is a terrorist threat to the United States. And the fact that he says there was no imminent threat is very significant, because one of the justifications that the Trump administration has used is saying that there was an imminent threat being posed by Iran towards the United States. Now, they haven't specified.
Bro, you know I'm not even a Trump supporter. I forgot.
Quite exactly what they meant, but one of the things that they've pointed to is the nuclear threat, that Iran was on the verge of creating a nuclear weapon based off of their 400 kilograms of enriched uranium. So the fact that you have Joe Kent now offering his resignation is a strong indication of the division within the administration, potentially, of how the war is being carried out, and whether this goes against President Trump's campaign promises not to initiate a war and to end all endless wars. But again, very significant given his position, and especially I think the key thing to point out is his notion that there was no imminent threat to the United States being posed by Iran. And so I think that again points to...
Yeah, actually, it's going just fine. Like, I'm telling you, man, every move that they've made in investing in their country is exactly what you do to overtake a nation that is declining.
Divisions within the administration as we're now entering the third week in this conflict against Iran.
And Karen, President Trump is saying the U.S. doesn't need allies to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz after he demanded that they send warships. How are allies responding, both to his demands and now to him saying, you know what, we don't need it, but it's a loyalty test?
Better start learning Mandarin. I mean, if you've ever watched Firefly.
There have been a lot of mixed messages coming from the president on this, Diane, and you mentioned it right there. Yesterday, the president said that these allies should be coming in and helping.
By the way, guys, if you're having trouble over on YouTube, you guys can always jump over to the Twitch feed.
Straight because they have an economic interest.
The Twitch feed is actually, for some reason,
the United States has the
one that's working today.
Is the strongest nation
and
doesn't need any assistance, and that he's actually putting out this request to see what the reaction and response would be, almost a loyalty test for these allies. The president also said yesterday that he has countries that have told him that yes, they will come in and help, but he wouldn't say publicly. And we know that so far no country has said yes publicly. Several have said flat out this is not their war to fight. We've heard that from Germany. We've also heard mixed messages coming from the UK and other countries.
That's the best way to go with it. And honestly, that's why I'm glad that this guy came out, because that is going to really make it hard for any country to get blamed on this one. It's like, dude, your own national security advisor just said no.
Willing to have
said that this was a fucking, like, this was Israel's, like, the Israel lobby doing this. Like, bullshit.
Discussions about a plan.
Your whole narrative about nuclear armaments and all that shit, it's all bullshit.
Going forward, but not officially saying that they will do this, because, Diane, this is such a big risk for some of these countries militarily. And there's, of course, criticism that this is now
China can't react the way you think.
2.5 weeks into this, not something that the president tried to gain support from allies before launching this operation 2.5 weeks ago against Iran.
And Patrick, while this is all going on, Iran has launched a new wave of strikes across the Middle East. What's the latest on that part of this?
Hi, Dan. Yeah, we've once again been hearing loud booms here in Doha during the day. Iran launching about 3 waves so far of missiles and drones, we believe, towards the city here. But also, we've seen in the neighboring UAE a significant number of missiles and drones, as well as overnight in Iraq, a significant attack using Iranian drones against the U.S. embassy there. Video showing air defenses having to try and bring down those drones. Clearly, what all of this shows is that while Iran is no longer launching the same number of drones and missiles that it was managing to in the first days of the war, it's still being able in the past week to keep up a sort of steady flow of drones and missiles, and that is enough for now.
No, Fox. The thing is, did you not catch my whole drift about, like, if we were renewing and if we were investing in renewable energies, if we were investing in high-speed rail, if we were investing in our cities and our infrastructure in the way that China is, I would willingly just be like, no, dude, we're on par to, like, keep up with them, but we're not. We let our billionaires just take all that fucking money and just hide it from us. And now we have crumbling roads. We literally have a split country, like the worst it's ever been. We have a president that started a war to cover up his other scandals. Like, or his big scandal. Let's not even scandals. Like, I'll just say the big one. Like, yeah, he launched a war to fucking just get us off his back, which again is not going to work. Eventually, I do think that either somebody's going to release some of this, whether it's us or it's another country. There's going to be some stuff released. But this is the problem that I was also saying about AI. Now everybody is in this position where they can just be like, that's AI, it's fake. Like, look at what they're doing with Netanyahu. Look at what they're doing. I mean, look at what they did with Ayatollah Khomeini even. Like, they didn't even have time to AI that shit, and that's why they were just like, yeah, we might as well just admit he's dead.
To keep threatening the energy infrastructure here in the Gulf and potentially to threaten tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. We've seen a fire in a key port of Fujairah again today that was hit apparently by an Iranian drone, which all suggests that Iran is able to keep putting pressure and to keep holding hostage the Strait of Hormuz. And then, of course, we've
all right, Trump 2028. That means Obama can become president again. Cool.
Seen this very significant development in Iran today of the killing of
That's
Ali Larijani, one of the
Do you understand what a precedent is, right?
Iranian officials, someone who's believed to be crucial in running the country, who is a sort of a key figure in holding the regime together. So this will be a major blow for the regime. But most of all, what it shows is...
Are you guys going to cry, like, really, really bad when the Dems do win? And I mean when, because you want to talk about TDS? This motherfucker got you convinced that we're going to be Republican forever now? Yeah, cool.
That this war continues for now to escalate, Diane.
Wow.
All right,
That's very democratic of you. That's very, America-loving of you to want to shit on the entire system.
Lee Martinez, Karen Travers, Patrick Reevell, thank you all.
This partisan system that we've set up. But, yeah, you love America. You just hate everything about it.
Mr. President, your Director of National Counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security.
Then why did you put him in charge of national security? You guys understand that, right? Like, oh my God, I love how he just says shit because he does end up burying himself eventually.
I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that presidents should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if, I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash, hundreds of millions of dollars? You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful, they sent hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember. Hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think that
Whoever hired him made a mistake. I was going to fire him.
two of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or D.C. that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran, almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever...
God. Can we get like that right there? That would never happen with Biden, Jack.
did anything.
Like, dude.
About nobody ever...
Third person? Like, this is who you love? This is the guy? I only hire the best people. You know what? Who hired this guy? I did. Well, you know what? He must have been good at some point. I thought he was a nice guy. Yeah, what is he even on about? No, he's already trailing off. Like, as I said, man, his brain is pudding, and his supporters are sitting here just like, yeah, Daddy, tell him.
Can you imagine if I did that? So they've been a threat for a long time, but they've really been a threat. If I didn't terminate Obama's horrible deal that he made, the Iran nuclear deal, you would have had a nuclear war 4 years ago. You would have had nuclear holocaust, and you would have had it again if we didn't bomb the site. So when somebody is working with us that says they didn't think Iran was a threat, we don't want those people, because, and there are some people, I guess I would say that, but they're not smart people or they're not savvy people. Iran was a tremendous threat. And virtually every NATO nation, and this is the thing, if they told me it wasn't a threat, and therefore they don't want to help,
yeah.
But when they say it was a threat.
Yeah, this is not like this isn't a short where it just keeps repeating. No, this is your president, guys.
And
this is the president of the United States having a little bit of a glitch and just rambling on like a fucking middle schooler.
It's a major threat. Every one of them, I think every one of them. I don't know of one that said they're not a threat. But when they say it was a threat, but we're not going to help, I think they're very foolish.
Bro, there's no fixing this. It's like ending lobbying. You're asking the same lawmakers who are making millions a year to stop making millions of dollars a year. That's why my first question to Kat, if she wins, is going to be like, okay, so are you going to take lobbyist money?
Interesting, because I could say this, that what's happening in Ukraine, we're probably in there for $400 billion.
I remember I used to make fun of third world media, but now I can't because Trump is the exact same. Yep.
Don't spend any money anymore. They buy it from us and they pay full price. But Biden gave them between $350 and $400 billion of equipment and cash. Someday they'll have to find out about the cash. And
this is Grandpa at Thanksgiving. It is.
You could say that wasn't a threat.
Like, goddamn. Like, so when you're oldest relative starts rambling like this, do you think like, oh yeah, you know what? You sound just like Daddy Trump. I gotta listen to you. Or do you just go like, oh, great.
You know, we're helping them. So we helped them, and they didn't help us. And I think that's
the end of the American empire going out with a whimper and a soiled diaper.
bad thing for NATO.
Yeah. No, dude, like this is the worst part is his supporters don't understand that once he's gone, we're fucked. And like there's no fixing it. Nobody is going to just take over and just do what Trump does. Cuz again, the only thing that keeps this going is his personality. Is the fact that he is who he is. Like I'll even admit that and this pains me to say, but I think he's the only one that can get away with this shit because he really is he's that perfect mixture of powerful and stupid.
Are there any repercussions for NATO?
It's like when your kid like gets a hold of a lighter and you're just like, no, hold on. Actually, no, this is a better analogy. Your kid finds a blowtorch and it's already lit. And you're just standing there like, don't do it.
Still going to China.
But look at him.
Yeah,
look at that face. What do you mean? Don't do this?
But on China, it's a little different story.
Hubris unchecked.
We're resetting the meeting, and it looks like it'll take place in about
Maggots really wish that they could change his diaper.
5 weeks.
They would all do it. Like they would all wear they would stick their finger in it and put a little mark on their forehead.
Working with China.
That's the mark of the beast.
They were fine with it. We're going to say. I look forward to seeing President Xi. He looks forward to seeing.
Dude, that just grossed me out. Hold on.
Yeah, I think. But I do look forward to seeing. We have a good relationship with China.
Why does this smell like a baby's diaper? Oh,
China actually.
It's got the consistency of split pea soup.
Has become economically for us very good, as you know. It's much different than it was in the past. And we have a very good working relationship with China. So we're
not for long.
In about 5 or 6 weeks.
We don't seem to have a good working relationship with a lot of fucking countries anymore because of you. China has a great working relationship with Canada now because of you.
Mr. President.
Diaper down.
On this. Any repercussions? Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say
it's not great. It's not great for a partnership when they don't do exactly what I want them to do and they tell me no. I don't like hearing the word no.
Doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help. You know, they say what you did is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Mr. President, in Iran, because the Iranian regime has told Sky News, if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam. Are you afraid of that?
No, I'm not afraid of. I'm really not afraid of anything.
That is spoken like a man who's hella scared.
Are you rethinking?
Ola, did you dodge the hailstorm? Nope. I have pretty significant damage on my home.
Relationship with
Let's not talk about that, okay? I already kind of had a crash out about it when it happened.
NATO possibly getting out?
Well, I'm disappointed in NATO that we spend trillions of dollars on NATO.
So what up?
Trillions.
How you doing, Rowdy? Good to see you.
Many trillions of dollars. It's one of the reasons we have deficits and we help other countries. And when they don't help us, I mean, it's certainly something that we should think about. I don't need Congress for that decision.
I'd rather not talk about it, guys.
No, I can make that decision myself. I'd work with some very smart people.
That's a later problem.
And I'd always deal with Congress anyway, but I don't need Congress for that decision. But, you know, when you say rethink.
Future pet problem.
I have nothing currently in mind, but I will say that I'm not exactly thrilled when we help them with Ukraine. Look, Ukraine would have been over in one day if we didn't help. Frankly, Ukraine would have been over in the first day. They had the best equipment in the world. It was our equipment given by Sleepy Joe.
Dude, the hail hit so hard that it left like literal fucking holes in my deck. Okay, man?
No charge. No charge. Hundreds of billions of dollars of the best equipment in the world.
Splinters
no charge.
everywhere.
I will say that I'm not happy about it.
Mr. President, one on Iran and one on Cuba. Is Iran now a bigger foreign policy priority for you than China? And on Cuba, the Cuban government.
Iran is just a military operation to me. Iran is something that was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days. because the Navy was wiped out almost immediately. The
Dude,
Air Force.
he believes this. He's starting to believe his own bullshit, guys. I hope you know, if you're part of MAGA, that's not good for you.
Okay.
When Trump starts buying into his own shit, that's when shit gets really bad.
Came next. The
Oh,
anti-aircraft.
Fuck. Yeah, we're going to be in Iran for a long time, guys.
Came next. I mean, we're flying over Iran. We could take out their electric capacity in 1 hour.
And his own supply, for real.
There's nothing they can do right now because everything is knocked out. They have no, again,
That's not
no
true.
radar, no
That's not true.
anti-aircraft. They have nothing.
Dude, stop. You're no better than you understand that we already watched one of those newscasts that was telling us about what Iran was saying during the start of the war up till now, and it's no different. No different. They're using AI. They're using literal fucking lies. And then you have him just trying to gaslight us every time he speaks.
And
dude,
we don't, and it was a
I don't know who in this chat is believing this? Who in the fuck?
We discussed it.
God damn, dude.
Pete, Marco.
He's not even good at, he used to actually kind of be good at lying, I guess. He would make you kind of forget that it's just oh, that's so ridiculous that I kind of forgot about what he even said. This is just oh my God, he cannot sell this.
JD, all of us, Chris.
Wow.
We discussed
he really
we can
can't.
knock out their electricity in a matter of minutes if we wanted to. There's nothing they can do about it. We can knock out their oil in Cargill, and the only thing we didn't take down was their oil.
Nobody's going to die for Israel. We've already lost 7 people.
Knock out, I call them.
Count them.
The pipes, very complex. But if you do that, it'll take them.
I hate Trump's motherfucker shameless.
To rebuild.
Aloha, kitty. Aloha.
Meaning, whoever.
Also, say hello to the kitty. He's right there.
And hopefully it's a sane group of people. But whoever it is, it's going to be.
Also, if you guys can hit that like button on your way in, really appreciate it.
People that are going to run
Sub to the channel if you're enjoying the content
it's gonna be
too.
A prosperous, wonderful place. It used to be, if you go back, it used to be the people are great, the people are smart and energetic, and it used to be very successful. Now it's a country run by fear. It's a country where they tell
Trump is a weak, fragile man. Oh yeah.
Don't go outside because
I'm not afraid of anything.
If you do, we're going to kill you.
Mr. President.
Well, Cuba right now is in very bad shape. They're talking to Marco, and
now they're going to go after
we'll be
Cuba.
doing something
Cool.
with Cuba very soon. We're really focused on this, but
He's just rambling, dude.
dealing with Cuba.
Wow.
Marco, do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Yeah, I mean, Cuba has an economy that doesn't work and a political and governmental system they can't fix. It's not dramatic enough. It's not going to fix it. So they've got some big decisions to make over there.
But Secretary,
Well, that's not creepy at all.
Do you support, and I know this is up to Congress, but do you support easing the trade embargo?
Jesus, dude, is he like a demon where the camera can't focus on him?
If you get more cooperation from the vendors?
Well, I'm not going to discuss what we would talk about or not. Suffice it to say that the embargo is tied to political change on the island. The embargo is codified. And but the bottom line is their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution. It's not even a revolution. That thing they have has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge. That's what.
And the relationship we have with Venezuela.
Again, you just got to love how the Trump comes into power, and then it's just we got to get rid of this person, this person, this person.
It's been
how convenient how everybody that ran that country before, they didn't like me. But now we got to get people who like me.
I think you could almost say incredible. It's been really good. It's been good for Venezuela, and it's been good for us.
Yeah.
And I
This is so
congratulate the
American.
Venezuelan baseball.
Meanwhile, we're tanking all of our relations, and we're ceding all of our power. Cool,
team
cool.
because that was a big.
All
That was
right.
a big win, and I guess they play another
Like
game
I said,
tonight in the
you're sending your kids to high school anytime soon. Make sure they're learning Chinese
finals.
or Russian.
This is the first time they've ever been in the
Oh,
finals.
Sharon, I like you though.
It was pretty exciting. Yeah.
That's not good.
Do you not have a day after plan? And if so, what is your day after plan?
Thank God for some of these international journalists that are just so what? I'm going back to my country anyway. What are you going to do? Deport me?
If we left right now, it would take 10 years for them to rebuild. But we're not ready to leave.
The man
yet.
whose family benefited under Batista wants to take Cuba back. Shocker. Rubio's a rat.
We're we'll be leaving in the near future. We'll be leaving in pretty much the very near future. But right now they've
Pretty
been
much the very near future.
decimated from.
He literally said, we've been done with this for 2 to 3 days. Why not just come home then? Why not just leave if we're almost done?
Every standpoint. And again,
why are we continuing this?
We've had great support from countries in the Middle East, great support, but we've had no support from, essentially, no support from.
It's because they're the ones getting fucking bombed, dipshit.
From NATO.
What about your relationship with London? Has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Well, he hasn't been supporting.
Jesus Christ, what is with this fucking coverage?
United States. I went out of my way, as you know, they couldn't make a deal with Biden because they had no real.
Oh yeah, I mean, he literally said, President of the United States, Gavin Newsom.
Administration to make a deal.
Like, dude, I want that as a drop in my next song.
Biden.
That was pretty funny. I can't believe that was real.
We made a good deal for them, and frankly, probably wasn't appreciated. I do look forward to seeing.
I went back and watched that whole speech. Wow.
He's going to be coming, as you know, very shortly.
What up, dude? Good to see you.
But no, I was disappointed because Keir was willing to send 2 aircraft carriers after we won, because essentially there's no threat for the aircraft carriers right now. And I said, no, we want things sent before the war, not after the war is won. So, yeah, I'm disappointed with Keir. I like him. I think he's a nice man, but I'm disappointed. You see that man right there? You know who that is?
Churchill.
That's the late, great Winston Churchill. And Barack Hussein Obama did not want his bust in this office. Did you know that? And
Who cares?
Barack Hussein
Who cares?
Obama sent that bust back to England. They didn't want it.
Because he's not a president.
And when I came in, I was asked if I wanted. I said, absolutely.
God, he's so fucking retarded. I can't stand how fucking stupid this motherfucker is. He's just a blatant embarrassment all the fucking time. This shit right here. Barack Hussein Obama didn't want the bust of Winston Churchill, who I said that Keir Starmer's no Winston Churchill.
I want it. And I put it right there, Winston Churchill.
What the fuck?
And
you care?
No,
sure you do.
unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Wow. Just when I'm like, can he get any more embarrassing? Yeah, he can get a lot more embarrassing. Jesus Christ. All right. Iranian president confirms Bazij, Chief Soleimani killed in Israeli strike. The Rajani fate unclear.
So it has been more than 2 weeks since Israel and the United States launched their attacks on Iran, a move that has thrown the Middle East and global markets into chaos, and there appears to be no end game in sight. Israel has said it killed Iran's top security official, Ali Larijani, during an attack on the capital, Tehran. Since the war began, Larijani has been a central figure in the leadership structure, second only to the supreme leader. There's been no comment yet from Iran on his status. The Iranian president has, however,
Have
confirmed
I already covered the death of Bibi? I've been covering it for like the past 3 days, but I mean, I still haven't seen any video of him coming out that has satisfied me, thinking that he's, definitely still alive.
killing of Ghulam Reza Soleimani has taken place, the commander of the internal security force known as a Basij. Israel's prime minister says the killings will pave the way for regime change.
We are undermining this regime in the hope of giving the Iranian people an opportunity to remove it. This will not happen all at once. It will not happen easily. But if we persist, we will give them the opportunity to take their fate into their own hands.
US President Donald Trump, he's welcomed the strike, saying Iran's leadership has been decapitated.
Their leaders are gone. I guess one of their top person was, they say, a lot of people say their actual top was killed yesterday, along with somebody else who was responsible for.
Yeah, but you don't understand how succession works, apparently. This is what happened when you took out the other leader, who was 87 years old and on his way out anyway.
The killing, the man that was responsible for the killing of 32,000 people over
saw
the
a lot of comments talking about his ring.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
He was in charge of the killing of protesters. It's an evil group. I mean, they've killed much more than 32,000 people. And the man who was responsible for that was also killed yesterday.
So we have correspondents watching developments for us from Baghdad, from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, from the White House and from Tehran. And that's where we're going to start, in the Iranian capital, with Ali Hashim. So, Ali, state TV are reporting the confirmation of Soleimani's death from the besieged forces, but still none on the killing of Larijani.
Well, yes, for the moment, we don't have any confirmation from the government of Larijani's killing. This is due to probably till the moment they are in the process of confirming this incident. Of course, on the other side, the confirmation.
Just so you guys know, if you didn't see in the chat, there is a YouTube outage being reported right now. So if we're skipping, apologies, but it should fix itself relatively soon here.
The killing of the Basij commander was made on TV. Now, the foreign minister, in an exclusive interview with Al Jazeera today, was the first official to react to the news. Now, regardless of him not confirming and saying that he heard the news just like others, Abbas Araghchi stressed that this is a system built on institutions, and whoever is killed wouldn't really shake the system. And he said that the most important person was the leader, and the leader was killed. And that did not
here. I thought it was AT&T.
Really shake
no,
the system. Abbas Araghchi, in his interview with Al Jazeera, mentioned
no. It's probably the Iranian cyber attack that they've been saying is going to happen.
Several issues related to the war, the relation with the Gulf.
Yes, thank you, Etch. So, just so you guys know, I do have my stream up on Twitch as well. If you guys need to go over there.
President Pezeshkian's controversial apology to the countries of the Gulf. Besides, he also spoke about the possibilities of the end of this war and how Iran visualized the end game.
The new Congress will be in 291 days. Until then, what will happen? Mass demonstrations to start with. Oh, yeah, there's a huge No Kings protest scheduled for the 28th. You're going to see that on the news, maybe. They barely cover these things, even though it's... Dude, there had to be at least 1 million people in the city, the last one. Like, I have already started looking into going to the burbs because I kind of don't want to get bogged down in that shit, and I kind of want to get out of the city for the entire day. So yeah, I'm just looking at where to go. I'm between Elgin, there's Algonquin, and then there is also a Crystal Lake. But Algonquin and Crystal Lake, I already did that one, but when I did, I was able to go from Algonquin to Crystal Lake. So we'll see. All right. Actually, I'm glad that you asked about the Bibi Netanyahu thing. Let's just do this. Here we go. Let's talk about it.
Telling you right now, that mother back there is not real.
No.
No. Fucking cardboard. Oh, man. Oh, stop with your... We get it, man. Can you, like, be less douchey with the intro? Like, goddamn, nobody cares about it. Who actually watching this? Like, do you like this kind of stuff? Because this is gay as fuck. Like, this is for, like, you know... If you, want to hit up your boy here and just be like, man, I really like how you ripped that bar, and also how I like seeing your biceps flex. It's like, dude...
Welcome back to the channel.
Know your fucking audience, bro.
Everybody, and today, of course, we have to talk about the #1 most trending story in the world right now, and that is where...
Funny that the No Kings protest was so urgent they waited till spring. Yeah, that's how that works.
In the world...
They wanted people to be able to participate because, yeah. But here's the thing. Even the Indivisible had a bunch of protests for Minnesota and in Chicago during the ice raids. Do you know how bad, like how good that turnout Wow, I tried to say like 4 different things at the same time. How good that turnout was, like for both, man.
Is BB, because this story has gotten
hundreds of thousands of people have come out to these protests, but yeah, we know. I already know. Every time I watch a protest, these paid protesters, blah blah blah. Even though you guys can't go out there with a simple fucking phone camera and do the thing where you're just like, "Hey, I'm here to protest. Where do I get paid?"
Incredibly bizarre as they keep putting out AI slop proof of life videos ever since he went missing about 10
Seen your shorts floating around. First time seeing you live. I subbed. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Also, awesome to know that some of my stuff's getting around.
days ago, and people,
man, being a smaller creator is kind of wild. Like, this is a journey, man. Like, it really is.
People are wondering.
Anybody that's like here before my before I hit that 10K, I got to say, I really appreciate y'all. And also just thank you, like, just for the support.
Why?
Thank you.
Why are you doing this? Is he dead? Is he wounded and recovering somewhere?
I think that he's gone.
None of us know. We're all dealing on assumptions right now. But the truth is, they are putting this slop out. And while the story is wild, it's also hilarious because, of course, the Zyocucks immediately fall for these every single time, and then the internet immediately debunks them as AI 30 minutes later.
I'm just starting out as a creator is hard.
Show you
Yes,
exactly
it is.
how each
It is, but keep with it, man. That's the biggest piece of advice I can give you is just keep with it. Try to have a consistent, like, God, what's the word I'm looking for? God, I am all over the place
as AI, including the one they put out today in the video. Then we're also going to give some of our guesses on
consistent content.
Why they're doing
Honestly,
this.
this one's actually kind of hard
to like, comment, subscribe, helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon, grab some merch. Let's jump into it and see if we can find out where in the world is old BB San Diego. So where is all the hysteria coming from? Well, again,
somebody just made a Carmen San Diego reference in chat. Do you already see this?
10 days outside of AI slop images and videos, of course. Then this image came out. I'm not even going to show the whole thing because the tube will probably, censor the video if I do, but you've all seen it.
Carmen San Diego
started really raising eyebrows. And that image, as far as we know from the actual AI software that figures these things out, has said that it's a 99.92% chance that that is a real image, unlike all the rest. We also know that his personal residence was struck right before he went missing. These are things that have happened. Then all of the AI slop proof of life videos started coming out. So let's go through those one by one and show how they've been debunked. So first one, of course, that sparked all the controversy to begin with was this video, which was obviously very clearly AI from the beginning. Had no idea how anybody thought this was real. You can see the flags are obviously fake AI
shitlib protests
generated. The lighting doesn't look correct. And then I'll show you some zoomed in.
My favorite thing that Trump did was he actually did give us like one gift when he lumped every single person that doesn't like Donald Trump in as being a radical leftist. It's made it incredibly easy on me to just be like, dude, they all think that you're already one of us. Why not? I don't know. Just caucus with us at this fucking point.
Really obvious things here. One, his hands, of course, his fingers rotate in between 6 and 5 fingers throughout the video. And then the biggest telltale sign was his mouth and teeth. So, as you can see, still framed in the video, there are times when teeth are just falling out of his head and reappearing back in his mouth. As you can see on this one, just completely missing all these teeth. And then full mouth of teeth here. The teeth don't even match. And then again, back to here, the teeth are
different. This one was egregious.
They are in different frames. Then, of course, add that to the 6 finger moments where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fingers. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I released 2 AI videos
and again,
consecutively claiming that he's like, this is proof of life.
Parts of the story is over on Twitter.
I do understand that, like, if just again, basics. If this was Iranian media, we would all be calling it out immediately. But no, American media is just like, no, that's not true. Actually, American media won't touch this with a 10-foot pole.
There is all the pro-Zionist accounts that immediately
I haven't seen a
jump
single
on these videos.
Media source go, hey, where's BB?
Goes and say, see, he's alive. And it's like, okay, maybe he's alive, but that's AI slop, and you're a fucking idiot. Then the next one that came out was an actual proof of life video that became even the most AI slop. And then, of course, in the coffee shop one, you got the dipshit Zionist accounts that immediately jumped on it, couldn't even wait 13 minutes for the internet to debunk these, and just made absolute fools out of themselves, but they keep doing it.
This one's even,
this one. So it turns out
I would argue this one's even worse because of what they found in the background.
Who's alive? He just posted a video on his X account from a coffee shop smiling, showing his 5 fingers, saying that all the claims about his death are false. And it's AI. All right, let's go through all the AI.
You mean this AI coffee? You mean the one that they just proved is AI?
The magic closing pocket on its own. You've got the full cup of coffee that doesn't spill.
Yes, AI works to make it so we don't trust any video anymore. Yes, but why do you think under the Trump administration, Sora all of a sudden got released?
For that, the cash register just, whoopsies, says it's
Trust
2020.
me. All of these fucking rich fucks want us to live in a post-truth era so they can keep fucking us. But again, keep telling me how I'm the one. I'm the traitor to the country because I just want us to be able to get a little bit more. I want us to make more money. I want us to pay less taxes. But apparently, I'm the bad guy because the only way that works is us taxing the rich. But no, can't do that. They convinced all these assholes that they're going to leave the country.
24, because of course what they did was they took
Whatever,
an old
man.
video.
Like, think about that. Every time that you say, oh, but the billionaires, if we tax them, then they're going to leave. You're paying higher taxes because of that thought process. Good for you.
And told AI to change what he said. They are so lazy. Also, being so lazy about this from his official accounts is also
expose the
super,
pedos.
super
Yes,
bizarre. And
it should be a pretty easy thing. But now they're just like, oh, the pedos are actually the Democrats, and Trump's not even in the Epstein files.
See things, of course, like his nose doesn't match, his ears doesn't match.
Yeah, we really are
lining
living
his
in
hands
idiot.
doesn't match.
No, idiocracy actually couldn't even prepare for how stupid this is.
People are in masks. It's obviously a video from a long time ago that they just had AI slop redo real quick. Okay, first let's watch this magic closing pocket. Oh, did you see that?
I mean, to be fair, I've had jackets that have really stiff pockets, so this one's not as oh, though, wait a minute. No, because I've only seen the zoomed in angle on that.
All
Okay,
right,
that
one more time
actually
so we
was a
see
little
here.
weird because it looked like it just straight up moves on the top.
And when you see it in full speed,
I don't know,
now,
'cause,
you can even see it. And
I
closes
don't know.
on itself. Well, you might say, well, there was something in this pocket blocking it, and that's what made it fold. You could probably try to do mental gymnastics around that. But by themselves, maybe, but there's just a bunch of them. Let's watch the coffee. All right, next one, coffee filled to the absolute brim, tippy top. He grabs it.
Dude, they want to self-sacrifice for Trump. It's a cult. Rational arguments don't apply anymore.
Yanks
Yep.
it towards
Matt facts.
him pretty
You were
quick.
correct.
Somehow doesn't spill a drop. Physics of that don't really make sense. Ooh, yeah. Magic coffee.
Got you on in the background.
And let's
Thanks,
zoom
mouses.
in on that for a
Appreciate
closer
that.
look. Wow, look at that amazing physics. It's all the way out of the cup and then back in the cup. Yikes. Whoops. Now, next one, the biggest red herring, which pretty much automatically showed us it was AI because AI is not going to pick up something this tiny in the frame, but the internet never loses. And as you can see, what does the cash register say here? Oh, 13 March 2024. Womp, womp, womp. All right, next big one. Obviously, his nose is completely wrong. It's not even close. When they side profile it, that nose and that nose, not the same person.
Yeah.
All right, next big one, add in the hands, because of course, that's one thing we can never change is the markings in our hands. Obviously, you can see this image now
Jesus
very
Christ.
clearly looks like
Wow.
AI when you compare it to his actual hand. And a lot of the line markers aren't there,
Yeah.
right? And this one, you got this big line marker that just doesn't exist over here. These lines are wrong. He's missing this one on this side. It's just obvious. AI is not good enough to pick that up yet. And hilariously, this is being called Coffeegate. And the
Stop with the bail
craziest
shit.
part about this story is these
There's human sacrifices for everything at this fucking point from these rich fucks.
AI slop
Stop.
videos aren't coming out from
You're using it to justify your hatred for Jews, then you're just an asshole.
random Zionist accounts on Twitter. These are coming directly from his personal accounts. Like this shitty coffee shop video is from his own account with 52 million views. And they're being so lazy about it. You would think if you wanted to pull this off, I mean, you're one of the most
Civilization's
technologically
cooked.
advanced countries in the world. You can't put together.
Do you ever think that, I'm not sure if you think this way, but do you think that the people living through World War II didn't think that? You know, there's been worse times, right?
An AI video
Jesus
better
Christ.
than
As I said, everybody's so up their own fucking ass with their self-importance.
can do on Sora AI. It's just, again, very,
God, we would benefit so much from people not thinking that there's an afterlife.
very, very bizarre. And guys, you got to understand, this is how easy
That fucking mentality, this whole oh well, in the next life it's gonna be better, so in this one I just might as well be as much of a piece of shit as I possibly can.
this shit is the fake in 2026.
I thought this was funny because this was a lot of people were just like, wow, this one's actually a little more convincing.
The exact same video just swapped in with Khomeini. And then let's add one final one here just to shore it all up.
Everyone's talking about Netanyahu in the coffee shop, but I've noticed something strange. The focus is on his fingers. In my last video, I told you to ignore these. I've actually found the coffee shop that hosted
this. It's fucking. One thing, like, I don't mind people using music, but using the same fucking music every single time that you're like, I'm making a scary video. Scary music. First one.
Posted this Netanyahu coffee debunking AI video. When I go onto their Instagram, this is when it gets odd.
Yeah, so this was made using AI.
They posted 3 photos, but we need to go back to the second one. What do you see here? There is 2 very odd things that lead me to believe these...
Jesus is coming back in 5 to 10 years, so why worry about climate change, industrial pollution, and nuclear war?
Photos.
Yeah, that's exactly the mentality that puts us in this position where he doesn't come back and then we're stuck because a bunch of assholes are just like, yeah, why not just make the world an even worse place?
Are fake.
Fucking Christ.
Look at the...
Even as an ex-Christian, this is what, like, it brings me back to being a Christian. When I was in the church, I used to listen to people like that and just be like, you're fucked in the head.
Coffee shop counter and how busy it is. Now, let's look at what this digital camera sees. It's got no bread, no objects, just a clean, straight counter. And probably even more obvious because it's available in a higher quality. Look at the fingers next to the camera. They are cropped. In fact, I would go as far to say that at the very least, this camera and person holding it has been added after the initial photo.
See, guys, you can't defeat the internet. The internet will find anything. All right, guys, and if you need a bunch of energy for you to scour through a bunch of AI slop videos, back to the video. Then again, literally today, they put out another one from his own
so
TikTok.
this one, okay, so this is where it got a little bit better because I even looked at the ring thing and it does kind of look like it's almost like a shadow kind of thing.
Count. Another proof of life video that was automatically debunked as AI again. I mean, they don't even look real, first of all. Also, why are people wearing masks? Is this COVID? Like, you guys, is that lazy? But again, I'll show you how this one was immediately debunked. All right, draw your attention to his nice little wedding ring here.
No, the thing is, most of these people that want to say that, I want to know if they're that comfortable in their beliefs to give me their routing number so when the rapture does happen, I could just, I get all their money because you know what? You're not going to need it. Your family ain't going to need it if they're believers, so come on.
Here, you're going to see some fancy...
Put your money where your mouth is on that one.
Magic tricks in this video. All right, we'll play it in full speed, and then we'll slow it down so you guys can see old David Blaine's street magic here. There's the ring. No ring. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's even... Okay, that's way worse than I thought.
And it's back.
And then it's back,
Very,
yeah.
very impressive. Let's watch it in slow-mo so we can all see the
wow,
obvious AI
that is
at
way worse than I thought.
There's the ring, and it's gone completely.
How do you get a cult to ignore genocide? Tell them it's in Revelation, and there's no point. There's no point in intervening.
And it's back. Yes, BB Copperfield just showing off a little sleight of hand street magic. Right. All right, so again, all of these have been completely debunked as AI slop, but there's a lot of theories as to what's going on, and let's take a look at some of them and see if we can figure this out. Let's see what Uncle Alex's theory is, because this is an interesting one I haven't heard anywhere else.
So the official Israeli government PR account, similar to the White House press secretary, said last night they cannot verify where Netanyahu is. There's been reports about that. That's everywhere. And then you've got this weird video that comes out that doesn't look like AI. Just looks fake on his face. We know they've been targeting the main command base that Netanyahu basically stays in. But
I'm about as right-wing as one can get, and I have no issue with taxing the rich at a higher rate and would trade the warfare state for the welfare state any day. All right, Casey, but with all due respect, okay, and honestly, man, I appreciate that. I appreciate your comment. But with all due respect, do you understand that, like, if you're truly, like, as conservative as they get, I can only guess that it's with social issues. Those social issues that you, like, care about and you think about and you might even vote on are what's preventing you from actually accomplishing that. Like, you understand that caucusing with, like, the far left at this point would get you more in terms of like a return on investment in that one.
But at the same time, that thing's got so many levels below it, it's hard to believe even a U.S. 40,000-pound bomb could get down all those levels. But I got to tell you, Netanyahu came to power and stayed in power, getting Yitzhak being killed. That's on record.
I'm sitting here as an atheist thinking, do these people even read the fucking book? No, they don't. They never do. No one that's a modern Christian reads the Bible by themselves. They go to church and then they just want it being told to them because like it's easier that way. That's why these people were so much easier to be, or like these people were so susceptible to Trump, is because they were already primed for it.
Him over there, and they want to get rid of him. The majority of the government does. So he could be dead, and if he is dead, I don't think it's the Iranians. I think it's going to end up being the Israelis, and we'll just say the Iranians did it.
Ooh, interesting
wow, that's
take. Is that
interesting
his own
take.
country did it, and they're going to blame it on Iran. I find that interesting because Alex is right. His own government hates him, and they've been trying to put him away for corruption charges. Keep in mind, he was about to go to prison, most likely, right before that event on October 7th happened. So is that what's really going on? Did they remove him? And are they going to blame it on Iran? I don't know. We add all this to the fact that he hasn't been showing up to his security
any of his
briefings
cabinet
now.
meetings.
This
Yes,
doesn't
that's the
necessarily mean
biggest
anything
one
by itself, but also,
and then they're saying
very
that
bizarre
video
he
that
is
was
just
released today was actually like an old video, just repurposed.
completely MIA. Then there's the theory that he faked his own death to avoid going to prison because, again, he's an internationally wanted war criminal and his own country has been trying to put him away for corruption charges. So maybe he's just hanging out with Big E and Charlie Kirk somewhere for all we know. Don't know. Then there's the obvious rumors that he's just KIA in general, and they're just covering it up because this would massively embolden Iran if the world found out that
Atheists often know the Bible better than people who actually practice. That's what made me an atheist, was reading the Bible by myself.
Again, schwacked the leader of...
Which when I told my doctrine teacher that I was going to do that, they told me not to, which told me, I was like, oh, why? You don't want me reading the Bible by my fucking self? That tells me something here.
Our greatest ally in this war, that would be massive for their
You
PR.
watch Valhalla, he knows what's up. Yeah, you know what? I've come to appreciate his content, even if I don't agree with him on everything.
On their side. And then you have the final option, which is the one I'm leaning towards, because when I look at that initial picture of him being pulled out of the rubble, doesn't look to me like he's
Does this guy own an actual shirt? Doubt it.
I think probably one of the highest possibilities.
Doubt it. He's got to show off his gains.
Here is that he was actually gravely wounded in a strike, but he may actually still be alive somewhere, and they're, taking care of him in an underground bunker hospital or something like that. Because again, this is very, very bizarre. At this point, you've been caught 3 times now putting out fake AI'd videos, and they've been putting out a bunch of fake images of him as well from the official accounts, which again, super bizarre. All right, because they've also been caught doing this, right? Reposting images as of 14 March 26 as proof of life when these images are from 7.
Wait, literally, my catechism teacher took my Bible when she found out I read it before confirmation. Holy shit, dude.
Years ago, as you can see here.
Yeah.
Also, super, super lazy, to my point, posting pictures from his...
One of the worst things that happened in Christianity was when they translated the Bible from Latin.
Old YouTube channel from 7 years
Every
ago
priest
as
was
proof
just like,
of life
"No!"
now. I mean, like, the internet is gonna figure these things out. And so
We are
what's
not
my final
important
take on this
anymore.
thing? I have no idea, guys.
Sorry, that was a little
I have
reductive.
no idea. I mean, if he were to be KIA, I know they wouldn't want to let that out. Could he be gravely wounded? That's what I think for now.
A
Could
lot
he
of
have faked his own
theology students just come to realize they're good stories.
His own people take
Some of them are shit stories, though.
I mean, like all of these.
Like the Book of Ruth is awful. It is one of the worst edited books in the entire Bible.
Things are potentials. Who knows? But
Holy
again,
shit, dude,
the
that's
fact
it.
that
I need some caffeine.
their own government keeps putting out fake AI slop. Yeah. Who knows? So let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Do you think he's gone? Is he wounded and hiding, recovering somewhere? Faked his own death? Give me your theories, because again, this is getting really, really weird. That's going to do it for this one. Catch you on the next video.
World order is... We're losing our hegemony.
All right, guys, for more analysis on the Iran war from a global perspective, we are joined for the first time, and I'm excited about this, by Glenn Deason. He's host of the Glenn Deason YouTube channel, which Sagar and I both watch quite routinely. He's also a professor of Russian international affairs, focuses on geoeconomics, conservatism, and the Greater Eurasia Initiative. Great to see you, Glenn.
Good to see you.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm a great fan of both of you.
Well, thank you. It's certainly mutual. I just want to start with your top line view of this war, what it's about, and how it's going so far.
Well, I think it was quite evident that this war was always about regime change. And I think what we often underestimated was that regime change in Iran might also entail the destruction or balkanization of Iran. And I think this is quite evident because when everyone speaks of regime change, there is no replacement government in the rear, which can simply be put in with legitimacy. So either this would have to be, the Shah 2.0, rule with brutality, or the country would then just disintegrate into civil war between different factions. So I see this. I think this is important because it explains that this is not just a threat to the government of Iran, but also the country. So once Iran sees this an existential threat, it shouldn't be any surprise that it reacts in this way, which is why many of my guests, both Americans and Iranians on the podcast, kind of predicted this well before the invasion, that if they're attacked, they will close the Strait of Hormuz rather quickly and just begin to attack all American bases in the entire region because this is a fight for survival. And I think this is one thing we left out when we sold this war as simply being about helping protester and liberating girls, because if this was simply the case, the Iranians wouldn't see this as an existential threat and they wouldn't respond in this way.
Right.
So I think this is just escalating more and more, and we're getting into some very dangerous territory, especially with the potential of the destruction of Karg Island. I think that's when all bets are off.
Glenn, I'm really curious, actually, for your view of the bigger geopolitical implications. So obviously, you're an expert with Russia and with Ukraine. You've been analyzing this war now for years. Now, we have watched, actually, oil climb to high prices. The Kremlin has been able to get some sanctions taken off their oil. They're massively enriching their war machine. I just saw that I think it's the Belgian prime minister came out yesterday and said maybe we should normalize relations with Russia. This is already having huge ripple effects across the globe. Tell us how you see that.
Well, this is part of the problem with the Iran war. That is, for 4 years, we tried to knock out Russia from the ranks of great powers, and it failed.
Right.
And especially when Trump took over a year ago, if we couldn't do it with the Americans, we can't do it without them. And nonetheless, the Europeans tried to keep it going. So the U.S. is still involved, of course, with the intelligence, the targeting, logistics, also selling the weapons instead of necessarily providing them for free. But the idea for Europe was, if we just keep it going for a bit longer, then perhaps something would happen in Russia. Now, of course, the Iran war has major implications for the Ukraine war. The Ukraine war was already going very poorly. That is, there's a massive manpower shortage. So the Ukrainians don't have enough men. The U.S. doesn't have that much weapon to send anymore. So it's a weapon shortage. And also there's an economic problem. So you end up with this situation where the Europeans want to buy weapons with money they don't have to buy American weapons, which don't exist, to arm Ukrainian soldiers, which are, also don't exist anymore.
Nothing worse than when you pour fresh tea and it's just so fucking hot.
So it was always a huge problem. But now, of course, with the Iran war also entering, then there's even less weapons coming from the US, and the Europeans, the energy prices are now going from bad to worse, and they're preparing themselves for a complete economic meltdown. So it's not ideal to keep this war going. So I think there's some voices now who would like to see an end to the war.
Very nice mug. Hell
yeah. The problem is
that
the Europeans lock themselves into narratives of
thank you for that.
of simply an opportunistic Russia.
Flavored tea, old man. Earl Grey, hot.
Russia wanting territory. They never recognized that this was an existential threat for Russia, which meant every time we escalated, the Russians would just respond in turn. So it's a little bit like the problem with Iran. We don't recognize the security concerns of our opponents, so we misjudge their policies.
Yes, that's exactly what that is. Yeah.
One of the rationales that has been offered sort of after the fact of why this war is happening, why this war is actually a smart strategic play for the U.S.
Make it so.
Is that since China gets a lot of their oil for Iran, this is going to be damaging to China. What do you think is the Chinese perspective of the Iran war and the likely impact on that country?
Nice. I got chamomile upstairs.
They do get oil from Iran, so they don't care for any disruptions. And of course, if the US
every
will be
Saturday.
successful in regime change,
yeah, me and my wife have gone through every episode that he's ever produced.
Iran, either put in a government loyal to the US or the country disintegrates or turns into chaos, it would be bad for Iran.
What are you doing?
Sorry, for China. But you can also go the other way. That is, if the United States now fails in this war, which seems more likely that it will, and part of the objectives of the Iranians is to expel the Americans from the regions. That is to not just destroy bases, but also make the Gulf states reach the conclusion that they will have more security without hosting U.S. bases. Then suddenly, the U.S. is no longer a key security provider in the Middle East. If it's not a key security provider, then some of the foundation of the petrodollar goes away. Why would they still then trade only in dollars, especially when they have new economic centers of power? And then
Trump said that the U.S. spent $400 billion on Ukraine. It's less than half that. All his numbers are BS. He just doubles them, and he calls it sarcasm because he doesn't know the.
If all of these petrodollars aren't recycled into the U.S., what would happen with the AI tech bubble, which is in direct competition with the AI competition with the Chinese. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong for the United States in this competition with China. But of course, if the US could seize control over these natural resources, again, this was very openly an objective in Venezuela to take control of it, make sure they don't link themselves too closely to Russia and China, but also in the Middle East, as Lindsey Graham suggested. We're going to make a ton of money here. And obviously from the energy going to, well, whoever America wants to go to.
Lyle Pigs describes that everything.
So there is a lot more of a great
James Zeller
power politics play going on here. And I think this is all, this is what ties the competition.
Sorry to see
with
about
China,
your wife.
Iran.
I suffer from the same affliction myself now. It sucks big time. Typicton. I appreciate the well wishes for my wife, and I'm really sorry that you're going through that, man.
In Russia, we're living in a very historical time. We're seeing the end of the hegemonic era, which was established after the Cold War, and we're now seeing this transition into
she's halfway through her second treatments, colorectal cancer.
Polarity, and at the moment it's being pulled
Bring
in
out
both
the bag
directions,
and the Cheetos and the chopsticks.
A source of some of the more
I'll need a snack here in a little bit.
parts of our conflicts now.
One of the things I'm interested in, Glenn, here is to think, we've talked here about China, but I'm also curious for your view as to how this will play out in terms of history. And so you talked there about the end of the hegemonic era. We talked to Yanis Varoufakis earlier, and he said, I would be hesitant to say that this would be the immediate death.
How's she enjoying being home? She loves it.
Of the American empire.
The animals, that's why you haven't seen much of Stan on stream the last 2 days, is because he's just been up there with her.
And compare it, let's say, to a Suez moment for the British. However, as I said, even at the time
by
of
the
Suez...
way, guys, we're going to be going to election coverage after this. Actually, we should have two.
Because nobody was like, this is the end of the British Empire. It's only in retrospect that we're able to look back and to see that. If you had that lens on and you were looking with the Iran crisis, but all of these other things, what would the specific timeline and events that you would look for to say definitively this was the beginning of the end?
Well, I also don't.
The same exact thing I have. Make sure she keeps eating as much as possible. It helps keep her through chemo. She had a really bad go through the first round where she lost a ton of weight. She could not get her appetite going. But now, since we're in the second part, she's in chemo radiation. Her appetite has been just fine.
I wouldn't to go for it.
So yeah, no, she's been eating a lot, and I've been making sure that she's taken care of.
Comparison because
Pep, did I vote? Did you vote for Kat? Yes, I did.
Britain had very different fundamentals.
You guys can take solace in that I made the decision. I just hope that I'm happy with that decision when the time comes, or like when if she wins.
States, the U.S. is a massive.
I just, as I said, I'm a little bit worried that she could Fetterman me because she positioned herself to be too perfect, and then when it actually came down to facing critique, she was not good at it.
Massive power,
and it turns out that she was actually blatantly misappropriating her position as a poor person.
It will remain so, even if it's economy
peanut butter helped with his weight.
Begin
nice.
to collapse. It's
she got sick of peanut butter pretty quick.
It's gonna recover. It's gonna be a key player. So I wouldn't dismiss it as simply disappearing. Britain could disappear, but that's not the case with the United States. But I think it's a longer transition, and it's worth keeping in mind what the world order signifies. That is, what are the basic rules, which depends on how security is created. when you have the international system with all these large powers competing against each other, then the question is what creates security? Well, usually it would be a pursuit of indivisible security, because if countries compete, that is, if United States builds some missiles, that's security for US, but insecurity for China, and then China will respond, and we end up in this security competition. So usually peace is created if you recognize the security.
Why do we keep voting for broken promises? Out of everybody in this race right now that has the possibility of winning, she's the only one that is not taking APAC money, and she's the one that's technically the far left.
The concerns of your opponents, and you
so yeah, I want to see progressive policies instituted. Let's see if they help people. You know, the one thing that I can't stand is the amount of Americans that are just like, socialism won't work. It's like, we've never tried it. We've never tried it. And the few times that we have instituted something very close, that's when we were at our most prosperous as a nation. That's when we could be very proud to be Americans, because we were taking care of our own.
Elevate the common security, that is indivisible security. Well, after the Cold War, there was only one.
What does it matter if she's poor as long? It's the fact that she LARPed as one. She literally said, like, oh, I'm a renter. I understand, you know, what it means to be poor. It's like, no, you don't.
Central power.
No, you don't. No, after enough people did enough digging, she came from a very affluent family. Like, dude, a $3 million house, that's in Texas?
And the U.S.
Like, come on, man.
Promoted a different...
no, she went to a private school. She has had all the opportunities, like, essentially... not almost handed to her.
The security, which was,
you know,
the hegemonic.
And then on top of it, she didn't lie, but she totally buried the fact that she's dating the guy who owns the Onion.
Peace, which means you don't have to take into consideration other centers of power. You only have one power, which dominates. And indeed, the more the U.S. can dominate, the less any other countries, even coalitions, could aspire to challenge the U.S.
But if she loses, then the thing is, I'll understand if she loses.
Security.
I know exactly what she did wrong.
The liberal hegemon. One center of power, there's no more great power rivalry, and that hegemon is a liberal democracy, so it will try to transcend some of the uglier parts of former politics, so elevate the role of democracy and human rights. This was the main idea. It would be a benign hegemon. But of course, the key problem is over time, the hegemon will always exhaust itself. As we've seen, it's more debt, and also
so much better.
It depends on keeping other powers down. So eventually other centers of power would then...
For Illinois governor, senator. I might be running for the Illinois 58th, the next election cycle.
To work together to balance the U.S. So you see institutions such as BRICS. Like, why would...
It turns out that there was one specific position, within my district that wouldn't dox me. So I was kind of like, okay.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and Iran, all these other countries suddenly have...
I kind of use this election cycle and like the primaries to kind of gauge what was open. There's a few county positions that are open that I'm looking into, and then there was one specific one that it's a district position in the state government.
Commonality. Well, of course, they want a different economic architecture, but they also want to balance hegemonic.
We're talking about Kat Abou-Ghazaleh.
Aspirations of the United States. So I think these are the wider trends happening, and what I would look for would be some of the key.
If anybody wants one of these, I have like 8 of them. I can send them out to you guys.
We had, for example, the attempt to break China. This was a key part of this.
So just let me know.
Of trying to restore hegemony, but it doesn't work. The Chinese are not just an industrial power; they're also an high-tech power. If anything, they can.
I'm on X and I'm on Blue Sky.
Use their AI more to be implemented within industrial capacity, so they have more ability to make some revenue of their AI. We saw then with Russia, the objective under the Biden administration was to use the Ukrainians to try to knock out Russia, and then the US could focus on China. It didn't work, so Trump then instead tried to get Russia on our side of the ledger by improving relations, and to some extent the same applies for Iran. The assumption, if you can knock out
bringing in a new fucking meaning for the Green New Deal. Hell yeah.
Not an important player at the southern end of the Eurasian continent. The problem is all of this tends to backfire. That is if one goes after Russia, it will align itself closer with China. Now, the attempt to defeat the Iranians, they will link themselves closer to both Russia and China. And ideally, at some point, I think the United States will reach the conclusion what many people thought was America first, which is if the US just pulls back a bit, just aspire to be one among many great powers, it will be able to restore its domestic strength. And suddenly, if it doesn't have that big footprint on the Eurasian continent, then the Europeans, the Russians, the Iranians, the Chinese will begin soft balancing each other at least. But we're not quite there yet. I think there's still this efforts by the United States to restore its hegemony. But I think that the defeat in the Ukraine war and now likely defeat in the Iran war will more or less put an end to this.
My last question for you, Glenn, is we had Trita Parsi on, and he said, from the Israeli perspective, they feel that this war is going great, that this is all going exactly the way that they want it to go. They finally succeeded in getting the U.S. president to launch the war they've been pushing for years and years. Of course, blame still lies with Trump, but no doubt Netanyahu and others allied with him were making the case, and that ended up being persuasive to Trump. Do you view it that way, and how do you see the interests of Israel diverging from the interests of the United States?
Well, the Israelis aren't.
Can I be your secretary of keeping it real?
Different from the Europeans in this regard, because the Europeans also think that what's missing with the United States is not the capabilities. They still believe the United States has this infinite resources and capabilities to essentially defeat whoever they want. So
yeah, well, name recognition is half the battle. Like, you do understand that you can't just win an election without having any name recognition, and this is where Kat did. She did well on this part, where she did get the name recognition out there. She joined early. She got the youth on her side, and then she showed up. She ended up on the news with the ICE protests. And this is what kind of got me to really want to support her in the first place, where she seemed really, really authentic. But the more time that went by, and then having personal experiences with her, where I was just like, okay, like I think that everybody knows that like, about this dead horse, right? Where she blew off this show. Even with that, I put my personal grievances aside and still was able to vote for her because I think that she is the better candidate, okay?
So the Europeans wanted simply, if America, we can bring them back into the war against Russia, then more directly, then we will win.
One thing I have to say is that there will never be a perfect politician, and people need to kind of adjust their expectations a little bit.
It's more or less thought the same. That is,
because that's what incentivizes these people to lie and try to portray themselves as being the most perfect version of themselves. That's why I don't like Kat, is the fact that she didn't show enough vulnerability to take criticism, and also the few times that she was directly questioned about stuff. She either she ran from the question, she pivoted, she pulled some Trump Republican bullshit, and I don't like it.
Get the United States to it.
When I said we need to use Republican tactics, I was talking specifically about how if the New Kings movement, if we could call it that, the New Kings movement needs to take over the Democratic Party, just the exact same way that MAGA took over the GOP.
Attack Iran. Yes, it might not succeed with the regime change, but
they're very adverse to fucking winning and understanding anything from the art of war, which again, that has been proven to kind of work.
In another long war, over time, the Iranians will be weakened. And
Pinkerbell, yes, YouTube is skipping for me. I'm having this issue just on my stream, but also I have another stream going right now. It's happening there.
Hopefully, the government can
I wanted
be
to make sure that it wasn't just me.
Possibly the country could be balkanized. So getting finally a U.S. president after all these years, and they have talked about this war for many decades now, there's this opportunity to, as long as the U.S. kept in the war, that they can knock out Iran eventually. Maybe not now, maybe in 5 years. But I guess here's where Israel and the U.S. begin to diverge. That is, it's not in United States' interest.
Desktop is smooth for you,
especially
YouTube.
This critical time in history,
it's mostly
because,
phone.
As I said, the world is becoming multipolar. That's just a reality in terms of the international distribution of power, which means the U.S. has to make priorities.
Art of War is a must-read. I read it pretty much once a year.
Priorities, as the national security strategy outlined, is to focus on the Western Hemisphere and East Asia. That's where America's peer competitor is, which means if you pivot
it's always good to remind you. So you guys might laugh at me. Fine, I don't care. I read it for a totally different reason. It's not to get politically ready for anything. It's not for any of any political planning. It's for planning my Warhammer games and just making sure that I understand to keep it,
somewhere. You have to pivot away from somewhere, and that would be pivot away from Europe.
keep it nuanced and grounded, and just go to the tried and true things that work, and understanding your opponent. Like, for instance, in Warhammer, when I play an opponent that just, like, they have a really good strategy, I will implement their strategy. I am not above that. Like, oh, you're copying me? It's like, yeah, well, it worked.
The Middle East. And this is the key problem. This is why Trump has made a mistake, because the longer he remains in Europe,
there's nothing worse than playing somebody that uses the same exact strategy over and over and over again, and then they get mad that they lose.
Resources, but it also
like that.
pushes the Russians further to China. And also in the Middle East, the longer it stays in Iran, the more it's going to divert its focus away from East Asia.
AKA
Indeed,
common sense, but common sense ain't common.
To pull out its THAAD missiles and Patriots from South Korea.
Well, no, pride. There's also a pride aspect, because so you got beaten. You don't want to even acknowledge that your opponent was better than you, so you're just like, no, there must have been a fluke. Like, those are the...
Yeah, to send
that's
to the
usually
Middle
what
East.
keeps you from
the
growing.
The whole point of pivoting to Asia was that
Magic player here since 1993. Holy shit! I just recently got into it with the Final Fantasy Commander decks.
Were supposed to be pulled out of Europe and the Middle East and sent to East Asia. So
I don't think I've ever played like just a normal Magic game. I only play Commander right now.
We're seeing everything going in reverse, and this was not in the strategic interest
Final Fantasy
of Trump. This is not what the security strategy indicated. They were supposed to do the opposite, but now, of course, 1 year later, the U.S. is still involved in the war
Warrior
in
of
Europe,
Light,
and they're also now doubling down in the Middle East. So I think this is a strategic mistake for the United States. The fact that they most likely won't win this either makes it even worse. So no, I think you're going to see this expressed more now in terms of divergence in the U.S., how they view Israel. What is America first? Is it the partnership with Israel or putting America before Israel? I think you're going to see more splits there now, and that's reflected in how the strategic interest of America is changing.
Absolutely. Glenn, you are such a great guest. We can't wait to have you back.
Very true, Pep. Ego destroys collaborative innovation. Yep.
And everybody...
Nice. Tiny Leader is pretty challenging because of its limitations.
Go subscribe to Glenn's channel. He does such incredible interviews. We're going to have a link down.
That's why I like playing as Cloud, because he has a really good move where you can equip any equipment to him for free when he comes onto the field.
The description, and we really hope that people will go watch his content as well. So thank you very much, Glenn. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
All right. Trump panicking as he's losing war. Whoa. Catastrophic. Whoa. Somebody copied someone. Who copied whose homework? Yeah, we'll go with Kyle's.
All right,
report.
so there's
Let's
this
go.
wealthy asshole by the name of David Sachs, or as I call him, David Ballsacks. And Mr. David Ballsacks is a Trump sycophant. In fact, I believe I think he's a regime insider. I think he's like a Trump crypto czar or something like that. And so, if I'm not mistaken, there were stories early on in the regime about how he was involved in all sorts of corrupt dealings and whatnot, as virtually everybody around Trump is involved in that sort of thing, right? Like, everybody knows that.
Kyle's so mature.
Well, anyway, so this guy was on his podcast, the All In podcast. And, man,
I think that's why we vibe.
Say stuff here that's shocking.
Or would vibe.
And he's going to say stuff here that should,
I don't
be
know.
chilling.
He might, Kyle's the one that I'm convinced he would either, straight up hate me or we would be good friends.
Should be chilling. Absolutely chilling.
He's one of those guys that I have played that game where I'm just
to your bones. Is that a thing? I like how the brain just stopped working mid-sentence. Scare you to your bones? The fuck is that? You get the point, though. Watch this. Listen.
Hey, we're all there. I don't know what it is this week, but man.
Look, we've degraded Iranian capabilities massively. Their army, navy, air force all been destroyed. This is a good time to declare victory and get out. And that is clearly what the markets would like to see. You are seeing, however, a faction of people, I'd say largely, but not exclusively in the Republican Party, who want to escalate the war and who are calling for things like ground troops or regime change, or they simply want the pounding of Iran to just keep going on and on. I saw an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal.
This guy believes the original 9/11 Commission report.
To that effect, that we shouldn't try and find.
Are you talking about me?
Find it off Iran. We should just keep going with this. And I just want to lay out, I think, some of the risks of what.
No, I'm not exactly a truther, but
could entail. So first of all, we're all seeing
wasn't
that
exactly what I
the
would
Straits
call,
of Hormuz
like,
are closed right now. We don't want that to persist longer than it has to. But there are actually worse outcomes than that. So if the Iranians get hit, if their oil and gas infrastructure gets hit, they've already said they're going to engage in tit-for-tat retaliation against the Gulf states. And we saw there was recently the Iranians blew up this giant oil depot in Oman. You saw some of those images. They could continue to target the oil and gas infrastructure across the Gulf states.
Going live.
And if that happens, it won't really matter if the straits get reopened because you won't be able to restart oil and gas production in the Middle East.
Now, by the way, stop and think about it. We've already had a little bit of an exchange when it comes to the desalination plants. First, the Axis of Epstein attacked an Iranian desalination plant. Well, guess what? They're not as reliant on it as the Gulf Arab states are. Then Iran.
Why are you even here? I bet you are college educated. Do you even have do you have a job? I believe you work at a gas station, but part-time.
Little warning back, hit one of their desalination plants.
What would be wrong with that? What would be wrong if I worked in a grocery store, a gas station, a fast food establishment? Are you one of those assholes that likes to denigrate work, like any work, and the people that kept you alive during one of the worst fucking times in this country? I can't stand people like that. Oh my God, I hate people like you.
But it
like if you mean that.
Wasn't like they didn't go full.
Like, that's fucked up, man.
Psycho mode. Okay, they didn't go like totally insane. Let's actually destroy.
No.
All the desalination plants. It was just like a little tit for tat,
no.
But a little warning of like, hey, you fuck with our desalination plant, we're gonna come after you too. So you already have that. That'd be a nightmare scenario.
College educated, and I have a better job than that.
If you wipe out the desalination plants for the Gulf Arab states, I'm not kidding when I say those countries would immediately stop existing because you need to empty out the Middle East because you can't survive.
Think it's a coincidence that Dick Cheney was former CEO of Hell? No.
Have enough water to survive.
No, that's why I got used to this type of corruption before Trump even got here.
To support the populations. So it would be a massive refugee crisis, the likes of which we've never seen.
It's crazy that some people just assume if you have a stream, then you have no job. Yeah, like passion. What's that?
It would make this.
What's passion? What's a hobby?
Syrian refugee crisis.
I don't know.
Just look like nothing. It'd make the Iraqi refugee crisis look like nothing. Okay? So you have that to worry about. And to his point, they're hitting like some oil infrastructure, but it's like the transitionary oil infrastructure.
I'm too old
if they
to
start
serve this
bombing
country
the fucking
now,
like oil
based on their
fields,
metrics.
dog, oh my God. Then as he's saying, it doesn't matter if you open the Strait of Hormuz because where are you getting the fucking oil from? All the oil infrastructure is gonzo, right? Just like Saudi Aramco, one of their things got hit. And the speculation was that actually wasn't Iran. That was Israel trying to get Saudi to blame Iran and drag them in to physically fight in the war too. That was the speculation around that. But that's another one where if they really were to unleash, like there are basically nuclear options that are non-nuclear here on the table for everybody, right? Hitting the desalination plants and hitting like the entire Saudi Aramco facility and hitting the oil fields. And you could basically, it's like a suicide pact where Iran says, look, if we feel like...
All right. It's on. Let's go.
In the marquee race of the evening, that is the Democratic primary for the United States Senate. It is an open seat being vacated by Democrat Dick Durbin. The three leading Democrats you see right there, of course, Illinois being a blue state, the winner of this primary tonight is overwhelmingly expected to become the next United States Senator from Illinois. We will be keeping an eye on
tell me they're going to have the music the entire time tonight.
But it is just one of several competitive contests and consequential contests we're going to be monitoring, we're going to be tracking. You see here some of the marquee House races tonight. Illinois' 2nd District. The headline there, Jesse Jackson Jr., just weeks after his father, the civil rights leader's passing at the age
disparaging any work is loser behavior.
of 84. He attempts a political comeback.
No, this is somebody that barely makes over like $60K a year and thinks that they're somehow better than their neighbors. Like, dude, I can't stand cunts like that where they're just like, oh, you know what? At least I have a little bit nicer of a house and a car than this person, and that makes me feel a little bit better about myself that I'm not right at the bottom. At least I'm better.
Jackson Jr.
Fuck you.
Had left the House in scandal in 2012. 14 years later, he is seeking to win back the congressional seat that he once represented.
If you're in the 2%, that means you make enough money to fucking donate to the stream to shut me the fuck up right now. So $420 in that account right now. Otherwise, you're a lying sack of shit. You're not part of the 2%.
Swear in Cook County, in Chicago, in the Chicago suburbs, the race for the 7th congressional district in Illinois. This is a seat being vacated by Danny Davis. Danny Davis has been in the House for nearly 30 years. And again, overwhelmingly
I always love these guys that talk like they have fucking such like burnable income, but they're just
Davis
like,
in the House, in the 8th district here. This is a congressional seat being vacated by Raja Krishnamurthy as he runs for the United States Senate. Another comeback attempt, Melissa Bean. Do you remember that name? She was in the House from 2004 until 2010. She was thrown out in the Republican wave of 2010 because she get her seat back 16 years later. And this one has gotten a lot of national attention. This is the far north side of Chicago, Evanston, into those suburbs, a fair way into the suburbs, I should say here. The 9th Congressional District of Illinois, again, a strongly Democratic seat represented since 1998 by Jan Schakowsky. She is retiring. This is the closely watched and heavily funded primary to replace her. So those are 4 House races we're going to be keeping an eye on. And there are others, too. Illinois, as you can see, is a big state. So I'm going to make my way over now to what really is going to be our nerve center in this studio. So I had to start over there because if there's a giant board or a giant wall in the studio, I'm like magnetically drawn to it. So I wanted to start over there, show you some of the fun display monitors and things that we have in here. But most of the night, I'm going to spend right here. You know this well. We're going to have all the results sort of populating in here. You see 102 counties in Illinois. We don't have any results in any of them yet. I'm going to explain in a minute what we expect tonight. I'll give you a warning. This could be a bit of a slow night as these things go. And of course, through it all, I'm going to be joined on the journey tonight. All of us are going to be joined by the one, the only, Adam Naboa. Adam, how you doing?
Hey, happy election night, Steve.
Happy primary night to you, Adam. And Adam, tonight, I've also asked folks on social media today, as I say, it might be a little slow with some of the returns tonight. We really are not quite sure. But one thing you're going to be keeping an eye on, in addition to all the results, we put too much on you, I know. I've asked folks, use the chat, use the YouTube chat, share their reactions to results, thoughts they have about tonight, about the midterms. I say anything. It's Illinois. Tell me something about Illinois.
Maybe go call one of them and stop being weird in here after telling us, I have a lot of grandkids that love America. You need a shower.
That I don't know that you think is neat, so maybe you'll keep an eye on that for us, too.
Yeah, leave some comments in the chat. I'll be monitoring and leave some questions, and maybe we'll get to them tonight.
All right, so we're going to try to get you guys involved. I say you, as I should look at you as I say that. By the way, we just got our first results of the night. Take a look. This is in the Senate race right here. This is from St. Clair County. We are down really in the right outside the city of St. Louis on the Illinois side here.
And beat Roger,
we've got a third of the vote. This is one of the bigger counties you're going to get in downstate Illinois.
Are we going to get a subscribe and hit the bell from Kornacki?
Going to come out of
you'll get it from me. Subscribe and hit the bell.
Chicago, the Chicagoland area. But one of the bigger counties downstate, especially when you get far downstate here, is St. Clair County. East St. Louis is here. Of course, East St. Louis used to be a pretty good-sized city. It really has dwindled in size, but the county still is about 250,000 people here. It has
That's what happens when your whole entire fucking town gets decimated by a fucking tornado.
Concentrations of black residents of any county in Illinois. And so you see here the Lieutenant Governor, Juliana Stratton, leading Raja Krishnamurthy by 4 points here, again, with about a third of the vote counted.
Juliana.
Robin Kelly, the third major candidate here, Congresswoman, running a very distant third. Now,
Steve?
Yes.
One other flag here coming up in a minute. We'll do a hit with News Now, and they're going to join us with the first results here.
Got it. Okay, so folks, if you've been watching this, you know News Now, our streaming channel, is doing it. They're in their live show right now. We're going to check in with them throughout the night. They want to come to me in about a minute. You're going to get to watch that. So I'm going to sort of set the lay of the land with them a bit when I come back. We'll talk more about this. I'll just say again in the 30 seconds or so before we got to go do that hit.
By the way, I'm not going to be staying on the Kornacki cam.
All of the candidates have ties right down to Stratton. The lieutenant does lead Krishnamurthy here, but I think it's an interesting result because it shows those two candidates here. When you get well outside of where most of the votes are going to come from, those two candidates so clearly separated from the third candidate, Congresswoman Robin Kelly. So again, I think there was a sense here in the days leading up to this vote, Gotti, that this race perhaps was becoming more of a two-way race than a three-way race. At least in this one initial result, that might be something. There might be something to that.
It's so interesting, and so interesting to hear all of the money that has been spent in this race. Again, it is a low turnout, expected to be somewhat of a relatively low turnout primary, and yet one that has implications that are so big. And yet, when we hear low turnout, like how many votes are we expecting today, and how soon could
How's
things
Illinois
get called?
looking? They just start. The polls
I think
closed
one of the
at 7,
things here,
literally 7 minutes ago.
I say here, Illinois is one of the tends to be one of the
St. Louis
slower
because it's a very
counting
small
states.
town.
We're keep an open mind here. We're always hoping with these things they get a little bit faster as they go along. But in terms of fully knowing how many votes were cast here and what the turnout looks like,
he's had some
we
coffees.
might not have a good sense of that until tomorrow, until a few days from now. I think what we're hoping for tonight, though, is that you get enough of the vote in that it becomes clear who's going to win these races.
Welcome
This
to the stream,
race,
man.
obviously, this Democratic race
First
for the
time
U.S.
chatter.
Senate.
Appreciate having you
Whoever
here, man.
wins this, given how blue Illinois is, the overwhelming favorite to win the Senate seat in November. Also, a number of congressional races here throughout the state. Again, we hope tonight that there's enough result that it's clear who's going to win those races, even though it does sometimes take them. It can take them days to count all the votes in Illinois.
Yeah.
Honestly, and we'll be watching you
in the northern
days
counties,
then.
like
Steve
by
Kornacki.
me, in like the upper Chicago counties, they're talking this could not be called until fucking Thursday, Friday.
Thank you so very much. Got it.
But we'll see. We'll see.
All right. So again, we'll check in throughout the night. Always fun to join Gotti and appreciate them humoring us with
I will be
balancing
joining
it with this.
in
so
the
again,
cheersing
I
you
just
guys,
want to
though,
talk
in
a
a
little
little
bit
bit.
about the result we have here. And again,
Did you ever serve your country?
You
No.
heard me there saying Illinois can be a bit slow
I did
with
not
the
go
vote
into the
counting. That can
military during the
especially be
fucking Bush
true,
administration's
in
fucking
Cook County,
fake war.
where Chicago is, the city of Chicago and the suburbs outside of Cook County.
I wasn't gonna die for some fucking capital.
So let's maybe just tell you a little bit here, big picture about the sort of the lay of the land statewide and how this one initial result maybe fits into that a little bit here. So again, the three main candidates, if you're watching this, you probably know Raja Krishnamurthy, Congressman. All three candidates really have their political base right in and outside Chicago. Krishnamurthy represents a district that's based in the northwest suburbs of Chicago. Robin Kelly is a congresswoman whose district, really is rooted here sort of in the south side of Chicago and then down into the Cook County suburbs. But really, we're talking about this part of the state right here. Krishnamurthy sort of represents a district about right here. Kelly's district, it actually stretches pretty far south because Illinois is a very gerrymandered state. Some of these districts are very funny, but most of the population in Kelly's district is right here. So basically,
that's why I made a comment about
Kelly,
this. I was talking to
this is
somebody that
Krishnamurthy's district,
is local
okay?
here, and
then
asked about
Stratton is
Barrington
the
Hills.
lieutenant
I was just
governor.
like,
Okay, so
it's got to be.
She's a statewide figure that way. But before she was the lieutenant governor, she was a member of the Illinois state legislature, and her district was in the city of Chicago. So again, all three with their political roots right there. Now, look at it this way. Let me reset this. Cook County right here, where Chicago is. Cook County has 5.2 million residents. Okay, this is one of the largest counties in the United States. It would be larger than like 28 states out there. Okay, so it's more than 5 million people.
What do you mean the land don't vote?
Cook County. Now the population is basically split in half in Cook County between Chicago, right, and between its suburbs. Okay. Now in the Democratic primary, though, there's more that's going to come out of the city of Chicago. The city of Chicago is just overwhelmingly Democratic. The suburbs are Democratic, but not as Democratic. So more of the vote is going to come from Cook County, is going to come from Chicago tonight than from the burbs. But look, this state is massive, right? There are 102 counties here. Probably 35% of all the votes that are cast in this Democratic primary for U.S. Senate tonight are going to come from the city of Chicago. Right? So just part of Cook County that I circled right there. A third of the vote or more is going to come from that city. The suburban portion of Cook County, okay, you're still in that county, but you're not in the city of Chicago, that's probably going to produce a quarter of the vote statewide tonight, right? 25%.
Makes sense.
So I think between just Chicago and its immediate inner suburbs in Cook County, you're looking at about 60% of the vote. I see we got one more result that just came in here. We'll take a look at this in a minute here, but I want to just set the lay of the land before we get into it. Don't worry, we're not missing anything that's going to settle the election on the spot right here. And in fact, if we go through this, you might appreciate the rest of it a little bit more. Now, take a look at the collar counties that are right outside Chicago, okay? There are 5 counties that actually abut Cook County, right? 1, 2,
One
3,
we're watching is Juliana Stratton at
4,
the
5.
top there,
There's
and then we have
20% more of the vote is going to come out of the collar counties that are just outside of Cook County. So 80% of the vote tonight. All right. We think 8 out of 10 votes are going to come either from Cook County or from one of the 5 collar counties that abut Cook County. All right. The rest of the state.
I keep this available right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to finish. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to watch this Piers Morgan thing. Fuck it. Let's do that. I don't care about that. I don't care about this. There we go. Let's do this. And as we start getting some more updates, I will cut to the Kornacki cam to give you guys the breakdown.
It may be that Netanyahu has taken America into something where he is quite comfortable about this going on for a long period of time, but it won't suit the American national interest.
What we see after 17 days of war is the regime is now more powerful than it was. In fact, Iran has just achieved control of the Straits of Hormuz. This is a catastrophic failure.
The United States has substantially reduced Iranian military capability.
This has been the consistent action of Israel because they don't target, they destroy.
Some of us might think if you care that much about what's happening on the streets in Tehran, you might want to go and do the same thing for the people of Tehran on the streets you do here.
I find it very offensive.
Okay, look, you find my question offensive, and I find your support for the Iranian regime equally offensive, if not more so. So we're both going to have to end this interview offended. One of the single biggest arguments against war, besides the cost in dollars and in lives, is the chaos of unintended consequences. Big changes happen fast, and sometimes things are never the same again. President Trump was quick to dismiss America's allies, none more so than Keir Starmer in the UK, by saying he didn't need our help. He's now demanding help from the UK and NATO to help secure the Strait of Hormuz, warning the alliance faces a very bad future if it doesn't comply.
Now, it would have been nice, as they said to the Prime Minister of the UK, who sort of was reluctant to
Yes, I have heard the rumors that Netanyahu is possibly passed, and that
that would be 2 weeks ago.
The videos of him that prove his he is not dead.
Everybody knows. He said, we'd like to send our aircraft carriers. I said, I don't want them after we win the war. I want them before we start the war. So whether it's whether we get support or not, but I can say this, and I said it to them, we will remember.
Well, Trump's flip on NATO is not the only irony here. Far from being swept away in a revolution, the Iranian regime is now making side deals with India and China over safe passage for their oil.
Proof
the
of
US
my
is
ass,
sending multi-billion-dollar naval vessels to fire $3 million missiles at $300 Iranian drones. And the US
$300
is now asking Ukraine for help with those drones
3,000,
after earlier
but
rejecting a deal to buy their drone
Wow, he really
technology
exaggerates
and
numbers
telling
just to make
President
it sound
Zelensky
fucking...
He held no cards.
Dude,
It's
he's
also
just
a
as
fact
bad as everybody else. Donald Trump does it like
that the US
fucking
also
A. This
sent
is why you can't
or
trust
sold
anybody with
many
this
of the
shit.
weapons it now needs in Iran to support Ukraine's war against Russia. And by lifting oil sanctions on Russia to stabilize gas prices, it's essentially paying Putin to make weapons it can use against its own weapons in a war that was supposed to end after 24 hours of the presidency. Well, amid all this turmoil, it's increasingly difficult to see how the US and Israel can plausibly declare victory anytime soon. Iran's regime, on the other hand, has a singular mission: survival. By that measure, whether we like it or not, it may be that Iran is currently doing the winning. Well, my excellent panel is standing by to discuss all this. We'll begin today's coverage with Robert Pape. He's a leading professor of political science at the University of Chicago and the founder and director of the Chicago Project on Security and Threats.
Heavy
Mr.
show
Pape,
tonight,
welcome
hell yeah.
to Uncensored.
Thank you very much for having me, Piers.
So, you know, my kind of overview...
After we win, he already said we won. Donald Trump is so dumb.
Sitting here in London at the moment...
Why do you mean Donald
back in my
Trump?
studio, actually, for the
Listen,
first time
I call
in
him Trump and
8
Dumpy.
weeks
Is what
I managed to be
I already
extremely foolish and
went
fall
a
over a
copy
step
wrote
at a
that
restaurant,
name,
break
Trump
my
and
femur,
Dumpies. You guys owe me some
and
money.
you hip. It's good to be back. Nothing to do with you, Robert Pape, but it's good to be back in my old studio. It seems to me, sitting here and looking at everything that's happened in the last 2 weeks, that two things can be true at the same time.
I appreciate you
One is
stopping
that
yourself from Fed
militarily,
posting, crew.
The combined
show, man.
American and Israeli military, I mean, I would imagine,
But I get it.
arguably the most
I
powerful
get it.
in history, has inflicted enormous damage on Iranian military. And over time would be overwhelmingly, obviously, able to defeat it. However, the Iranians are fighting a slightly different war, it seems to me. They're fighting an economic war in which they have effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil flows through on a daily basis, and they've systematically targeted a lot of places in the neighboring Gulf states that would deter tourists, for example, or expats living in those places from wanting to stay there or visit there. And the combined effect of this is having a very significant, dramatic effect on the global economy. And those two things can be true at the same time.
You've caught it exactly right. So Piers, just so you know, I have spent years teaching for the U.S. Air Force, helped them stand up an entire school dedicated to air strategy. Just a week before the bombing started, I was giving a presentation to the U.S. Army War College. I spend my years, I have military officers coming getting their PhD under me. So I spend a lot of time here with the U.S. military. We are, as a military, performing superbly at the tactical level. And I want to just emphasize that. And you see, in the smart bomb age, it's especially true that bombs will hit their targets within about 5 meters 90+% of the time, which means you will destroy the missile launchers, which means you will kill the leaders.
Why are you
but
so cute?
That does not guarantee strategic success. And in this case, the goal was to take down the regime, not just simply kill leaders. The goal was to weaken Iran, its power. And what we see after 17 days of war is the regime is resilient and more dangerous than ever, than it was before the bombing. And Iran is now more powerful than it was. In fact, Iran has just achieved what we have spent 50 years in the U.S. military in America trying to prevent, which is control of the Straits of Hormuz. That was the #1 goal of American grand strategy in the Middle East, not Israel. This was the #1 goal, and this is a catastrophic failure. And it is what I call the escalation trap, Piers.
True. Hit that follow button if you're enjoying the content, man.
It's completely, I've seen this for decades with the Clinton
Just gonna hang there
administration.
now?
This is not unique to President Trump, but he has fallen into being mesmerized by the power, the exquisite power of our military into thinking it's omnipotent, that it can achieve any strategic objective. The fact of the matter is we have failed strategically, and we're getting deeper into the trap, which is why none of those allies you just pointed out, perhaps maybe the UK will
All right,
see.
Melissa Bean looks like she is above
This is a
Junad
very
Ahmed.
serious
Great.
problem. And I don't say this with any glee. If I could just say one more thing, this is one of the worst regimes we had in history. So I have no way supporting this regime in Iran. In fact, I've been offered many trips to go to Iran.
Dude, that was one thing that tripped me up. They called him Leto in the Dune trailer. I was like, have I been saying his name wrong my entire life?
To go. So this is not coming from some, sort of dovish support or something. I've supported many uses of force. My book's called Bombing to Win. I titled the Substack The Escalation Trap, and it's a tragic trap. And I'm trying to be clear so that we can stop making mistake after mistake after mistake.
Now, let me paint another scenario to you of how this may have played out. And I base it almost exclusively on what the Secretary of State Marco Rubio said before he was probably rudely corrected by the administration.
By the way, guys, if you guys donate $2 to the stream, the cat gets a treat.
Maybe his own boss into reversing
catnip,
his position
greenies.
dramatically in 24 hours. But he was caught on camera saying that the reason the Americans preemptively attacked Iran was because they got information that another country, clearly Israel, was about to attack Iran, and that Iran's response to that would be very likely to attack American interests, the bases in the Gulf states, whatever it may be. And therefore, because of that knowledge...
Let me paint you a picture.
The
Turns
Israeli
out to be a
attack,
nude
the Americans
selfie.
would have to preemptively go in to protect themselves from whatever retaliation came back, which seemed a very convoluted excuse for a preemptive strike. But if that is what happened here, and we know from the former Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, that Netanyahu had tried to persuade both Obama and Biden to do the same, saying, I'm about to go in. And then when they said no, he didn't go in. That potentially and possibly Donald Trump got played by Netanyahu here in the same way he tried to play Biden
cute as fuck.
and Obama. And that the reason why Israel might be more relaxed about how this all plays out is that really what they want is a bit different to what America needs out of this. Israel just wants to cause maximum damage to Iran, to its regime. They'd be quite
58% in King County, Raja Krishnamurthy, 53 to 29.
happy with chaos as they were when it happened in Syria.
King County is one of those like rich-ass counties.
Whereas chaos in Iran, if it involves closing the Straits of Hormuz or attacking the Gulf states next to them or whatever, that does not suit America. So it may be, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm just hypothesizing based on what I heard coming out of Marco Rubio's mouth. If that was why the Americans joined this, then it may be that Netanyahu has taken America into something where he is quite comfortable about this going on for a long period of time, but it won't suit the American national interest.
Yeah, let me just make 2 points about this. Now that this is becoming a strategic disaster, Piers, the blame game is already in full throttle here. So you're going to see that.
Go full
and I don't do politics, okay? So but nonetheless, second point.
Good morning,
which is,
Rebecca. How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
That's not a good enough excuse for launching a disastrous campaign. So what that means, what that tells me is we really thought we had escalation dominance. We really thought they couldn't do
Sheila here.
anything. Even when apparently General Kane warned President Trump they would take the Strait of Hormuz, even though that was our #1 planning scenario for 50 years.
Rebecca,
here, 40.
You ever heard my me Australian accent? Is essentially like doing a little bit of American upspeak, because you guys, you tend to tell stories with a little bit of upspeak.
5 years here, he dismissed that. So
I went to America, I read a book, and then I saw a movie. The book was not like the movie.
And yes, maybe Netanyahu's on the phone, but let me
if I'm
point
doing
out
a piss poor job, you can let me know. It's okay.
Fall. President Trump came down hard on Netanyahu.
That's my wife. She is currently doing really well, resting upstairs.
So if President Trump wants to, he can stand up to Israel. In this case, we have to do something that's strategically smart.
Yeah, I mean,
that's pretty good.
And it may be that, that Donald Trump, when he was informed the Ayatollah was with all his top people in a place that could be hit, took a view that a bit like with Venezuela and Maduro, that he could get in, they could take out the leadership. It would dramatically change
it's so
the
close
dynamic.
to being
Perhaps
really
if you got
good.
somebody who wasn't quite as fanatical, replacing the Ayatollah. But of course, even if you take that argument, which might well be the case, I'm not saying for a moment that I think Donald Trump can be easily railroaded by Netanyahu. But if he got involved for that purpose, very quickly he said, "Look, we want regime change."
Sorry, guys. Gotta pause it. We gotta go to Kornacki real quick.
Because
this is a big update.
Reporting unit, but that's all it is for now.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, and again, like, we just got
that's getting a little bit closer.
From Cook.
Is that Cook?
What did we get?
11%
we have
in.
A big chunk, a chunk of Cook just came in. Key question is this city of Chicago or is this suburbs?
I got all the guns and the
This is the suburbs. Okay, and can we tell? Do we have? So, folks, okay. You know what I'm going to ask next about the suburbs. Adam will see if
it's very distributed.
Dude, my cat's being weird.
Let's just take you through it, then I'll get to what one of the issues is going to be tonight. Okay, this is a very sizable chunk here
that
just came in Cook County. Remember what we said, that there is Cook.
AIPAC gave $200 million to Trump. That's why he bombed Iran for Israel.
Chicago, and there is Cook suburbs, right? This vote is from the suburbs. You're seeing all of Cook light up here. It's just the way our map works. None of this vote you see right here is from the city of Chicago. All of this vote that you see that just came in from Cook County is from the suburban part of Cook. Now, again, the dynamic...
Jen Person, welcome to the stream, but also thank you for the $5. I usually have a alert.
To be watching for tonight with these returns, we felt going in, is that Krishnamurthy would be doing better in the suburban part of Cook. That's where he needed to win. That's where he needed to build some kind of a margin over Stratton. And we felt that in the city of Chicago itself, That's where Stratton wanted to be winning. That's where Stratton wanted to be building a margin there. There's demographic differences between the city of Chicago and the suburbs within Cook County. So you are seeing a lead here in this vote that's counted in the Cook suburbs for Krishnamurthy over Stratton, although it is not much of a lead.
Raise a blaze.
And it leads me to the next question. And this is where it might be a little bit frustrating tonight, folks. Where in the Cook suburbs is this coming from? And I'm going to ask Adam, do we have any indication of that? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing results in all the congressional races we're looking at. You can see our 4 ward over there.
Right.
All the results have started populating. I would say we're, kind of over-indexing maybe in 9 right now. So maybe a little north.
Okay, which means we got a few congressional races to check in on. The challenge is this, folks. In Illinois and in Cook County, they are not releasing the votes tonight at the precinct level. So there are some workarounds that Adam's kind of taking a look at here. But in terms of pinpointing where this vote comes in, when I say Cook suburbs, is it coming from the Cook suburbs more up by Krishnamurthy's district? Is it coming from Cook suburbs there? That's what we're trying to pin down right now. Adam says he thinks this is pretty evenly distributed throughout the Cook suburbs, which means we have results coming in from some of these congressional primaries. So let me take you back to them right now. This one I haven't gotten to yet, so why don't we start here? The 9th district here. Okay, this is a district.
There we go.
Jan Schakowsky, Democrat elected in 1998. She's retiring. This seat has been in very few hands through the years. Sidney Yates had it for almost 40 years before.
It was going to look like.
Schakowsky had it since 98. She's retired. These are the 3 main contenders here.
I don't want to be right.
Daniel Biss, he is the mayor of Evanston. Laura Fine, she's a state senator. Her district includes her base is in Glenview. It extends into Evanston as well. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, she is a influencer running.
Says it right.
I think the most sort of outwardly progressive campaign here. And
that cat is not a
Phil
loser.
Andrews, a former FBI
Don't call my cat a loser.
agent.
You can say what you want about me, but you go after my cat or
a lot of folks who are in this race. But we have vote coming in from the Cook suburbs.
Then we got some
and
fight
the way this
wars.
district works. Okay, so Biss leading. This is again Cook suburbs, not the city of Chicago. That's very important as you understand the numbers we're looking at right here. You can see it's about 1/5 of the vote from Cook County in this district. Okay, that's also all the vote that's in district-wide. But I want to take you through the political geography of the 9th because that's going to put this in context, what you're looking at here. We think that about 45% of the vote that's going to be cast in the 9th district tonight,
coming back up?
Okay, is from the Chicago
so goddamn cute.
portion of Cook County, okay? So the far north side, okay, is the far north side of Chicago is in this district. Uptown neighborhood, it's a lot of votes right there. About 45% of all the votes in this district are going to come from Chicago. Another 45% are going to come from the Cook burbs, okay? And the other 10%, there are small, about 10%. There are portions, small portions of 2 other counties that are in this district. Well, that's going to be the other 10%. But this is the division that I want to talk about.
What are you doing?
Chicago, Cook County versus the burbs in Cook County. Because take a look at what you're seeing. Biss, and Abou-Ghazaleh.
Trying to play
and Fine here. Abou-Ghazaleh running a distant third, okay? The key we think for Abou-Ghazaleh tonight to win is the city of Chicago.
Oh, yikes, dude. I didn't think it was going to be
younger voters
this
there,
bad.
the sort of voters she's
I know
targeted.
it's early. It's only
she's
17%.
expected to do best in the city of Chicago, okay? And
like I
not
need to
as
put some of
well
this shit
in the
up versus,
suburbs and not as well in the outlying counties. So you see her running in third place right now. There's a lot of money that came in here against her as well, but we don't have any votes from the city of Chicago yet. So this 18%, the context we need
She's
for this
going to
18%,
see. She is definitely going to see
still running at
something change
18%?
there.
Is she only in the low 20s when you start getting an equal number of votes from Chicago in, or is she getting a real big number out of Chicago, enough to change it? So that's the question for Abou-Ghazaleh in this race. What's going to happen in the city of Chicago? Conversely, okay, Daniel Biss is expected to do better in the burbs than in the city of Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay, Fine is also expected to do better in the burbs than in the city of Chicago.
That's the
you see?
general
So this is where
consensus.
they were. This is sort of where specifically in the burbs this vote is coming from is key, just based on they each have some very local strengths here.
Yeah, but
and that
looking
we
at
don't
this,
know.
I
but
mean,
we
dude,
do know that it's
we're-
coming
we're-
from the suburbs, which in general is supposed to be the better area for Biss, supposed to be the better area for Fine, and not
Did you
supposed to be as
want
strong
Daniel
for
Biss?
Abu Ghazali.
No, I want
that-
Kat Abu Ghazali to
that's
win.
what we have
Even
right
though
now.
I
in the
know, like,
ninth.
if you've been
Huge
watching me for a
question here is
minute
gonna
now,
be
you guys
when
kind of
start
understand
seeing
that
the
I
city
had
of
some
Chicago,
problems
if
with
it
her.
complicates that picture
But,
at all.
If you want to go back to the Senate race, I think we have started getting in some city of Chicago results.
Okay, we are. We're clearly getting, look at this now. We're looking at the Cook vote here. And remember, this is a mix of city and suburbs. We looked at this a minute ago. Krishnamurthy was leading Stratton by 3 points. We've gotten more vote in from Chicago now.
Oh, I just realized
and
what's
as
going
Adam
on.
said,
Although
he
I
thinks
like
that
Kat, even
from,
though
we've
she
gotten
only
vote
just
in
moved
from
here.
the city of Chicago now, as Adam just said. And
That
look at
lost
that.
sock. Yeah,
Stratton
that's
now
how I feel
leading
about it.
in Cook
I actually
County
think that
over
she
Krishnamurthy.
is
Let
a
me
problem.
ask Adam.
I don't like how she
in
couldn't answer
the
questions. I
city
had
of
some
Chicago,
issues with her.
What's the break
that lost
between
sock? I'm not sure if
Stratton
you
and
know.
Krishnamurthy?
Like, I mean, I'm an Illinois 9th resident,
In the city of
obviously.
Chicago.
Yeah.
I'm sure that you got all
Because
this
this is,
shit too.
again, Stratton probably needs to be
So,
winning Chicago
yeah.
by a solid margin. Krishnamurthy wants the suburbs.
I
so
actually
we're
wanted
getting
to vote for
Chicago
Mike
vote and
Simmons,
trying to
but
figure
he
out
just didn't stand a
what that-
chance.
What that spread is. she's
Really
leading
nice
by.
guy, though,
so
and
in
honestly
Chicago,
one of our
we
best
have
state
about
senators.
65,000 votes. She's getting 42%.
Tried to volunteer for her. Nice.
Krishnamurthy's getting 26.
Yeah,
And
I
that's with
tried
about
to interview her.
65,000 votes
We
counted.
had a booking,
That's
and she
correct.
fucking
Okay.
bailed
wow.
on me.
So, I mean,
then her
again,
campaign
there's going to be a
ghosted
lot
me,
more to come
so
from Chicago, but right
not gonna lie,
away,
still a
that's a
little
very good
pissy about
number
that, but
in general for Stratton. She wants to be winning Chicago. She wants to be winning it pretty big.
No, I
wants to be winning
yeah,
it by
no,
double
she needs
digits.
to win Chicago, and if she does, then we
65,000
got
votes
this.
in the city of Chicago
'Cause I want her
have
to
been
win.
counted.
I do not
and
want
Stratton is
Krishnamurthy.
leading
If we
in the
get
Chicago
Raja, we're
portion
fucked.
by 16 points
Raja's
over
just gonna
Krishnamurthy. Now,
fucking-
what
he-
is
dude,
let me
seriously,
ask you
he's
this,
gonna
in the
vote like, Chuck
suburban
Schumer.
part
Like, he's
of
gonna be
Chicago? I
horrible.
should put these side by
Cannot.
side.
Ah, man.
In the city of Chicago,
She needs to
it's
move to Chicago.
42-26.
I mean, I guess.
Okay, in the suburbs of Cook County, what are they running at?
Technically lives
we
in
currently
Chicago.
have it at Krishnamurthy 38, Stratton 36.
Okay, right. And now remember, ultimately, Chicago is going to cast more votes, we think, than the suburbs. That may not be the case right now, but it's a significant lead in what we've counted in the city of Chicago for Stratton. It's a very small lead of 2 points for Krishnamurthy of what's been counted in the suburbs so far. And that's what it looks like overall in Cook County here. And again, I think those results are skewed a little bit more towards the suburbs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right now
She's
it's
in
skewed
Evanston,
more towards
right?
suburbs, and we just got some more
no.
in. And
She
yeah,
lives in
I mean,
River Grove.
The last number I gave you was with those new
Oh, come on, you
numbers,
two.
and
That's
we're up to
As I
100.
said, guys, it's YouTube wide. Like, if you guys are
And we
experiencing
just got a whole
problems,
bunch
it's
more. And this,
all of
these
YouTube
numbers
right
have been
now.
good for Stratton, I have to say.
Yeah,
That's my reaction to them. What did we just get?
We just got more Chicago.
Yeah, do anything about that?
Doubled our
No.
Chicago vote.
So we now have like 130,000 votes
That's
in
right.
Chicago.
Tough titties.
Tell me now what Chicago looks like.
So Chicago's now 43 Stratton, 25 Krishnamurthy.
Oh my goodness. Did we get any more from the Cook Burbs while this was going on?
No, we're
So,
about
okay.
stable there.
And okay, now we have enough vote that we can ask this. So 38,
All right.
36 in the Burbs. So we think it's
Think
about
Chicago would learn
130,000
after the
votes
last
in
two
Chicago.
mayors they had.
Yes.
Okay, and about how many
Well,
in the
I
suburbs?
live here, and I can say that
172.
So it's
Brandon
still
Johnson's
more
not that
skewed
bad
to
of
the
a mayor.
suburbs.
He's fine.
That's right.
Wow.
He's actually
okay.
doing way
so
better.
again, remembering what we're talking about here,
Rahm
that
Emanuel and Lori Lightfoot, though, god damn, they both are fucking. Oh, they were the
more
worst.
vote, you think, ultimately comes out of the city of
Lori
Chicago
Lightfoot.
than the suburbs. And yet,
I saw a picture of her
even though
recently, and
it's
I was
flipped
just,
right
I
now,
got
much
mad,
more is
where
coming
I
out of
was
the
just like,
suburbs than the
fuck her.
city. Stratton is leading. She's doing
sucks.
that well
Yeah.
in Chicago.
Brandon? No, he doesn't.
I think if you're a
If you don't live here, then you don't understand what the fuck is coming out of your
Stratton
mouth.
supporter, that's
He's just fine.
That's very encouraging news for you. I'm just seeing we did get another significant pocket of votes that came in here. This is Winnebago County. This is where the
Honestly,
city of
I think that if
Rockford
he
is.
ran again, he would end
just
up winning.
A little bit more than 15% of the vote right
Bottom line.
there. Krishnamurthy.
Ice really helped him. God damn it, YouTube. What the fuck? Oh, is YouTube just down? What the hell, dude? Yeah, because I'm looking at my
County.
stream
Again, this
and
is
I'm
Kankakee.
obviously
This
having
is
issues.
very, very
but,
small
yeah,
here.
Dude, this is so
why
fucked
is Robin
up.
Kelly leading here?
This
This
is
is in
so
her
fucked
congressional
up.
district. This is part of the 2nd District
Yeah,
of Chicago.
Brandon was on
Remember I said the
WBZ
Democrats had
advocating
stretched
for a
that
general
out pretty
strike
far
today,
south,
yeah.
but this is a very
Yeah.
small number. We're talking
No,
like
Matt doesn't understand what he's
2,000 votes
talking
or
about.
so that have been counted here. And again,
Matt
Kelly
wants a conservative
in
mayor
her
in
district,
Chicago. Yeah,
barely
right.
ahead of Krishnamurthy there. That's not great for her. Really, if you're Kelly, nothing really has
Monzo?
gone your way so far.
Okay. Well, I
with
mean, if
these
you guys are not
votes.
having issues,
She's
then that's good.
significantly
I'm
behind
having
right
issues.
now. Okay, we have more coming in. Adam, did we get any more significant pockets? I see some downstate, deep downstate states coming here. Again, these are, I mean,
You guessed
this
right.
is 20 votes. This is, this is about 300 votes right here. I want to show
We
you
had
these
a
so you can-
conservative
you can
governor
see
that
here,
failed
but,
us. So
interestingly, yeah, I mean, again,
yeah,
20
Republicans
votes.
lost their shot in Illinois.
Will. A lot of these very sort of small, rural, deep
the facts, man.
downstate counties here. Krishnamurthy's running
Chicago's
about
not
15,
fucked up.
10,
Chicago's
15,
actually
20
really
points
nice.
ahead,
It's in
but the
Dude,
population.
We're literally experiencing like the best that Chicago has been in a long time. Lowest crime rate that we've had in a long time.
Down here.
And it has nothing to do with
Again,
Donald Trump.
as we said, is St. Clair.
It was already
Madison
fucking
County.
trending
We'll
down,
look
but
for
yeah.
Jackson County
No, dude,
later. It's
our
where
fucking
Southern
city
Illinois
debts are
University is.
getting
It's where
paid off.
Carbondale is. I
You're
just
full
wanted
of
to show
shit.
you
You
those
know, dude, you're one of those guys that honestly, you'd be so scared to even go to Chicago for no reason.
Because they came in.
Just because of you hear it on the news, you hear it on your conservative bubble.
And again, resetting statewide here. Now, we've got more than a quarter of the vote in right here. And I think the main thing that you can say right now with this early blitz of votes has been that late
and did
spending
nothing.
for Stratton.
They literally
and the
didn't
talk
do
that
anything. They didn't
Stratton
clean anything up. They didn't arrest
had
any
brought
fucking criminals. Shut the
momentum
fuck
here,
up with your bullshit,
into
dude.
primary outside of the city of Chicago, outside of
All you
Cook
have
County
is just
itself,
vibes.
and extends out of Chicagoland.
We
extends
have,
into downstate.
we have just
so that's
lived
a recipe
experience. We
for a
actually get to see
competitive,
this. We also have statistics
a
that
competitive
kind of
showing
back
by
up
Stratton.
our lived experience. But
I'm
whatever,
lingering on
Matt.
this for a second because
You
I
know
think
better.
that was sort of the foundational question.
Where are you
coming
even
into
from, you
tonight,
dick?
I think,
Like, seriously,
for
where are you
this
from?
race has really been going
Or are you
on
gonna be
for
a
like
coward
year
and just
right
not
now,
even
since
fucking
Durbin
say
announced
where you're from?
He wasn't going to run for re-election. And I think all last
All these
spring,
big
summer,
fucking
fall, and into
big
this
fucking
winter,
conservative men.
Krishnamurthy
Yeah,
was seen
bunch
as
of
the pretty
conservatives.
clear favorite in this race. Again,
We
he
know
came
what's
into
up.
this race. I think the day he announced his candidacy, he already had $20 million on hand. He was on the airwaves early. One of the things his campaign was doing was they were spending outside of Chicago. They were spending down here, I think, in anticipation of some of these dynamics we're talking about right now. So I think one of the foundational questions coming into tonight was, was this talk of late momentum for Stratton more of a mirage? Were we going to see Krishnamurthy pretty solidly handling her? Were we going to see that vote divided a little bit? We're not seeing that so far, and we just got another update here from us. This is a collar county, okay, Will County. This is where Joliet is, okay? About a third of the vote counted here. Okay, now Krishnamurthy, again, you're getting outside of Chicago here. Krishnamurthy.
Yes, thank you. People use the
leading in this
failings of
tally
some progressive
by
mayors
about
to
8
think that every
points over
progressive mayor
Stratton.
sucks.
That's a difference of just under
and they
2,000
need to be conservative,
votes.
but never
So
look at the
that-
track record
that
of
does
conservative
help him
mayors. Yep.
statewide. Again, you see what
Thank you
that
for the,
does statewide.
$10. I have to go, but
He's
appreciate
still
you and
trailing
love your
by
family.
just
Thank
under
you,
12,000
Rebecca.
votes. I
Thank
mean,
you,
again,
Rebecca.
these are good-sized counties.
Oi.
A county like Will County is
Appreciate the,
in any
oh,
state,
shit.
this would
I
be like
forgot
a
what your currency
monster,
was.
okay? But just look at, I want to show you, with a third of the vote counted in Will County, this is one of the larger counties in the state of Illinois. We got a third of the vote counted. You see it, 8,800, 7,100, 32. I mean, what are we're talking a third of the vote in that county.
Right.
It's about 20,000 votes, right? Okay, so Krishnamurthy's
paid for
leading it.
this.
That's good for him. Take a look here in Cook County. We have a little less than half the vote in here. 133,000, 113,000, 72,000, right? 246, 50. I mean, you're looking at 340,000 votes or so right here with a little bit less than half the vote. So it's just, in size here, if you're Stratton and you're able to get a big margin out of Chicago and you're ever able to win this
Again,
county,
thank you, Rebecca.
that makes up
The kitty
for a
is,
lot of losses on
he's
this
very
map.
happy
If you're
that he got his,
reasonably competitive
treats.
elsewhere and you're coming out of Cook County with a big number, that
too
can
can
undo
give
a
the
lot of
cats some
damage, and
treats.
especially if you're running competitive. Okay, we got another big one here. Sangamon County, state capital, Springfield.
Or support the
okay?
stream.
Wow.
If you
this-
are
the
interested in
story
supporting
is
the stream, The Freeway,
continuing
you guys
here.
can like the stream and subscribe to the
Significant
channel.
counties, politically significant counties, and demographic.
Matthew, where do you live? You have literally 30 seconds. I'll be fair. You have 30 seconds to answer. Otherwise, I'm banning you forever.
Significant counties.
Because now you're just annoying the shit out of me. because you're being a disingenuous asshole.
Well outside of the Chicagoland area, south of Interstate 80, you're looking at Stratton leading here. Almost half the vote in Sangamon County. Again, state capital, Springfield. State workers here.
That's
and
good.
She's ahead by 6 points over Krishnamurthy. And again, Kelly is almost an asterisk right here. Stratton is demonstrating a geographically expansive strength here that I think coming into tonight, there was reason to doubt would be there at all. And she's now demonstrated it again. St. Clair County, she's demonstrated it in Sangamon County, and she's demonstrated it in McLean County. You're starting to see a recipe. You're certainly seeing a recipe here for a competitive evening here.
Matthew is the same bot, different name.
37% of the vote is
cool.
now in statewide. That is a lead of 23,000 votes for Stratton.
Chat history a little sus.
We've shown you Cook. We've got more in Cook.
We got more in Cook, yeah.
So now, can
Cook
we
County,
go through again?
They were anticipating pretty large.
We can break down the latest.
Oh, thank you for the $10 from the Streamlabs. I really appreciate that. Also, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and gifting a Tier 1 sub to Devil's Advocate Production, friend of the show, Alex. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you, man.
We've gotten more from
also,
Cook,
yeah, that means the cat.
suburbs, and we've got more
back.
from Chicago. Suburbs still outpacing Chicago right now.
Okay, let's take everybody through this because there's no better way to do this than to just write it out. So you guys all know how significant Cook is, but again, I'll just write it here. We think 60% of all votes. I'll put the little about.
Here you go.
We think about 60% of all votes are going to come out of Cook County tonight. We have about 56% of the vote counted right now, and there's that huge and important distinction between the city of Chicago in Cook County and the burbs in Cook County. And Adam is going to take us through those numbers. City of Chicago, Adam, what is it running at?
Stratton with 43%, Krishnamurthy
Stan is
with
missing
25%.
out. He is upstairs with his mother.
And what's Kelly running at?
You know what?
And Kelly's running at 23.
Okay. And how many votes are we talking about total?
It's 185,000, and our estimate is that's about 45% of the expected vote.
Okay. Now take me through the suburbs.
We have Stratton at 36, Krishnamurthy at 37, Kelly at 20.
And we think how many votes is that?
219.
And what do we think the expected
one by one?
There?
We have that about 68% in.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, so you're. Look, I think the numbers speak for themselves, but no one ever. I'll beat it to death anyway because But this is very significant. We have about 34,000 more votes that have come in from the suburbs than have come in from the city of Chicago. But again, the city of Chicago is going to cast more votes than the suburbs. Okay, so and you can see
oh my
in
God,
the
I
suburbs,
just realized those are catnip
that's
treats
where
too.
Krishnamurthy is running in first, barely. He's only ahead by a point, but he's running in first.
Yeah, he's
and
gonna go nuts.
Okay, like you talk about if he's
I
trying to
didn't think about
squeeze
this,
as much
but
as
yeah,
he can out of the
that's a lot of
suburbs, right?
catnip.
That sponge is starting to get a little dry. A lot more vote is counted in the suburbs than in Chicago. So there's not as much left for Krishnamurthy, he's barely winning it, right? Now go into Chicago, and Krishnamurthy's barely holding off Kelly for second. Meanwhile, there's Stratton running laps around both of them, 18-point margin for her in Chicago. And if she's trying to squeeze the most she can out of the city of Chicago, she's got a lot more.
Matt, you have one more opportunity to tell me exactly where you're from.
More in that sponge to squeeze out from Chicago.
What city, or what is the nearest city to you?
Then
what state are you in?
Krishnamurthy might.
I'm not trying to dox you, but for real, man. Like, if you cannot answer that, I'm done with you.
You
don't get to come in here shitting on Chicago, calling it a fucking dumpster fire, and then do this fucking, oh, I live in a much better place, but also hide behind
suburbs. So you're seeing overall in Cook County right now.
By the way, mods, if he doesn't answer, ban him.
Point advantage for Stratton, just based on those, sort of broad categories we just put up on the screen. There is the potential
I'm pretty good
there
about not
for that to
banning
get a
people
lot
that I
better,
disagree with, but fuck this guy.
better for Stratton than for
Get rid of
Krishnamurthy.
him.
And again, this is 60% of the vote. State, I can't underscore. There's very
Tammy,
few
you just got here.
states
The thing is,
where we can just
if
look
you
at
say where you're
one
from, I'll allow
county,
it.
and it can be that singularly important. And that's the
Or
story.
are you too afraid to do that as well? Because you know that you actually probably live in a shithole.
With Cook. So
no, Matt, I'm just saying. You're a piece of shit because you can't even fucking be real. You can't put your money where your mouth is. You can't even say where you're from. Fuck you.
Oh, that's Cook.
You fucking coward.
This is statewide.
We get
You
it, man.
saw these numbers
You're just
a
like
minute ago.
every other fucking MAGA like chud. Lots of talk, no fucking substance.
And that advantage that that Stratton is getting out of Cook, again, that advantage in raw votes is is nearly 32,000 votes. She's nearly 32,000 votes ahead in Cook. And you can see, get outside of Cook, every other county that we have vote from here, there's some bright spots for Stratton, but every other county that we have votes from, Krishnamurthy is actually leading her total by about 9,000, but she has enough of a pad from Cook. She's got a 23,000.
Hope you had fun.
Vote, nearly 24,000 vote. Okay, it just went up again. Where did we get vote from, Adam?
All right, Tammy, where are you from?
We just got some more Cook.
What town or city do you live in that is so much better than Chicago?
Okay, that's the big one, right?
Let's go.
Sorry, we just got more Chicago.
Okay. Well, I mean, clearly it was good for Stratton. How good was it? What did it look like?
Also, where'd you go in Chicago? That was a shithole.
So we're up to 220,000 votes. We got another.
They even typed the same. Yep.
Oh, jeez, this thing.
30,000 votes, let's say.
Yeah, so we're equal now, basically suburbs and.
That's right.
Okay, this is a key moment. Okay, we're
this
equal
fool 3
between
times.
them.
He still
Give me
shows up
Cook.
in my
What
feed.
does it stand at?
YouTube loves me.
Chicago is 43% Stratton.
Yep.
24% Krishnamurthy.
24.
Yeah, most of you have never lived in 312 or 773.
So he's dropped one from the last time. Okay, and Kelly?
And Kelly's at 24.
Hey, asshole.
24. Who has more votes between them?
Some of us carried our phone numbers with us from the burbs.
By like hundreds?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. They're basically tied for second now. Okay. And then in the suburbs are the same we had before?
Yes, that's
37,
right. That's
36.
I'll go to Navy Pier and puke
What was
some
it,
hot
20?
dogs.
Yes.
Yeah, and they're now equal. So you're getting, and this is, I said to everybody at the start of the night, it's going to be slow. Okay, we got almost 2/3
Chicago's one of the best
vote
cities ever,
in Cook
coming from
County.
somebody
Now,
who lived on the west side, north side, south side,
a little bit
who
right
works
here,
there,
but if this is a
worked
super
there for over
close
15
election,
years. Yes, thank you.
ought to be clear right
Agent
now. When you get into that final
Pliskin.
10% or so of the vote, 10, 15% or so
I'm a
of
fan
the
of
vote
fucking the
out of Cook
escape
County,
movies, and
that's
here
where
I
I
am.
think
I
it
can't
really
even fucking
slow down.
pronounce
That's
it,
where it can
but,
be
no, I appreciate
Heinz
that.
catch-up pace. That's where it could it can take days.
I've
It
lived
can take
in the
tomorrow.
7th,
It can
8th,
take
and 9th Chicago districts.
more than that here. In fact, the mail-in
live?
ballots and
Who's
mail-in
in the
voting
lead?
is
Yeah,
a
this is
not
live right now.
insignificant
Juliana
part of the
Stratton
tally
is in the
here.
in the lead.
If they
We
were in the
will
mail
get
today, they didn't
updates,
come
but
in for a
Daniel Biss
while
is in the
in
lead
Illinois.
on
So I just
Cat
want to put that
Abugazale.
on your radar ahead of time because
You've seen
we are
Chicago
clearly
from the
getting
highway?
a good pace so far in Cook. There's going to be more to come. Okay. The clarity that we're
The only
getting
thing I
is
know about
close race,
Chi-Town.
although you
That's
got
McGruff. Yeah, Scruff McGruff, the crime dog.
if
Yeah,
you're Stratton, you got to be feeling good because she is winning.
I'm McGruff, the crime dog.
We have so much of the
Take a bite out of crime.
vote in from Chicago right now. And she
Dude, I
is
love
just
'em.
so clearly winning and winning big right there. And then she is, she's basically, excuse me, I want to get these numbers right. She has 36 and Krishnamurthy has 37. I reversed those. But she is battling Krishnamurthy essentially to a draw in the suburbs, which is where he was supposed to have the advantage over her. So let's just take you back out here.
Yeah, that's fucking turnout right there. Hell yeah.
Statewide.
That's
and
what
reset.
I am
The other-
talking
the other
about.
thing
They were saying that he was going to hold a fucking 20-point lead on her in the suburbs, and this was just 2 days ago.
Look at Steve.
Fuck
is,
yeah.
You last left Illinois 9.
Okay, yeah.
Without Chicago
All right, here we
results,
go.
and we're up
Here
to
we
about
go.
70% of the vote
we
in
go.
there.
Okay,
Illinois
let's do
9.
that. Just
That's me, baby. Let's go.
Take a picture of this in your head, statewide here in the Senate race, a 26,000 vote lead for Stratton. That is a 5-point advantage. You see those dynamics in Cook.
Could there be a runoff?
Again,
no.
That is.
We don't have
her folks
runoffs.
have got to be feeling very, very, very encouraged. Let's go through these house
There's
races.
going to be
And I'm sure you said
recounts.
where?
I can tell you that right
9.
now.
Okay, back to
Has the
9.
most
I think we were on this
Yep.
as we started
They
to
have
get. Okay,
recounts
again,
like
this
a
is the race to
motherfucker.
replace
That's my
Schakowsky, you know
district.
that. Okay, Abigazale has moved up. Remember, she was at 17% the last time we looked at this. She's now jumped up to 24%. I'm guessing we've got City of Chicago vote here.
Abigazale goes up over
so let's go
fucking
through.
Laura
Let's do the
Fine.
same
Hell
thing
yeah.
in the ninth that
Hell
we
yeah,
just did.
24%. All right, this is starting to look a little bit better. 70% in.
Statewide, Chicago versus the Burbs. And remember here,
son of a bitch.
Almost all the district is one or the other. They're equal parts. We think they're equal parts here. How are they breaking? So how is the City of Chicago breaking?
I called it. Her missing that campaign event was a big
33. Biss 24.
She fucked up not showing up to a campaign event
in
where
the suburbs,
every single candidate was there except
Fine is at 14.
Okay, we'll come back. Okay,
Chicago O'Hare is not my favorite airport, but it's also huge and people suck ass. Yeah, that's not mine either.
Abigazale at
actually
19,
like Orlando.
Yeah,
Orlando's an airport,
Fine at 25.
Colorado's also pretty.
Yeah. Okay. So
Baltimore. You know what? Baltimore had a pretty decent.
How many votes have come from Chicago? How many from the Burbs?
About 30,000 from Chicago and about 50,000 from the Burbs.
5-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's trailing Biss, but my understanding is that either of them would be a good choice. Yes.
We have none. Again, you have two slices here, small slices of other counties that combined will be, I won't write it there, combined will be about 10% of the vote.
My mom took both
So I
me
think
and
a
my
couple
brothers.
things you could say, looking at these
And I threw
numbers
an
right
alley
here,
in
you could
Chicago
start to
when I was
suspect
10, we were
looking
just
at these
fine.
numbers. Clearly, for
My mom
Fine,
used to
whose
laugh
political
at me
base
for,
is in the
like,
suburbs.
asking
Again,
if
she's
we
a
were gonna
state
get
senator from
I
Glenview,
was
from
like, are we gonna
Evanston.
get mugged?
Biss's base is in
She
Evanston
would tell me
too,
to
which is in
stop.
that suburban
She's just
portion
like,
of Cook here.
these are your
Fine is clearly
neighbors.
doing better in the suburbs
She's
than
like,
in the city of
you
Chicago.
just have
but
to know what areas not to go
she's
in.
substantially behind Biss in the suburbs.
Plain and simple. Now, it's not like we played games. It's not like we were taking, daily trips to 68th.
Relatively, are we talking about a lot of the votes coming from Evanston? Are we talking about like Northfield Township? Do we have any sense of that? Because that's kind of the $64,000 question here.
However, we did have some Latin Kings in my high school.
These votes,
even like for a private school.
If the suburbs are basically Evanston, then there's
like a big
I still
thing
would
there.
want to see another area.
Like all of a sudden they found out like one of the transplant students was part of the GDs. We were just like, oh,
she's having a.
It's a little unclear. I'll keep digging into it. We did get another Cook suburbs update.
Which nothing funnier than seeing like them play that game when they
in
moved
this
to
race
the suburbs from
overall.
like the inner city.
A little bit spilled into this race while you're talking.
Yeah, I see. What can you give me the
like,
current?
oh yeah.
I see. We got 78% of the vote right here.
That's right.
And we're looking at a 4,100 vote difference. What do the suburbs look like right now?
They both did end up getting kicked out of school. One of them got arrested.
19 Abigazale and 25.
Oh, is it still 50,000?
Oh shit!
Yeah,
she's catching up.
It was only a few thousand in this particular congressional.
I also
district.
saw so many bunnies walking around Chicago.
So again, there's more to come here. One thing that we're seeing
tons
is
of rabbits.
There's more to come
probably have more
from the
rabbits
city
than
of
we do,
Chicago, we
rats.
think, versus the suburbs. And
you don't see
if you're
rats unless you're like by
Abigazale,
the restaurants.
that is good news for you because you're outpacing Biss by about 10 points there in Chicago. Okay, you're losing by 15 points in the suburbs, but you've got an opportunity here. Again, we said we expect her to run much better in the city of Chicago than in the suburbs. So she has an opportunity, just given that we think there's probably more vote to come out of the city of Chicago than the suburbs. There's an opportunity for her to draw closer.
Yeah, we got like tons of wild rabbits, man. That's why we get coyotes that come into the city.
If this gets real close between this and Abigazale,
a situation where we had a bunch of coyotes
keep in mind,
on the outline.
On the screen here,
they had
Lake
to stop
County,
the L
right,
to get the fucking
and
coyotes
McHenry
off.
County. It's small, shares of each, but probably they're going to add up to 10% of the vote right here. And
It's
as you're
magical.
getting outside the city of Chicago, we just got some lakes.
There's tons.
Yeah, okay, this is what I was just alluding.
That's why Stan back here had his little thing with the baby bunnies.
This might be a trouble area for Abigazale, and she's got 2/3 of the vote in Lake County. Now, again, this is
y'all need to open a bunny ranch.
4 or 5% of the vote in this district. But Biss is cleaning up there.
Turn into a murder
Fine is
machine.
doing
I don't
okay,
think so.
but is a clear second. And Abigazale is a distant third right
damn
here.
it.
What does
Lake
that do to
County.
the
It's
statewide,
always
to
Lake
the
County.
district-wide
God
total here in the
damn it.
ninth? It
Fucking Lake
expands
County.
that Biss margin. Remember, we
hate
were
Lake
just
County.
seeing it
That's where I saw
get
those
within
Trump
about
flags.
4 points between those candidates. Now that's up to about 5.5 points. Biss's margin up closer to about 5,000 votes. Now, what's encouraging for Biss is what just happened right there in Lake County. You might see the exact same thing happen in McHenry County when that comes in. So that might be another pad for him.
Really
and again, there's still some more vote from Lake.
Okay, my cat's high as balls right now on catnip. He's watching my computer fan spin.
Still all of McHenry County. So again, based on what we just saw there, there's opportunity there for Biss to maybe pad this lead a little bit. And then there's opportunity for Abu Ghazali in the city of Chicago to make up some ground. Although I see this margin just went over 5,000. What did we just get at him?
It'd be just ripped out of his gourd on catnip all night.
I'm seeing about 90% in Cook. So there is
90% in
we
Cook?
get a
Yeah, we're about 90% in both the Chicago and the suburbs.
Okay, can we just let's get an update on that right
I was
now.
really hoping.
Yep.
Chicago versus the burbs.
So in Chicago, Abu Ghazali at 34, Biss 24, Fine 13, Cook suburbs, Biss 34, Abu Ghazali 19, Fine 25.
Okay, so what's the rough number of total votes?
Yeah, this isn't looking good.
We have 91,000 across the district. There's 55 in the suburbs, 33 in Chicago, and we have them about both 90%.
Okay, so we are expecting our decision desk expects this is going to be more burbs than Chicago.
Oh my
yes.
gosh.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's one thing. In past primaries, it had been about even. Our decision desk is saying more burbs than Chicago. You can see that's clearly a big advantage for Biss here. So Biss getting an advantage just in sort of the relative weight of the suburbs, the margin that he's getting out of the suburbs. There is an opportunity here for Abu Ghazali to get a little bit more out of the city of Chicago. But you just saw Biss here in the outlying, in Lake and McHenry. I think you're feeling a lot better if you're Biss than if you're Abu Ghazali here. One thing I'm curious about, Adam, could you take a look? I see Mike Simmons, State Senator Mike Simmons, is running at 7%. What is he getting in the Chicago
He's who I originally wanted to vote for. He's, God damn it, I kind of feel bad.
Chicago specifically, he's getting 14%.
I really should have just. He might get 14% of the vote.
This might be complicating things a bit here for Abu Ghazali, too. In the Chicago portion of the district, that's also where his state Senate district is. I think Simmons and Abu Ghazali were in competition for some of the same voters. Yeah. And in that Chicago
it's almost like she fucking came in
district where
and she
Abu
did this
Ghazali
carpetbagging thing when he was supposed to be the candidate.
14% is going to Simmons right there. Dude. That might be taking a bit out of what Abu Ghazali wanted to get out of the city of Chicago. So again, about 84% district.
Solid. All right.
District-wide is in here.
Go, Mike.
I was wondering. 84% is in district-wide, and that is now almost a 6-point lead for Biss. And again, we just took you through what was left there. I want to go here, check in on the 2nd district, because we've got 2/3 of the vote here in the 2nd district. This is where Jesse Jackson Jr. is attempting a political comeback. He's running at 29%. Donna Miller, Cook County Commissioner, is well ahead of him right now. I just want to see where the vote is coming from. We've got about 3/4 of Cook. About 3/4 of Cook. Adam, can you just tell me?
No, he gets mad. Stop it.
In Illinois, too, between the Cook suburbs and the city, where they are in terms of expected vote.
Yeah, this is much more in the burbs right now.
Okay.
We have 43,000 votes in the Chicago suburbs.
Right.
That's about 90% of our expected vote there currently.
Right.
Dude, you had so many.
And we have 7,000 votes in the city, and that's about a third of our expected.
Okay, so just this is I want to get back to the Senate race because I think people are probably most curious about that. But I just want to know. You see Donna Miller with that double-digit advantage over Jesse Jackson Jr. The suburban portion of Cook County, that is where her county commissioner district is. So this is the Miller area that is disproportionately reporting here. This is where she was expected to do well. This is where she wanted to do well. Where she needed to do well. Where she is doing well. But we still have more to come. A lot more to come. Relatively speaking, from the city of Chicago. That could be Jesse Jackson Jr. He could do better there, potentially. Also, Robert Peters, that's where his state Senate district is. So there could still be an opportunity for Jackson, but Miller's certainly getting what she wanted to out of there. Let's go back to the statewide race here, the Senate primary. About half the vote is in right now. And again, we just got another update here. Okay, so this is now an advantage here of about 32,000 votes, 5 points for Stratton over Krishnamurthy. And we now have one of the other collar counties reporting. Okay, Lake County here. And again, about half the vote in Lake County. And again, you're seeing, so Krishnamurthy, we see it in Lake County. We see it in Kane County. This is part of his congressional district. He's really doing well there. We see it in Will County, okay, although Will County, about an 8-point margin there for Krishnamurthy. In the collar counties, the suburbs here, Chicagoland area, Krishnamurthy is running ahead of Stratton. But Stratton is competitive, right? 35% in Will, okay? Yeah, here, not in her district, not so much, but Lake County, 35%. It's a solid enough share of the vote when this is happening in Cook County. When in Cook County, with now almost 3/4 of the vote in, you are getting 39% of the vote and lead by over 46,000 votes in Cook County. That's about what you need to be doing elsewhere. So, and I'm looking to see if we've got any other major population centers. One significant place that is not lit up yet right now, would be right here. This is Champaign, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign.
Do you go to therapy and a shrink
what we're
as
seeing
well?
in this
Mine died
pattern
from COVID.
here, if you're seeing Stratton running this well in McLean County, I think she's going to be running very well in the Champaign County. This is Illinois State. There's a lot of similarities, I think, demographically, culturally between these places.
Now I see why they call her a spoiler candidate.
The fact that Stratton was able to run well here in McLean, the fact she was able to run well here in Sangamon County, I think bodes well for her. And this is, relatively speaking, when you get outside Chicago, fair number of votes right here. So that's a place where she might be able to do quite well. But let's get back in here to Cook County. 72% of the vote.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody.
Maybe we can run through it quickly here. This is the kind of is the ball game. City of Chicago versus burbs. And
where are you
go
doing?
ahead. What is it in Chicago?
You are
Chicago,
doing fun for your wife.
43% for Stratton, 24 for Krishnamurthy.
Yeah.
And in
It's
the
a small
burbs,
chunk of
36 for Stratton.
Yeah.
36 for Krishnamurthy.
36. And let me put it this way. What percent of the vote is in from the Chicago
The only
portion?
reason that I'm a little
we have it at
is because
58 currently.
We think
we're still
58% of the
getting
vote
bills
from the city of Chicago
like the days go by, and I'm just like, oh my
has
god,
been counted, and that's what it looks like. What percent from the burbs?
Well, yes, if you guys
We have it at 90
can help out
currently.
in any way, it goes a
wow.
long way.
Look at that.
For real.
We think
It's
the vast majority of the vote from the Cook
a
County
lot.
suburbs.
But
is
also,
in.
if you guys can support
And it's
the
a
stream,
tie.
like, subscribe.
It's a tie between Stratton
Push the
and
stream out
Krishnamurthy.
there.
And we think not even 6 out of 10 votes have been counted from the city of Chicago, and Stratton is
kinda had
almost
that thought where I'm
20
like, God,
points
David, I
ahead
don't have to,
of
like,
Krishnamurthy there.
have that
Let me ask
there.
it this way.
It's gonna be a good
How
fucking
many
day.
votes do we think remain from the city of Chicago?
It's gonna be a while.
If we think 58% are in, what are we talking about in terms of the number of votes we think are left to come in?
From the city of Chicago,
Yes.
about 175,000, right around there.
Okay, so we think about 175,000 votes left. If Stratton keeps beating Krishnamurthy by a 20-point clip, right? That's about a 35,000 vote pad that she could get out of the remaining vote over Krishnamurthy in the city of Chicago. I see a little bit more just came in. Was that burbs or was that city?
I believe that was city.
Uh-huh. And just tell me how it broke. It's a few thousand, but tell me how it broke.
Stratton gets about 4,000 votes.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So again, the opportunity here, we'll just reset statewide. She's leading by 37,000 votes statewide just from the city of Chicago. If she continues to win it at the clip.
Thank you for the very kind $50. Holy shit, New Zealand, right? I know it's not much, but I hope it helps you both even just a little. Dude, thank you.
He's winning it
it goes, as I said, every little bit goes a really long way.
She could get that same margin, almost, just from the city of Chicago.
Yeah, we're kind of struggling.
And again,
so
where's Krishnamurthy going to counter that?
So much.
He's got to make, he's already 37,000 votes behind. The suburbs are almost all counted. He'll get a little bit, he might get a little more, he might fall behind with what's left in the suburbs. He's running even in the Cook suburbs with Stratton. So again, city of Chicago is going to give Stratton potentially at this rate, tens of thousands more votes in plurality.
That's why I wasn't getting my alerts.
And
I'm so sorry.
When you get outside of Chicagoland, I mean, we've been taking you through this. There are certainly places where Krishnamurthy is running in first. It's a 5,000 vote margin for him in Lake. Okay, if he runs at this same clip, we got half the, he might net 5,000 more votes out of here. Okay, about half the vote in Kane. He might net 5,000 more votes. That's 10,000. Okay.
God damn it, I hate Lake County.
About 2/3 of the vote to come here. Okay, he might net another 4,000 votes, 3,500. I've got him at 13,500. DuPage County. Okay, this is DuPage County is about 975,000 people, and DuPage County is part of Krishnamurthy's district. This is going to have to deliver big for him. He's going to need something. Now we see him next door in Kane County with a 20-point advantage over Stratton of 5,000 votes. Okay, DuPage County is bigger than Kane County. It is Krishnamurthy's district. We're talking to Krishnamurthy's backyard here. He's going to need something monster out of here. With what you're seeing Stratton do everywhere else right here, Cook County and everything, just look statewide. Yeah, Krishnamurthy needs something. And I don't even know if that would be enough for him. But just, I mean, I'm looking here at this map, and I'm just trying to, as I tell you what I think Stratton can get out of the city of Chicago, and I look at the lead she has right now, I'm saying, where can Krishnamurthy find a big chunk of votes? Okay, yeah, DuPage County. What's the expected vote in DuPage, Adam?
DuPage, we're expecting 110,000 votes, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if he wins DuPage by 20 points, he could knock 20,000 votes off her.
I mean, did I not establish that DuPage County is the one that we don't fuck with?
Right here, DuPage County. I think, if you're Krishnamurthy, you're hoping a lot of these sort of rural, very small rural counties here add up. You win them and you add up, but he's not winning all of them either. I mean, some of these small counties here, this is scant few votes right here, but again, you're seeing Stratton, you're seeing Stratton's turquoise here pop up. Again, I'm looking for one that's a little more sizable. We're not landing on it here. Take a look, like Livingston County, not many votes here. If you're Krishnamurthy, it's DuPage, it's the rest of these collar counties. Maybe if he could net 20,000 out of DuPage, if he could net 15,000 out of the remaining collar counties, that could potentially offset what Stratton does in Chicago. But that would offset it. He's currently operating at a deficit of nearly 40,000 votes.
By the way, guys, we're getting close to the 420 fun half. Obviously, we're not going to go right
I looked down
into
to
it.
Metro East. We haven't heard from Madison County yet.
But
Suburbs of St. Louis, Collinsville, Edwardsville, maybe something there, but it's not that big. Again, if he could pick up some of these rural counties, Peoria, I suspect he could do pretty well there. This is.
Never found out what happened with that wallet, by the way.
What Stratton's done here is I think we all looked at this race.
Like I said, guys,
and
by
saw
the way,
potential
if any of y'all
with the money
are
that was coming in late,
fans,
with the message
I have,
that she
think
was running
like 5
on.
or 6 of these
our own polling,
available.
We've
if you guys
seeing
want to
this now
claim
on
one,
NBC
just let me
polling
know,
now
and I
for
will
some
send it
time.
out
When you
to you.
ask Democratic voters how they feel about their own party, they don't like their party's leadership. They want more aggressive confrontation with the Trump administration, more aggressive confrontation with those policies. That was, I think, just in terms of the thrust of Stratton's message, that's what she was trying to offer voters in the final weeks of this campaign. And it's hard to look at this map and say she didn't tap into something pretty signiligent there. So again. Nothing new has changed really since
it was everybody realizing that Roger took crypto
the lay
money.
of the land as I see it here. Let's see DuPage.
That, man. They were just
let's
like,
see more City of Chicago. I mean, maybe that's another hope for Krishnamurthy if you're looking at this. Maybe the rest of Chicago, he finds some stronger pockets here. We did just get a small update somewhere. It's small. Where was that? Can you see?
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay. So we
It's
got a
more
little
so
bit
for
more.
anybody that likes to collect that type of stuff.
As we've said, Joliet is here. Okay. Let me use the opportunity here to check in on the congressional races. You'll keep me honest, Adam, on the Senate race. I don't know if anything has changed here. No, this is where it was in the 2nd district when we last checked in. City of Chicago. Something's going to have to turn around in the city of Chicago. It's so small, and yet the population is basically all in this little box right here. Mm-hmm. City of Chicago, something big is going to have to change there if Jackson Jr. is going to be successful in his political comeback. The best thing Miller has going for her right now as she tries to protect the lead that she got here in the suburbs of Cook County is that Robert Peters is probably going to do pretty well in the city of Chicago, too. So if Peters and Jackson both do well there, they might keep each other from eroding that lead that Miller has. But we'll see. City of Chicago is going to be determinative there. 8th district here, Melissa Bean's attempted political comeback. Okay, we now have a little bit more here. We have, well, of course we do. We have Cook County, the suburbs of Cook County. Almost all of that is in here. 90% of the vote in this portion. This is half the district. Okay, Cook County
Illinois
is half the district. 25% is right down here in DuPage
one of the
County. Okay,
APAC
50,
free candidates
25,
actually
25.
won.
So in the share that accounts for half the district, Bean is running 6 points ahead of Junaid Ahmed. West in Kane County, she's leading by 12. We checked in earlier. I think this has gotten a little closer. I think since we first checked in, but my memory isn't what it used to be here. But about 60% of the vote in Kane County, and then we're waiting on DuPage. I just said DuPage County. We're waiting on is going to be so significant in that Senate race. Also here in this congressional race. But if you're Bean, I think in Cook County you were hoping to do a little bit better than that. But she is coming out. She is nonetheless winning it by about 2,000 votes. She continues to have a solid lead there in Kane. If she can just win the DuPage County portion here, she should be able to hold on here. But Ahmed's given her a fight here, no question. Take a look in the 7th district. We haven't shown you much here, and this one is wide open, 67% of the vote. And I mean, just to show you just a list of
20 years ago, I'd be voting there.
Up to run in this race. I mean, look at this. One of the possibilities as we were looking at the 7th district coming in tonight, I was starting to do some research here on what was the smallest share of the vote anyone ever won.
But even though it was a shitty apartment,
primary with.
You know what? I love it.
Was there a situation where that number might come into play right here? I've seen smaller than 23, but you don't see too many that are smaller than 23. That's what LaShawn Ford is at right now. He is a state representative. He is running in this campaign with the endorsement of Danny Davis. Danny Davis, the outgoing congressman.
I'm happy about it.
Melissa Conyers-Irvin
kind of mad that
is
they
the
fucking
best
let
funded
the entire legacy
She's
go
the
to Cash
treasurer
Patel.
of the city of
Just
Chicago.
one more fucking thing
$5 million
to embarrass our
of
fucking
ads
country
came in
with.
on behalf of her from a
I hope you understand that if that was a Democratic politician, you'd be freaking out too.
Targeted in this race. I think
that's
by
where
the
you should.
crypto.
We should all agree
crypto-affiliated super PAC. You have a labor leader here, Anthony
people
Driver
that
running
are
at 12%.
politician adjacent had no business being in there.
Danny
There
Davis
wasn't a
couple
single
times.
celebrity
This is
in
her
there.
3rd or 4th time running for the seat. She's at about 10% right now. One question here.
They should have. That was
Let
for
me
the
not
team.
belabor
That was
this,
for
but
the
one
boys.
question here
But no,
is, Adam,
Cash had to make it about
City
himself
of Chicago
on our
versus
dime.
suburbs.
I am pissed
Is
about
there
that.
a split we're seeing here?
And you should be too. But whatever, man. You play team politics.
Yeah, a little
You're just
bit
like,
of a split.
I love seeing
in
Cash
Chicago
even though he's a
proper,
fucking loser.
Conyers-Irvin getting 22%.
Jesus Christ, the amount of fucking support that you get
when
that
she's
you put
getting
behind some of the
14%
dumbest people on the planet just
in the
because
suburbs.
Donald Trump dumped them.
Ford is about the same,
nuts to me,
22% in Chicago, 24%, 25% in
Keep standing up for people like him,
how much
Pam Bondi.
of the vote is in each place?
The burbs are heartily in. We have that about 90% in.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more. And then Chicago, we have it 60%.
So we have a fair amount. Okay, they're running even in Chicago a little bit more than half the votes counted
that he refers
there right
to men
now.
and women.
And it's a difference of 3,000 votes. Look, Ford has sort of taken his best shot at Conyers-Irvin here through the suburbs.
That's interesting.
Not much left for him there. Can Conyers-Irvin beat him in what's left in Chicago and overcome that margin? Ford's district is from the west side of Chicago. The west side of Chicago was Danny Davis'
right now.
We again, this is the limitation, right? We don't really have a sense here within Chicago.
Cat and my dog are about to get into a massive fight.
No, but I guess I will note,
I'm just kidding.
Peeling through the different districts that we've been looking at, 2, 7, 8, 9, 2 and 8 are the ones where we have the least amount of Chicago,
right?
Relative to what we're expecting.
Okay. How about 7?
Yeah, I mean, we just talked there. It was about 60% of the vote. When the rest are below 50.
I misunderstood what you were saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on this here, but you can see the dynamic here. Can Conyers-Irvin overtake Ford with what's left in Chicago? Let's check back in on the 9th district race. Remember there,
aggression on him.
Yeah, Biss's margin now just under 5,000. I think it was 5,100 when we last checked in. About 80% of the vote here. Nothing more in Lake. You were with us when we got that first batch. Nothing in McHenry yet, based on what happened in Lake. I think the expectation is Biss should do very well here in McHenry County. He can pad his margin a little bit there, and we're looking at Cook County here.
Jesus Christ!
Let me just ask you,
dude. And
quickly, Adam,
McHenry County was one of the ones that she fucking missed her campaign stop.
What percent is in
fucking Christ,
in burbs versus city here?
In the burbs, we have 90% in. Is our estimate, and Chicago is 75.
75, which is up from where it was before, right? What's Chicago running at right now?
Chicago, we have about 37,000 votes in.
Right.
For BIS.
Oh, you don't want to hurt them.
We have 24%.
Yep.
Abu Ghazala, 35%.
Yep.
Good for Hassan. It won't come down to 100
Illinois
votes.
Too, if you want to look at that.
Okay.
Again, I voted for Kat.
Donna Miller has been declared the winner here. There you go. So it looks like we got, and I'm seeing we're up to 73. We must have got a little city of Chicago. Nothing dramatically. We said it would come down to the city of Chicago. Something dramatic would have to change. Nothing dramatic changed.
Looks like the national
Donna
campaign
Miller,
didn't pay off.
A member of the Cook County Board of Commissioners.
Thank you. I know that you're just reassuring me that I was right.
Victory over Jesse Jackson Jr. The political comeback
this sucks.
of Jesse Jackson Jr.
I didn't want to be right about this.
Fails.
But
remember,
it's
he was
almost like I know
elected to
something about
Congress in
politics.
1996. He served through 2012.
I know I don't
He was
look
under
it. I know I may
investigation
not
at
sound
that
it
time,
all the
faced
time,
a
but
prosecution
it's one thing I actually have a little bit of
fundraising
confidence in. It's like, no,
irregularities.
I do see how this
14
works.
years later, and just after his father passed away, obviously a major event nationally, but a major event in the city of Chicago, which was his father's political base for all of those
Adam,
years.
you know all about that. Here you are.
Well short in this race. Miller was the best funded candidate in the 2nd District of Illinois. Again,
did your
one
mom
of the
tell you that
storylines
as
in
you
these
were leaving
Illinois
the kitchen?
primaries was a lot of the pro-Israel aligned money coming into these races. This is one of the races that money targeted on behalf of Miller. So certainly just in terms of funding, she had an advantage. Jackson did not raise much money on his own. The financial backing that he did get came from, I think it was the AI affiliated super PACs. And there was crypto money was in here too, I think, going after Robert Peters. But anyway, Miller winning here handily. Political comeback attempt by Jesse Jackson Jr. fails. Going back to the 9th District.
What are you doing here? That's right. Your family hates you.
We had 37,000 votes counted in Chicago. It was 34% for BIS. It was,
we know that your wife's boyfriend's a Democrat, and that's why you hate him.
And what was it for BIS?
It's 35 for Abu Ghazala and 24 for BIS.
Okay, 35-24. And how many votes do we think are left in Chicago?
About 13,000 remaining votes.
13,000 remaining votes. If Abu Ghazala continues to beat BIS by about a 10-point margin, she can eat into a 4,800 vote margin, but it does not look like there's enough there at the current rate for her to overtake BIS.
I mean, that's where it pushes
Chicago.
into a couple hundred right there.
Like we said, if I can just call the counties up here, there are areas as well where BIS can counter what Abu Ghazala is going to get out of the city of Chicago. So again, I think BIS here probably feeling not too bad about his position in this race. Okay, 2 is called.
Oh, Danny
we showed
boy.
you 8. I don't think we have anything more than 8 since we checked in. We showed you 7. Waiting on city of Chicago there to see if that turns it around for Conyers Irving, or if that clinches it for Ford. 9th District we just showed you. I did want to, I did put this race in just in case. Nikki Budzinski, this is again, we talk about these gerrymandered districts in Illinois. This was a district that was drawn, again, by the Democrats for the 2022 cycle. They were targeting Republican Congressman Rodney Davis. They took this district that was a marginal district. They stretched it here from St. Clair County, just outside St. Louis, all the way to Urbana-Champaign.
He was an obstructionist. He never did anything.
Springfield, they added Decatur in here as well. Made it a very Democratic seat. Budzinski was elected that year. She was being challenged from the left by this candidate who had made, he was trying to run against as a critic of Israel, put it that way. But I was curious if there'd be any traction there. Clearly, in this case, there wasn't any traction there.
Let's
go back
Johnson
to the Senate
jersey?
race statewide, again, where I think we have a potentially significant story brewing. It was 52% of the vote the last time we checked in. It's now sitting at 54% of the vote. Adam, I keep asking Chicago and Cook, but maybe let me ask you this way. Is there anything else significant that's come in the last, say, 10 minutes in this race?
4-2-0.
1,400 votes in McLean, 1,400 in Grundy.
You're here right on time.
We're just getting scattered votes all around.
You guys ready for this? We're going to celebrate
Did I
for
just
the
see
4-2-0, and then
That's
we're going
Paige.
to hang. We're gonna have a good old time
So
tonight.
we got about a quarter of the vote just came in in DuPage County. Remember what we said. Krishnamurthy's running
Tommy
from
John
behind
underwear
right now.
sucks.
This is
Tommy John
his
underwear is like
district, and this is a
don't spend your money on that
county.
bullshit.
It's not Cook, but this is a
Seriously,
giant county
do
by
not
any
spend your
other
money on that
standard.
bullshit.
It's a 10-point margin
Tommy
for
John
Krishnamurthy.
sucks.
A quarter of the vote. That adds up to a little bit less than a 3,000 vote plurality for him.
Woo!
And again,
Let's go.
in the context of a statewide primary where he is now trailing by in excess of 40,000 votes, he doesn't want 44-34 in DuPage County. He wants 54-24 in DuPage County. He wants something massive. This is something respectable for a suburban congressman who was supposed to do well here. The story here is not so much that Krishnamurthy is leading in DuPage County. The story in the context of tonight is that Stratton is doing as well as she's doing. That Stratton is only 10 points behind Krishnamurthy in his political backyard. 27% of the vote, a little bit more than a quarter of is in from DuPage County. Again, you're looking at this map and you're trying, the question you're asking yourself is, where could Krishnamurthy look to eat into that kind of a margin, especially when Stratton is still stands to pad this margin with the city of Chicago, which has a ton of vote left in it. This was the number one place we identified when we looked at this map about 15 minutes ago. Now, there's more vote to come in from DuPage County. Some of that vote may come in from more Krishnamurthy-friendly areas. He may be able to pad this lead by more here, but this is a place in the context of what's happening here. He needs something just enormous from. This is not enormous. This is the opposite of what Krishnamurthy needs out of DuPage County. So again, let's reset statewide. We now are approaching 60% of the vote in this primary. Juliana Stratton, the lieutenant governor, again backed by Governor J.B. Pritzker, whose super PAC just fueled a very aggressive, well-funded, last-minute push in this campaign. And wow, has that currently that is certainly paying off what we're seeing in this race right here. Did I miss anything out? Let's just go through the collars, maybe, see where we stand here. Again, 20% of the vote's going to come from the collar counties, which we are going to go through right now. We're where we were in Lake County. We don't have anything from McHenry County. That one's not as big. Kane County here again, Krishnamurthy, this is his district, and that number now under 50% from there. We just showed you DuPage County. We show you Will County. We got a little more vote here in Will County. And wow, the news, it just seems like it keeps getting worse for Krishnamurthy. Will County, again, another one of the big collar counties here. We showed you this probably with about a third of the vote in, and Krishnamurthy's lead was about 8.5 points here. More vote has come in. You're up close to half now, and Krishnamurthy's lead is down to 1.5 points. So this was a county that he was getting some margin out of earlier. Now he's barely ahead here. So again, he needs big batches of votes somewhere and everywhere, and I'm not seeing him here. 41,787. Stratton's margin statewide right now. I see Madison County has come in. Holy cow, look at that. More than half the vote has come in Madison County. Metro East, St. Louis here in Illinois. Again, Madison County and St. Clair County. The two of these combined, this is big for way downstate in Illinois. They're probably about 3% of the vote statewide tonight. But this is, when St. Clair County came in at the start of the night, one of the things that I said was, we expected that Stratton was going to do well with the black vote in this campaign. This had St. Clair had one of the larger shares of black voters of any county in the state. She was doing well there. Now you're getting into Madison County here, and the demographics get a little different, and Stratton is leading here. She's leading by 6 points here as well. Reset statewide, nearly 60%, 41,819. That's the margin. Just take a look here through, I'm just sort of looking. These are tiny counties here. Trying to kind of give everybody a cameo, I guess. Make our way down as remote as you can get in Illinois. Alexander, it says is where Cairo. I don't want to get too distracted. We got Cairo, Illinois. You could drive from Cairo, Illinois to Arkansas. You could get to somewhere in Arkansas in 90 minutes from Cairo, Illinois. You want to get up to Chicago? 5.5 hours. That's how big Illinois is. Okay, statewide here, checking in again.
What? Cat losing? No,
we did get some more
DJX,
suburbs.
I want Juliana Stratton to win.
Why don't we just reset on this again for a second? Just quickly take us through the numbers while we have a minute.
It's a primary
City of
for
Chicago
versus a small district. I care about Dick
suburbs
Durbin's seat way more. What non-captain jersey would
Chicago,
you get?
Stratton, 44.
I have
Krishnamurthy,
my favorite
24.
player was Patrick Sharp on the Blackhawks dynasty
36.
team. Yeah. I have him. I have John.
36.
I have.
36. By the way, who is leading in the suburbs? Who has more votes?
I have a Kane jersey.
About 800 for Stratton.
I actually have
now
like
leading
Game
the
Ward
suburbs.
jerseys.
That's right.
I have a Game Ward
Juliana
Scott
Stratton,
Darling jersey. I have
it's
a,
no
I have
longer a
Game
story
Ward
of
Hobby
Krishnamurthy
Bolin. You know Hobby
leading
Bolin?
in the suburbs
I like
and
some
Stratton
goalies.
overwhelming him in the city. Stratton is
Corey
leading the
Crawford
suburbs, just not by
jerseys.
much. She is pulled ahead of
I was a bit of a
Krishnamurthy
jersey nut
in
for
the
a while.
suburbs. What share of the vote in are we in Chicago?
Yeah.
We have it at 67.
67. Are we at what are we in the burbs still 90 or?
I have Jeremy Roenick
and north of 90.
got a gamer on that
we
one.
have it about 95
it's one of,
here,
like,
but
my-
once you get into that
like,
territory,
that's one of my cherished
it's very unclear.
Right, it's unclear, but we are. This is, you're pretty much at it in the. I mean, there could be some more here, but you're getting close to the end in the suburb. There's still a third of the vote to come in.
Those aren't
Chicago.
suburbs. These aren't suburbs.
These
aren't suburbs.
I
This,
think a pretty
these
clear
are
advantage
suburbs
for Stratton.
These are the
here at this
these
point,
are the burbs.
with 60% of the vote in.
We kind of draw the line right about here, and then we go.
Let's
up.
just jump here. I think
Right
you
here.
said the city
That's
of
the
Chicago,
suburbs.
which makes me think, did we get
This
anything more
right here,
in
that's
the
Chicago.
ninth, in that Chicago update? This looks the same.
Yeah,
Out
we
here's
got,
even
we
a
got
little
a
bit
few
Chicago.
more. I think BIS pads by about 90 votes. We got another
From
500
Chicago.
votes.
We actually had two progressives win so far: the Illinois
from the Cook
15th and the
burbs.
Illinois
Yes, exactly.
3rd.
Did any part of the city come in here in?
Not in the last.
I don't know why he's not reporting on this.
Not in
These
the
must
last
have been
few
smaller
minutes
Okay,
races.
so again, I mean, but again, the numbers here seem a lot more friendly to BIS than they do
Primary
to
win, primary win.
Abu Ghazaleh. At this point, the 8th, looking here, 20. Okay. Oh, I should have known. Okay. DuPage County. Now this just got a little interesting. Now one of these things is not like the other. Now we've got 3 component counties here. Let's just reset here in the 8th district where Melissa Bean is making this comeback attempt.
Junod is where,
Junaid
like, my
Ahmed,
buddy lives in
again,
Junod's
endorsed by
district,
Bernie
and,
Sanders running to the left,
would love to
Justice
see him win.
Democrats. Because he is just under 3,000 votes
she's tried her hand a
behind
few
Bean,
times.
Who leading, and most of the voters in Cook.
Cat
She's
is just
gonna win
one
by
person that
under
won an overall
2,000 votes
victory.
right
Well,
there.
we might have an
2/3
overall
is in
victory.
Kane.
The thing is,
She's
I
leading by
don't
a
want to
little
be
by
right.
about
And
10
if she
points
wins
right
by
there. And then
under
look what
1,000
happened in
votes, I'm going to be
DuPage County.
very upset.
It's about a quarter of the vote is going to come out of here. and About a
DJ,
quarter of the
you
vote is
should
in
know.
from DuPage.
I'm not sure if you know this. I did
the
vote for her.
biggest single source of outstanding vote in this district is DuPage County.
I'd be lying
that
if
is a
you
7
and
point
some of the
advantage
others
right
in
now.
chat were not a
6.7,
part of that.
7-point advantage for Ahmed.
All right.
How
it for
many
what it
votes
is.
do we expect
You guys kinda
left
convinced me a
in
little.
DuPage County in this district, Adam?
About 14,000 is our estimate.
14,000 left. So
That's
look,
on the
if,
back
if
all around.
Ahmed
Let's go.
continued to win it
Said so last night.
at this rate, you know what? Could he knock 12?
I mean,
yeah,
come on.
you know, that's a.
I barely
he
know
could
what I
make it
say within a
close, and
5
he could
minutes
make it uncomfortable
span.
for Bean,
Come on.
but depending on how the remaining vote looks in Kane,
Should probably get that
and if
checked.
anything else, I see we just got a little bit more out of Cook here. He's probably going to need to win DuPage County by a bigger margin than he's winning it by. He's probably going to need to win this thing by more like 15 points or so. If what we're seeing in Cook and what we're seeing in Kane continue, in fact, he may need to win this thing by more like 15, 20 points because Bean at this rate will get more out of Kane. So again, Ahmed is wasn't quite sure what to expect in this race. Again, Bean had some real significant backing behind her. I think my expectation coming into this race was that there'd be more distance between Bean and Ahmed than there is right here. But again, I think the way this is playing out right now, he's probably going to, this is kind of going to be the ball game for him, I suspect, and he's going to need something bigger than this coming out of here. But that's an interesting race there in the 8th. Let's look again in on the 7th. Nothing has changed here again since we looked. This is all contained within Cook County.
That last Chicago update did add about 1,700 votes to 9.
Yes, okay.
So it's about 1,700 new votes.
Yep.
Abu Ghazaleh nets about 376 over BIS.
Do you know what percent she was getting? What he was getting?
Yeah. In this latest batch,
Yeah.
she gets 42% of the new vote.
Right.
and Biss gets.
There we go.
20.
So she beat him 2-1. She beat him by 20 points. How many votes do we think are left in the city of Chicago here?
We have it about 80%
That's all the
in,
stuff
and we
that
have
Kat
about
sent me.
11,000 remaining is our current estimate.
Yeah, 11,000. So if she, you just saw her beat him by about 20 points.
Now I look at it,
11,000
that's a
left
lot.
in Chicago.
That's right, just in Chicago.
At that same rate, she could knock 20. Again, at that same rate, at that same rate, if she were, that's a huge if, but if she wins the rest of Chicago at that same rate, she probably cuts that in half. She probably cuts that 4,500 in half. Leaves her still behind.
Is this the
And again, it
gay
leaves her
channel?
we'll call it the McHenry problem.
I don't
Small,
know.
but now it looms big. And we've seen Biss next door in Lake.
What's your flavor there,
Not
partner?
just winning it, but Abu Ghazali way back here. If that gets replicated in McHenry,
Why, testing
again,
the waters?
that's,
Is that what's up?
you know,
You're just like, I'm on.
a lot of the good she could do herself in the city of Chicago can be undone in that small county there, small slice of the county.
Are you trying to
in McHenry.
insinuate
So,
being gay is a bad thing? Like,
Kind of
what?
remains the same right there.
Is
Let's go
Biss
back
a
out. I see we
socialist?
did
No,
get
he's
some more
not.
vote
He's a progressive.
in the
He's
Senate
like a-
race. We went from
he's like a
58 to
classic
60%.
progressive,
Stratton
but he
has
works with
added to her
Dems.
lead. You had just mentioned city of Chicago in that 9th district. Does that mean we just got
Democratic
more in the Senate
incumbent?
race?
Yes, we
Were
did.
you looking for the gay channel?
We're up to
sounds like you'd have to.
286,000 in Chicago.
Dude, what the
We were at
fuck?
260
That's
before.
So we just got 26,000. So we got 26,000 new votes from Chicago just now.
In the last few minutes, yes.
Are you able to say just that 26,000? What percent was Stratton, and what percent was Krishnamurthy?
I only have 11,000 currently accounted for in my log right here.
Okay, but you have what that was?
Yes. So for
Today was an
Stratton,
election?
it
Yep,
was
in Illinois.
45, 46%.
Yep.
Krishnamurthy,
Primary.
18%.
Oh, I mean, it's just continue. I keep asking these questions. I keep looking at these places.
Wolfpack
What I am,
also.
I'm just
Welcome.
to explain the process here.
Welcome
it's
to the
just
show. Appreciate having you here, man.
Are we missing something? Is there a piece of good news here for Krishnamurthy, or pending good news for him, that we're not seeing and that we're not accounting for? One thought, as more vote comes in from Chicago, is there a more Krishnamurthy-friendly pocket that, because we've seen, Stratton running about 20 points ahead in the updates. Well, you just saw another update from Chicago, 11,000 votes.
Wait, you hope Stratton
She's beating
doesn't
him
win?
in those
Why?
11,000 votes by 28 points. So these are all.
Because I said I wanted to win.
We did make
Come on,
two new
Kolpak, why
calls
you gotta be like
in
that?
the statewide races for governor and Senate
Oh,
on the Republican side.
I see Pritzker for governor.
Pritzker's in there.
Oh, the
and
Republican
Darren
primary
Bailey
for governor.
yes.
Oh, okay, Darren Bailey, who was previously sought this office, the Republican nominee for governor of Illinois. And what's the other call?
In the Senate
my
race,
God, he's fourth
Don
place.
Tracy.
Yes.
Okay, and on the Republican
Rick,
side,
Rick
and maybe we should
fucking
just
asshole.
let's
Berman,
call this
someone.
one up
Oh
here.
my God, his signs are
let me
so
use this moment while we're
ostentatious.
sort of in a holding pattern here.
Are all my chatters on Twitch today?
These
No.
live streams that we're doing,
No,
they're
Sylvie.
for
No, they're not.
everybody. I don't care, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Green Party. If you like both parties, if you hate both, who likes both parties? But if you hate both, it's for everybody. And I know tonight it's been all Democrats.
No.
And I just want, if you're a Republican and you're watching,
Shit, no. We have
I
not heard
love
from
you
them.
because this is, again, I'm
When did
interested
that
in
hit?
elections.
When did that hit? Because we heard from him right before stream wrapped last night.
You're interested in elections, whether it's a Republican.
No, Sylvie. He was in here last night. He said that constant air sirens were driving him crazy. But yeah, no, he was here last night
It matters
for a
who
hot
wins.
minute.
We care who wins. We want to know how they won. The reason why,
Yeah, I hope he's
think if you're
okay,
watching
man.
this, but the reason why it's been
dude,
all
I just thought about
5,000
that.
there.
Now
Do
I'm
the
worried.
math, right?
Fuck.
8,000 and change out of DuPage, 5,000 here.
When did
We're
it
over
hit?
13,000.
It wasn't
Kane County,
it
we got
wasn't
about
since last night.
3/4 of the vote in right there. He could do another 1,500. Maybe that's 15,000 between those counties.
Okay, so
Will
what-
County's barely ahead.
No, yeah, he
Again,
came in last night.
but
Okay, we're good.
In these, maybe he can win up here in McHenry County.
do that.
Maybe between what's left in the collar counties, he knocks 20,000 votes. He could knock maybe
Collar
half
counties? What the fuck?
Stratton's leadoff in what remains of the collar counties. But she's got Chicago. She's just every Chicago update is offsetting anything that Krishnamurthy's getting from those collar counties. And she's 41,000 votes ahead. And this is not one of those campaigns Sometimes you'll see these in Illinois where a candidate really has concentrated support in Chicago and in Cook County, and then tries to just build as big a number as they can and withstand losing in 98 of the 102 counties. That's not what Stratton's doing
Bailey's an
here.
absolute joke.
Again,
he had no chance
she's
to win, even with
winning
everyone
in
hating
Metro
JB
East,
Arbuckle.
right?
Yeah.
She's winning
Listen,
in Sangamon
JB's
County, where Springfield is. We
a
showed you at the
billionaire.
very
He's a
beginning of the night.
scumbag
She's winning
billionaire.
in McLean
He's
County.
our
Normal
billionaire.
Illinois. We're waiting on Champaign.
Honestly, he's a
I've
class
set that
traitor,
one
and I
up.
like
She's
it.
got big pockets here
Is
where
Stratton
she's
a
doing.
socialist? No,
she's doing
she
quite well.
is technically
Krishnamurthy,
what you would
we showed you
call
early in the
a
night,
more
Winnebago
progressive
County, where
candidate,
Rockford
just
is.
not a socialist.
He's doing well.
They're
but
like
it's a 1,200 vote margin.
They're
I
like a
suspect
tick
he's going to do
over.
well
That's
here
how this is
in
working. We're
Peoria
seeing like
County,
just a little pivot.
Peoria
Just a
here.
wee
Let's
pivot.
go over to the Quad Cities, Rock Island County, right? Moline.
Let me guess, Ryan.
He might do well here as well, but it's not. It's
Why don't
not
you tell
that
me your
big.
politics? You know what?
So again,
I don't want to
statewide here, almost 2/3
Just
of the
explain your
vote,
politics.
41,
If you're a cool
588.
dude, stick around, man.
Do we have?
I'm trying not to let all my fucking political
let me ask
bullshit get the best of me.
this To Adam,
You know,
I
got friends that are Republicans. I got friends.
Well,
Well, classic. I don't really have MAGA
Yeah,
friends.
I mean, they're
have
looking at the
MAGA
same
people
numbers
in
we
my
are.
life that
We're slowly getting more, Cook suburbs and Chicago
Cool.
vote. I think they're waiting for
the most part
a lot of that to come in just to see how it breaks out. But that's the latest in that race.
I just see we got another update while you were talking. We're up to 64. What just came in?
That's what. Yeah, I was kind of. We did get just a tad more out of 4,000.
How did it break?
4,000 votes.
I feel so bad. I
wins
want to
it.
go on Alex. On Alex's show tonight.
Looks like 30. Yeah, 38. 32.
Yeah. So I mean, what are the surprises tonight besides the fact that Stratton is ahead in this race and ahead by a
Republican
somewhat
when we can
significant
vote,
margin right here?
when we
I
can
mean,
continue this path the
we
Democrats
figured
have led us
she
on.
would do well in the city of
You do
Chicago,
understand
and that could
Donald
potentially
Trump is in
make her
charge
competitive.
in
She's outright
all four
winning
branches of government,
suburban Cook
'cause I
County.
include the
Remember, we
Supreme
told you that
Court.
distinction at the start of the night. 60%
Come
of
on,
the
man.
vote Cook, 35%
Oh,
city of Chicago,
what are you doing?
25%
What are you
suburbs.
doing?
We thought at
Come
the
on, man.
start of the night that this was going to be, maybe Stratton wins Chicago, by a pretty good margin, but then
only
Krishnamurthy
assume
wins
that
big
you're
in the
local
suburbs
to
and
me, at
offsets
least.
whatever she gets out of
Talking
Chicago.
Illinois,
she's
not
actually
Illinois?
close. She's actually ahead in the suburbs, and she's just pouring it on in the city of Chicago right now.
I get what you're saying. Okay. My bad.
How many votes? We were at about 95% in this. Okay. Now this is something. Do you see this, folks? Were you watching this a minute ago? See this county right here, Will County?
I
It just
disagree,
changed
but I
colors.
understand what you're
Look at
saying
that.
now. But I was
Stratton
about to say
has
something
taken
that
the lead
was
in Will County. First update of the night. This is one of the big collar
Different
counties, right? First update of the night, Krishnamurthy was ahead by 8.5 points. It got closer with subsequent updates, and now
we get it. You wanted
Stratton's
Roger
taking
to
the lead.
win. God damn,
I mean, she's
Kornacki.
now winning the
What
suburbs
is up
of
with
Cook
this?
County, and she's now
At least I
winning
get that
in Will
vibe
County.
where it's just
and
like,
I just saw it come in. I
the
teased
guy
this
that
one
was
like an
supposed to
hour
win
ago. I
didn't
said she might
win.
do well in Champaign County, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign.
Yeah, I thought
big,
Rayner sucked.
liberal, college town.
The
How
last
well
good
she
governor
doing?
was Edgar.
Look at that. Half the vote just came in Champaign County, and
JB's done
Juliana
all right,
Stratton
man,
with a
honestly.
double-digit
I didn't like the gas
advantage
tax.
over Raja
Rauner-
Krishnamurthy.
no,
there.
Rauner was the worst.
Add those together.
No, Rauner let you guys
65% of the
down.
vote is
He
in
m-
statewide.
Dude,
Stratton
I was,
just built
impressionable
on
at
that
that
lead,
point.
which we've been
I
tracking
could've-
all
I
night. That's
would
the
have
highest
voted
I've
for
seen it
him
so far tonight.
had he not
44,442 votes.
Dude, he got mercilessly at the fucking Blackhawks
528.
parade.
She just got
I
another
went in
update
2013.
somewhere. Again,
Holy
this
shit,
is
dude.
I mean, this is expansive here.
He fucking-
Because
he was
a second ago, I said with some astonishment that she was winning not just the city of Chicago, but the suburbs in Chicago. And now, look at this, it's expanded. She's now winning one of the collar counties. She's winning Will County. Did you have that on your bingo card tonight? Take a look.
I did.
Again, let's go through the collar counties here. A little bit more in Lake.
I
We're
literally
still
had it on
stubbornly
my
hitting on McHenry. We got a congressional
knew that she was
race
going
we're
to do better
waiting on
than you guys
McHenry,
were
too.
telling us.
Kane County.
You guys were saying that she had fucking
that's not
20-something% when
County.
he was
That's
rocking
the collar
fucking
county I was looking
80.
for. DuPage
Fuck
County.
you.
Again, Krishnamurthy, his district. What do we got here? We got Grundy County, Krishnamurthy. This is small. You're getting further and further away from
Where's everybody
Chicago
else
right
at?
here.
Oh, this is just this is Kornacki's channel.
You take
Or
a
like
look
this is
in,
the election.
okay, here we go. This is
channel
the
for
other.
Kornacki.
Guys, there's not much vote in southern Illinois.
Yeah, but there's
not
also
a ton
not
of
many
vote here, but a fifth of the vote is in Jackson County. What's significant about
you can
Jackson
hit the
County?
entire section
Carbondale,
with a tornado and not
University
even get a
of
quarter of
Southern
Chicago.
Illinois University. Go Salukis. 16-point advantage there for Juliana Stratton, right? I mean, you're starting to see it's these college
Katie's about to jump on
the college areas. We showed you at the start of the night in McLean County, right? Normal, Illinois State University. She's got a double-digit advantage. Champaign-Urbana, Urbana-Champaign. She's got a double-digit advantage right there. We just showed you. SIU, she's got a double-digit advantage right there. She's, oh, golly. Now you're testing my, I thought I could find it.
She had no
This
chance
is the
of
one
losing. Dude, no. Raja?
Oh, you're killing me. Which
Raja
what am
was
I waiting on right here?
like significantly going into this today.
I am waiting
For real.
on Warren County. Oh, it's right in front of me. College County, Western Illinois University, McDonough County, double digit. Julie, I apologize.
I'm disappointed.
Folks at Western Illinois University. I think they're called the Leathernecks. Is that the name of the school there? Anyway, look at that, a double-digit lead. So there's college counties there, all of them coming through there for Stratton. That's a piece of this equation for her.
Illinois.
65% of the votes
Illinois.
statewide. I see we got another small update somewhere. 44-6-43.
Although one of my favorite moments
just a little bit
from like a movie is when Jay and Silent Bob
do we have anything
they go
more?
to McHenry and they're just like,
just check
yo,
in Chicago.
me and this tubby
we got
bitch wanted to go see where
we got a
16 Candles
very,
was,
very
and it was filmed in
more
a
here
town called
in the
Shermer,
7th
Illinois.
district here.
And then we find out
again,
that there
where
is
LaShawn
no Shermer,
Ford,
Illinois. It's a
endorsed by
fictional
Danny
fucking
Davis, the
town.
outgoing
So we ended up
congressman.
here.
Lead,
Where the
there's
hell are we?
3,000
And she's like,
votes over
McHenry.
Melissa
And
Conyers
he's like,
Irvin.
yo,
Significance
where
here
the fuck is
nationally,
that?
again, is that money that came in on Conyers Irvin's behalf,
The way he
millions
said
of dollars
Shermer,
here
Illinois.
on the airwaves. A lot of that money, the pro-Israel side really making this race a priority. Again, right now she is on the wrong side of that equation there.
That's in Dogma,
Ninth
by the way.
district. You know the story here. Nothing new has come in the 9th. Is that right, Adam? Or has anything here?
In that clinic that they were at in that church,
Very little amount
that they filmed,
at
like the final scene at.
Yeah.
It's in McHenry.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we've
cool.
discussed it. You know the story, and again,
Got to
you
go
got that
see,
missing puzzle piece
Kevin
right
Smith,
there that I think
movie being filmed
for
for a little
BIS
bit.
could end up being
Dude, I was
pretty
really young, too.
significant for BIS, just given everything else that's happening in that district. Okay, statewide here, we did just get
Got to see the
a
Dark
little more
Knight be
vote from
filmed.
somewhere.
I got
Where
to
did we get it?
see. Let's see. I've seen a bunch of
Grundy,
movies.
Lake. We got a little bit more at Lake. We
Transformers.
got about 1,000.
Let's see one of the
Okay.
big explosions over on
Winnebago, just
Lower Wacker.
1,500.
Yeah, Lake. Yeah.
Oh no, that was Dark Knight.
Krishnamurti. I think this Krishnamurti lead in Winnebago is down too from
like
when
that
we
one was
first when we first checked it.
There were a few of them too where I like
The places
ended up
where
there
we have
randomly.
the most outstanding
Yes.
votes
Oh
right
shit,
now.
they filming?
Chicago proper, there's about 125,000 according to our estimate. DuPage, we have
My cat's on the cat bed. Check it out. I am the click commander.
about 50,000.
1 second. Let me, okay,
We are
50 in DuPage.
Lake,
Dude, I love
28.
that movie.
Will, 27. McHenry has had some reporting issues tonight. They haven't reported any votes. They're at 22,000, and the rest are kind of sub 20,000.
Yeah, so these are the heavy hitters that are left. And so let's just play around with the math a little bit here. Again, these are the only counties where there are more than 20,000 expected votes remaining. Now it's 125,000 from Chicago.
Yes.
Cook Burbs is like very little
Johnson Dawson.
now, right there
Yeah.
inside of 20. Right.
Yeah.
So okay, this isn't just Cook, this is the city of Chicago. Okay. So this is the whole. This is almost the whole story. We've been telling it
he has a
all night.
meltdown.
Stratton has
It's always the
continued to
fucking
lead.
pie.
Krishnamurti by about 20 points here in the vote in Chicago,
Dude,
and
you
that
stuck
really,
your dick in a
in these
pie.
updates, has not varied widely.
Of course,
I
people
see
aren't
more
gonna
just came in
remember
from
that.
somewhere to put it at 46,000.
Never.
Okay,
Hey, there's
yeah,
the guy from
We got
Loser.
6,000 out of DuPage.
Yeah.
Stratton wins it.
She just won.
She won DuPage.
The most leading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She-
43-36.
Okay, so look, 125,000 votes remaining out of Chicago. If Stratton is winning that thing by about 25
Thank
points,
you,
by
Chicago,
about 20
for not
points,
letting me
which she's
down.
been winning it by, she nets about 25,000
Yeah.
more votes, plurality, just out of the city of Chicago.
And
DuPage
you know, the church,
County,
it needed
where
a
Krishnamurti had been leading,
little
we just got an
update,
update of
so
6,000
we
votes in
got
there. In that
Buddy
update, Stratton was
Christ.
leading. What's the overall count in DuPage County right
I
now?
want to do that as a costume where I'm not just Christ, but I'm Buddy Christ.
We have about
I can pull it
62,000
off.
votes in DuPage.
But what's the breakdown between the candidates? I don't want to flip the screen.
Got
I'll
it.
lose
You're
my
right.
math.
Krishnamurti's
Jane
46.
Silent Bob.
Stratton
No, I'm mixing up my
33.
movies. Jane Silent Bob
33.
Strike
Okay,
Back.
he's
and,
still winning it by
Donald.
about
no, so
13
when they're
points,
head checking,
so, you know,
and it's
at that
George
rate,
Carlin
of course,
and,
that
then
last
Carrie
update
Fisher
throws
picks
this
him
into
up,
doubt. But at
and he's
that
like,
rate,
it's the
right, with 44,000 votes remaining, he could maybe,
it's the unwritten rule of
Krishnamurti,
the
we'll give a K
road.
there, could maybe get about a 6,000 vote plurality out of DuPage. Lake County, 28,000. What's Lake running at right now? He's what, 47,
you just gotta
34,
give him a
something like
little.
that?
Yeah, Lake, we have it at 50, Krishnamurti,
I gotta watch
35.
that
So
movie.
a
That movie's
15-point
so
margin,
funny.
4,200 votes. He could get, we'll call it, 4,500. Will County, 27. He's winning Will by what, 15?
Eh,
I mean,
I
again,
loved it.
let's just.
Stratton's leading in Will currently.
Oh no, Will. I'm sorry, right.
No, that didn't come
She's
from
leading.
Dogma.
So she okay.
The Jesus on
And
the
then we've got
Raptor. I don't
McHenry
know
where we don't
that
know.
came
So
from.
Yes.
look, if he wins these, right? If he squeezes, she's still netting.
We don't want APAC Democrats.
Just from what she gets
no,
out of
we don't.
Chicago, even if Krishnamurti continues to win by double digits
She's
in
not an
DuPage
APAC Democrat.
and in Lake, just
She's
from
not.
this
She's
group
one of the
right
ones
here,
that like had
she's still
the
going to net something
infusion of
like
APAC cash that she didn't know
13,000
about.
more votes on top of a lead right now that sits
Dude,
at
Roger's literally a
48,000. That
fucking
would put her
crypto dem.
in
He's
excess
a crypto
of
dem.
60,000
What do you
votes
want?
ahead
You want
statewide.
him?
And
You
again,
want this
Will
guy that
County,
took
one of the
Trump
giant,
donations? You want a
suburban
guy like
collar
that?
counties right there.
Fuck
She's actually
that.
pulled ahead in the count in Will,
Damn.
so she might
No, I
even
have to
pad
have
her
my
lead
first,
there.
like, hard disagreement here.
Krishnamurti's not getting anything giant out of there. McHenry County, we're waiting
I
on.
need
We
to
have
turn the TV
nothing
down.
from McHenry County, but about 20,000 votes there. Again, let's say Krishnamurti were to win that thing by 20 points. Let's go crazy here. Maybe he sheds. That's worth about 4,000 votes for him. That would get this thing. That would get this thing
Oh,
down.
by the way, I am celebrating
around
St. Patrick's Day
70,000.
today.
We just got another 12,000 out of Chicago. Stratton wins it.
Hello.
Let's see, 42.
I've been switching to bubbly.
22.
A 20-point margin. It's just this has been the story
drink
of the
soda,
night.
so I have to go
She
carbonated
just gets,
water.
So how many votes was that out of Chicago that just came in right now?
That was about 12,000.
Okay, so now we got there goes the masterpiece. Now we got about 112,000 left we got about 112,000 left in Chicago.
Man, we actually might be able to call this tonight.
This is just a very consistent story we've been telling tonight, where. But for the
Irish?
best moment for Krishnamurti that I think he had tonight in the results was early on. We got a big batch from Kane in his backyard. And
I'm Irish enough to call you a fucking cunt.
There as expected, but even Kane
So
isn't
shut up
looking
and drink your
quite
fucking
like it was
brew.
earlier for him. And there's just nothing else here you can point to for him. That margin
I'll just
now
be a
sits
real
at almost
poser.
50,000 votes statewide for her. We had checked in at St. Clair earlier. Boy, they were first out of the
Hey,
gate.
laddie, let me
And
shove a
they've been
shillelagh
pretty
up your
slow.
ass, and then you can call me
About
daddy.
40% of the vote, but again, it's expanded. Remember, they came in early. First report of the night was from St. Clair County, and Stratton was leading it by I think 3 points.
Now I really
over
feel like.
Krishnamurti. The new vote that's come in since has pushed her ahead by a little bit more than 10 points right there. Madison County, again, the other sort of big Metro East there. 12,
How's that?
More than 12-point margin for her right there. There's just no good news on this map if you're a Krishnamurti supporter. And Robin Kelly,
Were you a Krishnamurti?
Took you through that she was kind of out of it.
Why is he so disappointed
from the get-go tonight? Has there been anything more in these congressional?
What does he have on this
races?
Yeah, that last Chicago update gave us about 2,000 more votes in CD 7 and 9.
Okay, in 7. So it looks like Conyers Irvin by a small margin over Ford.
That's right. Yeah.
Can you tell what the percent was that she won of that update? And
Conyers Irvin got about 30%. And and Ford 22.
How many 5-hour energies did he have tonight? I don't know.
In city of Chicago in the 7th district?
We have about 18,000 as an
Yeah, I was about to say 20,000 was a conservative estimate. It's a very small district.
Ford's margin is 2907. That last batch of votes
As I said,
from Chicago,
I lived there for a hot
Conyers
minute.
Irvin just won 30 to 22, 8 points. Sake of argument.
Whoa.
Let's say she wins the remaining Chicago vote by 10 points over LaFord and over 40, and it's 18,000. We think remaining votes.
Yeah.
5 more years till retirement, then you can say bye-bye to Illinois. Might not want to.
Just to give you a sense of the challenge that she faces.
If you're thinking about moving to Tennessee, bro, like every other fucking lame Illinoisan, yeah, taxes are going up there, and also they're starting to get enough people that are starting to vote blue to ruin that fucking state for you.
Go back to the Senate race.
We got more from the Senate race.
You move to Indiana, might have a better chance.
Senate race. Oh.
Oh, man, you ain't going to have a fun time in Florida because you're going to learn that, yeah, they might not have a lot of taxes, but goddamn, dude, they fucking make it up somewhere else.
The Lieutenant Governor
Where
of
you
Illinois.
going? No, actually, Colpack. I'm not even trying to. You know what? Fuck it. Cole, you seem like you're all right.
For the United States Senate in Illinois, she has defeated Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy and Congresswoman Robin Kelly.
I get it, man.
Face in the general election Don Tracy.
The weird part is, I could have been swayed to be Republican in Illinois if people didn't lie so much about like the Republican Party. If it only came down to taxes, I'd be like, sure. But the first time that I ever voted for a fucking Republican, he went to Congress, and the first bill he voted on was to increase my taxes.
This is an upset victory, given the expectation. Oh, sorry. No. Was there news there? Or
no, we'll join News Now in a few minutes off of this call. But
okay, I am, folks. The News Now folks are going to bust into their programming, and we're going to give them the news I just gave you, so you got it first. What I was saying before I said that, though, was I mean, maybe if you're watching along, you could sense this happens on the air a lot too. You know, we kind of knew for a little while here what was going on in this race. You probably saw me trying to. Yeah, it's an exercise in our decision desk is incredibly thorough and incredibly meticulous and incredibly accurate. And it means you get into that zone. You know, sometimes it goes for about 20 minutes where I think you and me looking at this are saying, I can't see it for Krishnamurthy. I can't see any avenue left. And most of the time, that's it. We're right. We see it. Everybody sees it. But every once in a while, there ends up being a little path and a little avenue somewhere, and our decision desk protects us against prematurely calling it when that path still exists, because there have been some elections in the not-too-recent past where others called it, but our decision desk said wait. And where if I was drinking truth serum, I'd tell you I probably would have called it myself. And then, I would have egg all over my face. So that's what the decision desk
egg on my face.
Yeah, I mean, really, I don't think I need to repeat what I've been saying here all night. This was just one increasingly encouraging update for Stratton after another. Just the footprint of her support just expanding out from the city into the Cook suburbs, into the collar counties, and all the way downstate to some pretty significant population centers, at least by downstate standards here. And for Krishnamurthy,
this isn't getting you out of that. Get down.
Nothing really positive for him to point to. And again, this is a campaign that began for him with huge, huge expectations. One, he'd been planning, I think, for years, the opportunity to run statewide. He had raised money for it. He had a giant war chest of like $20 million.
So much.
He announced his retirement last spring, got in the race right away.
There we go.
Up on the air with ads this summer. And again, I think one of the things that there was some expectation tonight was that Krishnamurthy was going to do very well downstate. Again, about 20% of the vote going to be downstate, outside that Chicagoland area, that he was going to do well there tonight. So if it was kind of a close race coming out of here, that would make the difference. But no, again, you're just not. You're seeing Stratton in all these places we've been talking about here just turn the tables on him completely. So that's the story. We're waiting to go to News Now. Do we know when that's going to be roughly?
Katie loves those treats. Yep.
Unclear right now. But
oh wait, somebody is that Melissa?
Dude, stop.
Okay. I mean, like, is it a couple minutes, or do I have time to go to the congressional, or should I just stay on the less than? Okay, they're coming to me in less than a minute. So I'll tell you what, folks. We'll do this update. We'll check on the congressional races. We'll see. I said at the start of the night, share your comments, share your Illinois fun facts, and I ignored you guys. This thing just overtook everything so quickly.
They're calling it already.
What are your fun facts about Illinois? What's the state bird of Illinois? Anybody know?
The Cardinal.
I think it's not the, it's like the
It's
Northern Cardinal?
It's the Cardinal.
The Northern Cardinal, because it doesn't leave
the
Illinois.
red Cardinal.
It doesn't fly out of the state. It likes the state.
Yeah.
Are we who doesn't love? Well, the
rule.
Illinois State, I was talking about him. What the Illinois State Redbirds, right? Redbird Arena, okay? We finally got Peoria County. So we thought that would be good for
he's
Chris
so
Morphy, but
pissed.
boy, you need
Why
it.
are you
You
so
need a lot
mad,
more, right?
Kornacki?
Peoria, the one
What the fuck? Did you bet on this?
Bradley University.
Bro,
here,
he's
okay?
so
So we went
upset.
through all the college counties here, the big public school counties.
Like cats too.
All Stratton.
Cat
Bradley
is
University,
on the cat bed.
the Bradley Braves. The war on I-74, right? It was Bradley versus Illinois State. Missouri Valley basketball.
Yo, this
right?
guy, yeah.
Are we there yet?
Kornacki's,
Said,
yeah.
We have a comment. That
He
the
lost it all on
state tree
Poly
is the
Market.
white
He
oak
did.
of Illinois.
The white
Oh
oak.
shit! He actually
is the
might
state
have.
tree. That's great.
This kind of
Anybody
makes
know
sense.
where the highest point in Illinois is?
I don't think he has a contract like that would lock him out of doing that.
So, should I give the answer after the
deep tease?
The update? Who wouldn't stay tuned to find out information like that? I do want to just, like, if there's good questions, comments, we'll like do 5 minutes after we do this News Now thing before we wrap it up, because I want to make this thing more interactive and
Wrap
do you
it
know where we
up.
stand on the News Now?
We have congressional.
Still not clear.
We have congressional
I'll
shit to
tell
get
you
to.
the
If
highest
you
point.
wrap
Give me
this
like a
up before
20
you get to the congressional shit,
Okay, the
you
highest
wrap
point
it
in
up on the
Illinois.
fucking
Well, here's
Senate.
you have to ask
Then
me,
I'm a fucking be
is the
mad at you,
highest, like,
Kornacki.
land point, right? Because if it's the highest land
That's when
point,
I'm
it's right
done
there.
with you,
Joe Davis
motherfucker.
County, it's like 1,100 feet.
Yo, dude,
But
why
if
is
it's the highest?
I gotta check this shit.
Point. How about the Sears Tower?
IL.
Right, or the way they call it, the Willettes. It'll always be the Sears Tower to me. But there's the white oak tree, the Northern Cardinal, Joe Davis County. They're telling me to stand by. Here we go.
Damn it. 82%.
Good evening, I'm Gotti Schwartz coming on
It
the
looks
air
like
for
Daniel
a
Biss
breaking
is gonna
news report.
win.
With 68% of the vote now in, NBC News can project that Juliana Stratton will win the Democratic primary for Senate in that state. The race pitted Stratton, the state's lieutenant governor, who was endorsed by her boss, J.B. Pritzker, against a field of Democrats, including Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, who poured tens of millions of dollars into the contest. That seat is considered safely Democratic heading into the general election in November. I want to bring in NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki at the big board for us. Steve, how did tonight's win come together for Stratton?
Yeah, Gotti, I think this is an upset result here, too. Just the fact that she won and also the fact that she's winning by the margin that she is. Stratton with a 50,000 vote advantage over Krishnamurthy. And I suspect that number is going to grow because one of the reasons she was able to
so he
win
won't cry on
tonight is
camera.
she is defeating Krishnamurthy by an overwhelming margin in the city of Chicago. She's basically beating him by a 2-to-1 margin there. And there is still a lot
gonna
of
be a
vote
rematch.
to come out
Darren
of
Bailey
the city
won.
of Chicago. But this is not just about winning Chicago big and withstanding some tough losses elsewhere in the state. As you can see, looking
Darren
at this
Bailey's
map,
gonna lose
Stratton's
again.
support was more
Hey.
geographically expansive, I think, than some folks expected. In the inner suburbs of Cook County, just outside Chicago, she is winning there. She's winning here. You see, this is one of the big collar counties, Will County, and she's also
Cook
winning
County
downstate in
out.
some pretty big places, right around the state capitol in Springfield, just outside St. Louis in Madison County, St. Clair County. These are some pretty decent-sized population centers, and I think, Gotti, two things here in the closing stretch of this campaign for Stratton. The money that she had in the final weeks. You mentioned Pritzker's endorsement. He backed that endorsement with his super PAC, millions of dollars on her behalf in the airwaves. Obviously, that was critical. And her message, I think this may say something about the mood and the energy in the Democratic base. Stratton ran on abolishing ICE. She ran on a promise to go to Washington and vote against Chuck Schumer to continue as the leader of the Democratic Party there. We've been seeing this in our own NBC
That's what I
polling,
voted for.
an appetite among Democratic voters for more direct and dramatic confrontation with Trump and in politics generally. That is what Stratton was offering in the final weeks of this campaign, and it seems that that's what voters in this Democratic primary opted for tonight.
At least you know.
And Steve, there are so many other down ballot races here.
Yeah, J.B. Pritzker just won.
Congressional races throughout the state.
That was
Any
a
other
hand,
surprises?
like
Yeah,
they handed
this
it to
is
J.B.
Certainly a notable result. I'm not sure if it counts as a surprise, but This was a big story here on the congressional side. Jesse Jackson Jr., former congressman. He'd been in the House from 1996 to 2012. He had left as an investigation into
he was in jail, and the thing is, it was for like white-collar shit, so people are mad about that.
The backdrop for this race, of course, the death of his father, civil rights leader Jesse Jackson.
It doesn't matter, dude. He was corrupt as shit.
Fixture too. Jackson is going to fall short. He's going to fall far short in his comeback here in the 2nd District of Illinois. Donna Miller, member of the Cook County Board of Commissioners, is going to defeat him there. We have some other House primaries that are still unresolved. This one, I think, has gotten the most attention nationally. This is the 9th District. This is a Democratic primary to replace Jan Schakowsky. She's retiring after 28 years in the House. Again, this race has not been called by NBC News, but you do see that Daniel Biss here, he is the mayor of Evanston. He has a lead right now over Kat Abba-Ghazaleh, who's a nationally known influencer who gave this race some national attention.
Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, thank you. I want to go now to Shaquille Brewster.
Okay, there we go. So you guys heard it from me first. That was the more polished version, right? I get 2 minutes to think about what I'm going to say, and I don't stutter and stammer as much. So you got to see both sides of it here. Let's just reset statewide. And again, 51,000 votes there, 69%. In terms of what we expect here, again, the rest of these primaries, the 9th District.
Text rolling in.
Showing you this result, the storyline's kind of been the same. Biss can, it sounds like there have been some issues. In
hell
McHenry
yeah, man.
County. I suspect that's going to affect our ability to call the race. Has the decision desk sort of
that makes me happy?
Yeah,
One of my friends
we should be getting results from them soon. They've been saying soon for a little bit.
He didn't want her to win.
But well, I've learned that election officials, I'll translate here. When they say soon, it means 3.5 hours from now. So we'll see. But again, that McHenry portion.
Oh, Julia Stratton, by the way.
Just based on
you
everything
wanted Roger to win.
Should pad that lead for Biss. Still some city of Chicago for Abba-Ghazaleh to eat into that a little bit there. But I think Biss probably in a better position, as we've been saying, is in a better position there. The 7th District, we showed you this just before the Senate race was called. Again, remaining vote, Conyers Irvin's going to have to win that thing by a pretty healthy margin, probably like 20 points or something if she wants to overtake Ford here. But it is a close race there. Again, to remind you, Illinois 2, we showed you that result. Illinois 8, okay, this one is worth an update here. 86% of the vote is in. Again, this is Melissa Bean's attempted political comeback. Junaid Ahmed running, from the left in this race. Again, let's see where the result is. So Kane is basically done. Quarter of the district is basically done. Bean wins that portion of the district by just under 13.
I grew up in
votes.
Kane.
Cook is almost done. She's got a margin there of 1867. And I think here's the significant thing. DuPage County, where in the first update tonight, Ahmed had the lead, we were looking at it and we were saying, that's interesting. If Ahmed can win the remaining vote in DuPage by a big margin, he could offset what's happening in Kane and what's happening in Cook. However, we now got a lot more.
Hank Thompson from this space also grew up in Kane County.
DuPage County in, and it's close, but Bean has taken the lead here. Bean now with a 447 vote margin. Now, there's a lot more DuPage to come, but that's now a significant 6-point advantage for Bean, nearly 3,600 votes. Significant given that with all the vote, just about all the vote counted in Kane and just about all the vote counted in Cook, she looks on course to win both of those counties. And now with well over half the vote in DuPage County, she's taken the lead in the count right there. So that it's tight. And I honestly, I think it's probably tighter than
my cat is high as fuck right now. He is staring at a wall.
Race to be, but you'd much rather be
he's just
staring
like
at that
intently
math,
too, just
than Ahmed. Again, zooming back out to the Senate race.
What
here.
do I think is next for Kat? I don't know, Pinkerbell. If she answered my questions, I might know.
Be a really long, slow. Boy, this one kept us busy.
I don't know.
This kept us
I honestly don't know. I hope she runs for state.
What should we do here, Adam? Should we?
Yeah, we can wrap up at any time. I will say people have been chiming in with
2028,
their fun Illinois facts.
2 years
Let's get
away.
some fun Illinois facts.
A couple that came in the chat. The white-tailed deer is the state animal of Illinois.
The white-tailed deer. I want to write some of these down.
The popcorn is the official state snack.
Okay.
Somebody pointed out that the Navy boot camp is in Great Lakes, 35 miles north of Chicago. So there's a lot,
otherwise known as Gurney.
A lot of Illinois pride being shown in the chat. I think one question that we kept getting repeatedly, and I think maybe
Nerval's nermed up.
what we were talking about when
Dude,
we did
he's
Texas
fucked
races.
up.
Is
My
people
cat
have been
is
asking for
fucked up
the
right
statewide
now.
race, but also any of these congressional races.
He is staring at the wall
scenario
with the widest eyes.
Yeah.
No.
This isn't Texas.
But he's not like moving his head. He's not chasing nothing. He's just like.
Here when we looked at it looks like we got a small update here too, and I was saying like, is there a possibility that you could have? It's such a crowded field here that the winning number in this race, could be like the lowest ever to win a congressional primary, and then in a district like this, overwhelmingly Democratic.
What breed is he, Tabby?
Congressional seat. So Ford, was running at 23.6%. I remember one in Boston in 1998. It was when Joe Kennedy left the House. It was a scenario like this, urban area, overwhelmingly Democratic. How often do these seats come up? Tons of ambitious.
He just looked at me. He did this. He did one of these numbers where he was just like, boom, just like took the fuck off.
22% was the winning number in that race. Mike
All right, this is gonna be a long night for him.
He served like 20 years in the House. He won.
There were too many candidates, and yeah,
the former
15.
mayor of Boston, Ray
Jen,
Flynn, back
welcome to the show.
his stint as ambassador to the Vatican. Capuano upset him. So
yeah,
22%.
I am in the ninth.
Thing,
Trust me, I get it.
If Ford were to win this, or Conyers Irvin,
look at all this shit,
and come under 22%, then I'd have to go and see if there's been anything smaller than that. Do we have more?
Yeah, one thing from our chat, it's our colleague Ben Camazar.
And then there's all that Cat Gonzalez stuff.
He just puts a little note in advocating.
I was hoping she was going to
saying,
win, but
we need to get Illinois to give us precinct results. He wants to know how areas closest to the great deep dish pizza places of the greater Chicago area are voting. So that's one plug for maybe additional results out of Chicago.
Can you ask Ben, because they will eventually make the precinct results available, can he put a deep dish vote map together for us?
That's a good idea.
Because I'd like to have that to refer back to.
Yeah, as long as it's near Lou Malnati's.
I mean, it's a limitation of these, of the way they do elections in Illinois, unfortunately. In a lot of states, they give you the results in real time by precinct, and what that means is you can look inside a gigantic county like Cook County, Will County, any of these counties, and you can look at a municipality, and you kind of know the demographics of the different municipalities. You know whose political base each one is a part of, and it becomes, I think, a lot clearer, a lot quicker who's having a good night and who's having a bad night. Unfortunately,
dude, they just caught a Republican in Georgia voting 9 times.
In the suburbs or in the city of Chicago. We will eventually get it. We will
this was
eventually
just
have,
reported on, by the way, and it happened to
media or something. You will probably
today?
a week from now see some amazingly detailed maps breaking down how the vote broke in the Chicagoland area by different demographic groups.
In the 2020 election.
You're not, unfortunately, going to see that tonight. And I think it complicated the picture for us a little bit, but I will say only a little bit, in less than I thought it was going to, because that division we were showing you over and over in the Senate race there between Chicago and Cook suburbs was, the picture that painted was just so clear and so consistent. I thought coming in the night that Krishnamurthy would be winning the suburbs by a very good margin, and it would be a real tough kind of math game to figure out which one was going to add up to more, the city of Chicago for Stratton or the suburbs for Krishnamurthy. It just, again, the last we checked, she was ahead in the suburbs too. So that ended up, the fact that she was competitive in the suburbs, that was, when we saw that and it wasn't changing after 120,000 votes, I think we knew where it was going. What else we got? Anything?
He's best.
People want to know when the next race is.
When is the next race, Adam?
I think April 7th. I think we'll do the conclusion of Georgia 14. And we'll see what else is going on.
The Georgia runoff.
That's right.
In the Trump plus 37 Northwest corner. No, I got to sell it. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. But we're going to do these. Maybe we should just put a schedule up for the rest of the year. We're going to be doing these, well through the summer. Do you know when the last one is? The very last primary?
We go well into August.
Yeah, we're doing this into August. I'm not taking a summer vacation this year, folks. I don't really ever take one. No, it's not true. Sometimes I do. But we're doing these for, we're looking for every reason we can to do this kind of thing.
He's right behind the desk.
I love getting to do this. I love getting to look at these maps take shape. Adam's just looking at the schedule there, but we'll put the schedule out.
August 18th,
August 18th, Florida. Okay.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And who knows? We got special elections that come up. April 21st. right? Virginia?
21st,
Yeah, that's
16th, New Jersey 11.
Right. So it's not just primaries. You know, the special election to fill Mikey Sherrill's seat in New Jersey. We'll do that April 16th. The redistricting referendum in Virginia. We'll do that April 21st. So we got a lot more of these. These have been great
Kornacki's
fun.
lackey? I don't know.
I'm sorry. Like I owe you guys an apology because I kept saying all day online, if you were watching, like, you know, send comments and questions. We're gonna figure out a way to integrate this more into the, because I know you guys are like, if you're watching this, you're really into this, and you're like, you got interesting thoughts on it, and just I
Right, come on, let's go. Illinois 9th. Illinois 9th.
But I think
Illinois 9th.
we'll wrap it
Illinois
up there
9th.
because I think it might be a while. What's still outstanding? Oh, there's the music. That is the music. So, thank you guys for watching. Again, leave comments about what worked, what didn't. Put them in Twitter. Put them on this.
Her influence, just the experience, the time that she's been there. She was talking about there's a couple
Oh
of races
God,
that she
why?
still has her eye on.
Why?
No! That really she is leading.
So it's not the machine of the Richard J. Daley, to be sure.
Fucking
but Tony
God.
to party with an iron
Yeah.
fist. What she says goes, no question whatsoever. You saw the number of elected officials and wannabes that were gathered
I can't.
on the stage when
No,
she
Lori
gave,
Lightfoot. I
her
can't. I
speech,
can't. I can't.
telling
No.
that she didn't
Yo,
mention Brendan
no.
Riley's name
No, she's one of the worst goddamn mayors I have ever had in my life. Nah.
I think the party has some real
I'm sorry.
challenges, particularly when you're talking
I'm not doing this.
22,
I'm not doing this.
turnout in a deep blue city. The numbers ought to be way higher than that. But people seem happy with what they have. So the voters have spoken once again.
Tom, you want to get into this?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting perspective to talk about what voter turnout was and how, you know, there's a skill that comes to talking to Democratic primary voters. You're micro-targeting, you're understanding what alliances exist. There's a certain percentage of the party who's going to get out and vote for a candidate that's in this camp or that camp. There's a real political skill that comes with having run multiple successful campaigns, especially in a primary setting, because primary voters tend to be, they tend to vote in the same primaries time and time again. It's a little less
in the second congressional
Okay, what
district.
about 9? Because, you know, we talk so much about Kat.
I know. So
There you go.
it looks like, I mean, it looks like Daniel Biss may be pulling this out. He is a little bit ahead at this point. I think there are quite a few.
He hit 30?
We see it.
Yeah, so it looks as
Yeah, he hit
though
30.
Daniel Biss, who is the mayor of Evanston, may be pulling this out. Now, she still had a really good showing. I mean, she's going to be one of those
Here
people
she is, a
you'll be
complete
watching.
newcomer.
She's
Her
a
ads
newcomer.
were really catchy.
She is a journalist who is somebody who was out there protesting with ICE. She got to be known. I think she got a little boost in her recognition when she was arrested out at the Broadview ICE facility.
Right.
So, but it does look like Daniel Biss may be taking over for Jan Schakowsky.
But the AIPAC money in this case went to Laura Fine, and it didn't work for her.
Didn't work in that. Well, think about that district. That district is Skokie. It's Niles. And, you know, which you would think a pro-Israel, AIPAC is a pro-Israel PAC.
Right.
So what does that say about how people feel about that? Did the ICE activity and sort of, you know, have some sort of impact on that?
Now, do you remember when Daniel Biss ran for governor? He ran for governor against Pritzker and Chris Kennedy, and he came in second. So he's been around a while.
He has been around a long time. He's a mathematician.
John Kerry vibes.
And he's one of
John
those
Kerry
people, like,
mixed
a
with
lot of
Newsom.
folks start to think about, you know, who's for the people. Kat Abazela, she's actually been in there.
Abazale.
How different were they?
Yeah.
Maybe the comparison didn't break too far.
And he would still be considered the progressive, even though she might be the
a little more progressive. But exactly, he was still considered a progressive candidate.
All right.
Maybe that's what matters to
Thanks
folks
a minute.
right now.
Let's check on Alex Maragos because he's watching the governor's race. And Alex, I know I see over here. Why do you like to stand? I got to ask you first because you're probably tired of sitting.
I got to be on my feet.
Looks like Kat's
with
losing.
all tonight's results,
All right, tell me
Marianne.
what's going on in the governor's race. We know that it's now going to be a rematch.
Yeah, it's going to be a rematch. By the way, a nice birthday present for Darren Bailey. He turned 60 years old today, so nice little win in the primary.
Oh,
is
wow.
something
You know
that
what?
he'll
So
certainly-
is Tony
wow.
Michael's birthday. 2 of them.
Wouldn't
How about that?
Wouldn't
Isn't
think
that
they'd have
crazy?
anything in common. I guess
Yeah.
they do. But yeah, we get the rematch. Darren
Guys, my cat is laying on the cat bed.
Bailey, J.B. Pritzker. you know, it's going to be the same names, but it's not going to be maybe the same messaging. You sat down with Darren Bailey and talked about how he's going to run a little bit of a different campaign, recognizing he needs Chicago. He needs some of the collar counties, either mathematically or he generally wants to court those voters. Let's take you in the studio because we're going to actually show you exactly how things are going to work, especially when you get these two together, because a lot of people are going to look at it and think it's the exact same race. And it's hard to say that you're going to find a more powerful political figure in the Democratic Party right now. Well, certainly J.B. Pritzker, maybe top 3, top 4.
Right.
But when you see him going against Darren Bailey, you know, you're going to see probably J.B. Pritzker again try to
on State.
Darren Bailey to his ties to Trump.
I know exactly where they're
his
at.
conservative message. And you got to admit, you know,
It's
some of
NBC
the
Studios on
Republican
State
voters
Street.
in Illinois said, you know, let's give it another shot. Not wanting to try something new. You Ted Dabrowski and James Mendrick.
Dog came in.
Early numbers. Cook County was strong for Ted Dabrowski.
Yeah, we saw him kind of leading a little bit earlier when the results first started coming in, and then at about 8:33, that's when they called it. Eventually, Darren Bailey's going to go and be the Republican nominee once again. Now, J.B. Pritzker, that was an easy one to call because that happened right away. We knew that was going to be. He had no opponents in this race, so it was very easy to know that he was going to do a cakewalk here. Didn't end up having to spend that much money. Unlike the last go-around in 2022, a lot of money was poured into the race on the Republican side, and then the Democratic side had to pour almost equal money in that one.
Some of the Republican big donors have backed off. Are they just saying, oh, well, you know, it's going to be a Pritzker win again?
Yeah, maybe they didn't see it as strong of a field. But
Yeah, that's
J.B.
why he
Pritzker
has no
spoke
chance
just
this
a little
time.
bit ago, and we got to hear from him after reacting to what was another layup win in the primary here.
Stan just fucked off.
It's been a long and arduous primary season.
He's just like, I'm out.
But when so much is at stake, there's no time to rest. The general election begins right now. And we are dedicated to making sure that every Democrat who wins our party's nomination tonight beats their Republican opponents in November.
Woo! Let's go.
All right, so here is, by the way, how it shook out tonight on the Republican side. Darren Bailey, big lead now, you know, almost 200,000 ahead of Ted Dabrowski, though he did have a nice start. James Mendrick and then Rick Heidner kind of pulling up the rear here. So, but you see, pretty overwhelming for Darren Bailey once again. Wasn't too much difficulty. And of course, he had to pause his campaign in the middle, unfortunately, for that personal tragedy that he had, losing a son, his daughter-in-law, and 2 grandchildren in a horrible helicopter crash in Montana. So, you know, a lot of compassion and sympathy poured in. He, of course, already had the name recognition, of course.
He's not going to win an
And he's
election
going
based
all
on
over the
that.
state. Of course, he's got tons of name recognition downstate.
My
He said
God,
he
how
wants to
cynical
be
do you think
in
people
every
are?
ward, on every block, shaking hands in Chicago, trying to win the Chicago vote. We'll see ultimately if that happens in the next 7 or 8 months. But anyway, this is how it shook out tonight. Now, when you look at 2022, it's going to be a little bit of a different comparison. The field was not as deep, Marianne, and we saw that compared to how much everybody was throwing their money.
She's down 4 points. We're fucked.
Right. What do you think this means for Pritzker's influence that he
32,000 votes, 27,000 votes.
Of course, fight that fight till November. But there's so much talk of whether or not he's going to run for president.
You know, I think we can easily expect to see Darren Bailey, and he's already talked about it a little bit, start to make that a campaign issue. It's a reasonable question, given how much J.B. Pritzker has been out and about on the national stage. You're going to hear this man talk hundreds of times and say hundreds of times, is J.B. Pritzker going to be a
running for
four-year
president
governor in that 3rd term?
Right.
And given his success, we saw again tonight, his coattails, his money, his influence, whatever attributes you want to credit J.B. Pritzker.
I don't even know if everybody understands what coattails means, but it does mean that, you know, you're the guy or gal in power, and can you extend that to others that you have supported?
Yeah, and we're gonna see all the time though. Darren Bailey.
You are a local news station there, my guy. You got to be careful.
Or does he have higher aspirations?
You want to fucking like alienate yourself with the fucking the governor of the state that you have to broadcast in? I mean, I get that you're doing the thing, you're sucking Trump's nuts,
I love getting to
but
show
goddamn.
everybody what our new newsroom. We're just loving our space, and it gives you all now a chance to see it too. And you know, really,
this is cool.
This is
Actually,
what it's like
I like
every
that.
day. We come in and chit chat and ask the producers who are working on the 10 o'clock for a little bit.
I love her. She's so cool, man.
What's our story about? Hey, can I stop and talk to Chuck?
I know that she nah, she's the shit, dude.
Hey, Chuck,
oh my
on
God.
the governor's race.
Hell yeah, dude. My
so much
local
talk
news
about this.
rules.
He's going to be running for president. Who's this Lieutenant Governor Christian Mitchell? Do you know him? What do we know about him?
Well, we put his name out in the newsroom and nobody knew who we were talking about. Until tonight, when the two of them stood on stage and Mitchell introduced Pritzker on the big victory, now they're taking off together. This is a threshold moment for this young guy. He's not even 40 years old. He comes with a great pedigree, a University of Chicago degree. He's been a deputy governor. He's been a house rep in the General Assembly.
By the way, my cat's a boss.
He's somebody to watch.
He won.
And the main thing to remember about this, if Pritzker runs for president, this guy's next in line to be the governor of Illinois.
And there's even so much talk of, even if, let's say, even if he doesn't win for president, if a Democrat wins, would Pritzker join the administration? I mean, there's a couple of ways for Christian Mitchell to be.
I like how he looks at you like, so what do we do?
With Pritzker tonight being the kingmaker, as you put it,
my animals are trip.
For a pretty strong person
R.A. trip.
at this point, politically.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you want someone to call you up and say, hey, you want to come and work for me? But talk also about some of that PAC money. Do you think that did make a difference in these races?
Well, I think a 50-50 break on the PAC money, 2 wins, 2 losses,
in the congressional
is probably not bad in their eyes. But this proves what we've known for years. I mean, money can win elections, but without the right messaging, it doesn't necessarily ensure that you're going to win.
Krishnamurthy.
He's the perfect example of it tonight.
Yeah.
He spent twice as much on TV commercials as the eventual winner.
Yeah. Do you think also, what about that old story that people would say?
Do you say the same thing to Asmongold?
It's the guy or gal you want to have a beer with. Was there something about Krishnamurthy that maybe
Whatever.
people didn't wait?
I think we have another winner in one of the congressional districts.
No way.
Melissa Bean has taken back, at least from the Democratic side, and Melissa Bean has won the Democratic primary. She'll be going up against potentially Jennifer Davis, who's taking the lead right now in the Republican primary. So
Did you ever cover her before?
She makes her return to Congress.
It's been what, like almost 20 years?
She was out of office in 2011, so it's been a long time.
Oh, wow. And didn't they say, I mean, the ads she tried to say, she lost because of her vote on Obamacare, that the Republicans came after her. Yeah.
Do people have memories that long?
No,
89, dude.
I mean, maybe back
They're
then,
gonna
but
call
not
it
now. And she's back,
Dan
so we'll
Biss.
see how that all shakes out.
I think Dan Biss won.
Moderate. So we do see a moderate one, but she's also from the suburbs that are definitely, those voters are more.
Mike Simmons pulling out 7%. You know what?
A lot of the other candidates. There were a lot of candidates in that race.
I'm happy for him, man.
Obviously, having been a past representative.
I'm happy for him.
Well, clearly it's a job that some people don't want
That's
to
awesome.
give up.
That's right. That's right. That's the update on the.
Let's go talk to Allison and Stefan. Come with me, and we'll
Alrighty.
see what else they've got going on, what's cooking. But I do think it's interesting on that.
Wait, did you just say what a tick? Like fucking Austin
That
Powers?
PAC money,
Wait a
not
tick.
just APAC. There was the crypto. There was
Damn, I got a
AI
nice
money,
ass nose
AI
for
money for Jesse
look
Jackson
at
Jr.
all that
didn't
shit.
didn't work
A couple
Damn.
dozen groups putting in the majority of the money. It's a lot
Can
of
we
dough.
join you back here at the news bar?
You know, this is a night of a big makeover for Illinois' congressional body.
Yes.
And representatives. And I think that's an interesting question too. Like, I mean, with all of these newcomers,
What's
we're
up,
gonna have
Rosati?
a loss of what we'd had before, which was a lot of power because they've been in office.
So it's
for
gonna be
so many
Biss?
years.
You get those big spots on different committees.
Yeah, and they have power over the
Well,
money
in
and where it
Durbin for
goes.
sure. When
Exactly.
he's gone,
Shit.
he had been judiciary, all the boy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Duckworth has positioned herself well in a relatively short period of time, at least compared to Durbin. But it'll be a loss for Illinois. I mean, the level of power that Durbin brought in his decades there, there'll be some catch-up time.
Well, it was interesting to see how many candidates also had never served.
All right,
in
for
any
anyone
sort
that
of
wants
elected
this pic of Leto on his cat bed,
Well,
it'll be in
those
Discord.
offices don't come open all the time. Right. And so you go, whoa, wait a minute, I'd like that one.
And they cost a lot of money just
Yeah.
to even enter a race, which we could also talk about campaign finance this one, but that's a topic most people don't want to talk about.
I was listening to you and thinking about one person that we haven't talked about tonight, and he's sitting in a prison cell in Morgantown, West Virginia. Mike Madigan. It's been 5 years since he was on the scene and running things, but his reach is
Fuck
still
that guy.
into this election. I mean, not people he has direct control over. Obviously, he's a convict and he's in a prison cell, But you have to think that he was watching the results tonight from prison and just slyly smiling because he does have a hand in some of the people who have won tonight.
Yes, and there are some critics of Pritzker. I mean, I know he's won and he's won big, and so I don't want to be, you know, the skunk at the garden party, but there are those who say that Pritzker was heavy-handed and had Madigan, and maybe that's a little, but literally did use the word Madigan-like tendencies in saying, you know, I need you to support Stratton. I'm not saying he did anything illegal, okay, but I'm just saying he was strong in saying, I need you on board. In fact, the Illinois congressional delegation ended up with Mike Quigley 2 days before, saying he would support Robin Kelly. It was a little too late. But finally got sick of all the, you know what, we can't say.
Oh, shit,
really
Don Tracy
because
won.
I don't want to get the governor mad.
All right,
And
so it's going to be Juliana Stratton versus Don Tracy.
Turnout
Okay.
often depends on a machine that can get people to the polls. But we were talking earlier tonight, Chuck, about just how few people actually vote in these primary elections. And in the state of Illinois, because we're so heavily Democratic, it tends to be like a general election, even though it's a primary.
Right, and this, in the eyes of political scientists, this, today, the primary should be the most important election. Because if you win today and you're a Democrat, the likelihood is that you're going to coast through November. And obviously there are some exceptions to this, and there may be some tight races and whatnot, but
Ellison won.
when you have
For the
25 or
Republican side,
30%
that's going
at
to face off
most
against
of the
Mr.
electorate
Cat.
turning out to vote, that's a small group of
Looks like
people
Daniel Biss
controlling
is still in the
course of
lead with
events for the next
29.8.
several years.
But to that point, I mean, some people I know we've heard they're hesitant to say, "Oh, I have to pick."
Mitch,
a Democratic
damn
guy.
it.
I have to pick a Republican. I have
I was
to
hoping
make
you
a
would make it
decision
throughout the
before
whole
I
thing,
go
but I appreciate you being here, man. I will catch you on the next one.
Could that change? Would that open up the primary to more people who say, "I want to get involved"?
It could. It could. And I think the other part of it is, why not have a threshold of 50% plus one? I mean, we have it for the Chicago mayor's race and aldermanic races. They do have it in certain states. Texas has it. Georgia has it. We've seen they're going to have runoffs, especially where we've had these a dozen candidates. Someone's going to win. I mean, and Melissa Benny, I'm not sure we should see the numbers again, but they're winning by
Bushra Amarathi had 5.1.
3,000 or 4,000 votes. That's not a huge amount.
From an already small pie.
Yes.
Well, you know, some people complain.
This actually
because
might
there
have
were
upset
so many
between
candidates.
her
It was
and
hard
Mike.
to even vet everyone and decide who they wanted to vote for. And I think that kept
Shit.
some people from the polls too, that it was just too many people. But again, you also don't want parties doing too much of the vetting and deciding for everyone. Yeah, slating.
Country, I've laid out some of the plans that we had here in the near future, where we have had I'm in active talks right now to be at Francesca Hong's campaign. She is the socialist candidate who is actually winning right now the Democratic primary for governor in the state of Wisconsin. And we've also been in talks with Abdul El-Sayed's campaign in Michigan for Senate, where he is in a very tight three-way race that is very similar to what we're seeing here in terms of the outside spending and the way the candidates have positioned themselves here, similar to here in Illinois' 9th. And then, of course, we've also been in talks to maybe cover Graham Plattner in Maine or Dan Osborne in Nebraska. And if there are other insurgent candidates, progressive, populist candidates that you think merit this kind of coverage that are deliberately being suppressed or attacked by mainstream corporate media, please let us know. We're always open to.
Daniel Biss is an APAC.
All right,
Daniel Biss is actually
it's been a while since
anti-APAC.
We've actually given an update here on vote totals. So I'll let me see what we got here, and I am always on the wrong app here whenever I want to check vote totals. No change. While we did get some more votes in, so at least according to the New York Times as of right now, we're at 89% of votes in, with Daniel Biss at 30% and Pat.
This kind of goes back to the conversation about affordability and trying to make things,
Yeah,
easier
so
for people to pay
I hope you guys
bills,
understand that, yeah, Daniel Biss is not the
I
devil.
do think in some cases, at least
He's
Juliana Stratton, she was really
not
hitting hard on that, the $25
pro-Israel in the way that you guys
and,
think he is.
really after Trump,
Like,
the
he's
strongest one after
Jewish,
Trump.
and
Latino,
he's a little apprehensive about,
I think they want us to
being
talk
a
about
little
Tony
too,
Tonight.
you know,
this
and
was a
like
big
playing
day for her.
into
Not
things
only
that could turn into anti-Semitic,
She is
you know,
doing something
stuff.
historic.
Which
This will be the first time I believe someone has gone for a fifth term
Evanston
in
explains
office
why he's
as the
winning.
Cook County
I'm
Board
just gonna
President.
say, like, it's a heavy
And you were
Jewish
saying earlier,
district,
Chuck,
but
that
they're
at one point
progressive.
she was saying
He is not APAC.
Marianne and I were talking
That
about
whole
this
thing
last
that
summer. I
he
mean, it
courted
seemed like
APAC,
it
like
was
Kat
happening.
needs to
She's
now
78, not that we
walk
wanna
that
talk about
back,
any-
like,
No,
or not
just
even
go
walk it
ahead.
back. She needs to
Yeah,
explain
there
it.
you go.
Like,
Yeah.
if
But
she
it
wants
wasn't
to
a real
actually make a
forceful
difference, she
campaign.
needs to support Dan.
Oh, and she did
And if she's
seem
gonna be a
tad
dick
nervous
about it,
towards the
that
end.
proves everything I knew
But,
about her.
you know, hey, she pulled
That
it
she doesn't
off,
give a
and
shit
as
about the
chairman
night.
of the Cook County
Because
Democratic
at
Party,
that point,
would've
she's
really been
trying to
quite
hand it to a
There was
fucking
just a
right-wing
note from her
candidate.
campaign a few
So,
minutes ago that maybe
you know what?
she'll be
Where we
out
go from
tomorrow
here?
morning. I mean, can you imagine it?
But
that's
I
like
do hope
the
I get
way
that
things
interview
work in
now.
Chicago. If you win an election,
You're out there shaking
you're at
the
6
hands.
o'clock in the morning
on the red line.
at the L.
And we want to take a listen. Tony Preckwinkle spoke just a little while ago. Let's listen in.
He's a progressive Batman villain.
Tonight, the voters of Cook County have made their decision.
Yeah, she was fine.
And I'm honored to have earned their support. I love this job.
Yeah, she's nah.
Tonight, I'm deeply grateful.
She's not who I voted for, but whatever. Are Dan Biss's policies good? Yeah.
It's not
Yeah,
a job
no, he's a
I do
progressive.
alone.
I voted for him once already for governor,
Over the years,
like over
I've
Pritzker.
had the
So.
privilege of working alongside extraordinary public servants. People who believe, as I do, that government can and should do more for the people it serves.
I didn't vote for him though.
And together
Mr.
we've built
Quackers.
something special
I like that name.
Tony Preckwinkle's breaking today. We were talking about kingmakers. I mean, that's another example of someone who has a lot of power of picking positions here in Cook County.
Right. 20,000 jobs she controls.
Oh, yeah. Does she still have that power, though, in terms of figuring out candidates who might be coming up through the ranks here?
Well, she did support Pat Hines and over Fritz Kagi, and we see that win tonight. Yes, people do definitely come and ask her for her support and for the county.
because she's the one that actually
And
like
it was Brendan
is
Riley,
the progressive
Alderman Brendan
candidate, like
Riley, who
the
decided
not
to go
progressive, but
and
the
try on Tony
yeah,
Preckwinkle
like
to see if he could take that job. Let's listen to what he had to say.
she's a member of
his
DSA,
loss
even though
tonight.
DSA didn't endorse her. So my biggest thing was,
also want to
listen,
congratulate
if
Tony
she
Preckwinkle
holds my
on her victory
values,
tonight
I want to vote for her.
and her long-term
I did that.
commitment to public service.
So,
To the incredible people and organizations who
or at
endorse
least
this
do
campaign,
far less progressive things. He projects it currently.
taking on an
Yeah.
incumbent who is also chair of the party.
No, the MAGA
takes
candidate
courage.
has not won.
Please know
so.
that your unwavering support means everything
Coop
to
Dog,
me.
what's up, man?
We may not have won the primary tonight, but we succeeded in bringing critical, undeniable issues to the forefront. We ran a campaign built on the simple, powerful premise that local government must work for the people who fund it.
Wait, who won?
That mission does not end today.
Well, we did think that was going to be much closer than it was,
Preckwinkle.
but on the
Yeah.
other county board, or county
shit.
race that we've been watching is the assessor, as we mentioned.
Damn it. I kind of wish that she would have lost.
Mentioned.
No, I just realized what race that was. That was for the
Fritz
yeah,
Kagi
God damn
appears
it.
to be out, and newcomer
she's
Pat Hines
she's
actually
responsible
worked
for her
Kagi
current
in
budget.
That office.
Interesting, yeah. But Tony Preckwinkle put her support behind him.
He did. She did. Absolutely.
Hines is up 5 points with 80.
Well, looks like you'll end up voting for Biss in the general after all. Yeah, I know.
This is a
Hey,
bit of a
devil's
grudge
advocate,
match.
though.
He had
Yeah,
worked
bro.
for Kagi, didn't like the way
I did
Kagi
it.
was
I
running the
voted
office.
for her.
He left
Yeah.
and went and
Hope
worked
that
out
means
in
something.
Lydens Township. The
I
developers
sucked up my
and
pride.
the real estate
I voted-
folks
I
in town
wanted to vote for,
did not like
Mike,
how Kagi
like I really
had
did,
reassessed the
but-
values. And of course, COVID
I
came
thought
in the
about
middle of
this.
all this.
I was like,
And
oh,
that threw
it
the
could be a couple
property tax
votes.
bills
His
into
son was
kind of mayhem.
technically right.
But it was
So,
difficult for Kagi, who
I tried,
spent
man. I
almost
tried.
$3
Hey,
million
but
of
look,
his own
my cat's on
money,
on the
$3 million
cat bed.
for this race.
Put all
But it does
her
not
stuff
appear
right
that
there.
That's going to be well spent tonight.
What do you think the headline is tomorrow? This is the
That's a
night
good
of
question.
coattails.
Coattails, yeah. Pritzker's off to a great start on his campaign for
Fuck yeah,
president,
he
I
is.
would say. But
Yeah,
I
he is.
mean, obviously, he's got to get to November. But
at
by
least they
getting
got
that
this shit.
Stratton win,
Like, I got some
along
really
with
cool
his
shit
own
from
wins
Kat,
is
like
huge.
as far as like
Can you imagine
the
the sigh
comic
of relief
book
in the
and
room?
Yeah,
When they
yeah.
finally
Got
called
some
that
cool
out.
stuff.
Because it was looking a little dicey there.
Keep
towards
that.
the
It
end.
really
Dicey,
did.
dicey.
I wouldn't have said Stratton even a week ago.
Yeah.
I would have thought that it was Krishnamoorthy's.
Some people thought those ads that she ran, that it was was the kiss of death.
Yes.
Where she
People,
was wearing-
voters were
Yeah.
offended
Yeah.
by them.
Which was
but-
shocking. It was a shocking ad because it's like we don't expect that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the whole endorsement thing with Reverend Jesse Jackson towards the end? And yes, he endorsed me. Well, it might not have been that way.
Oh my God, what a weekend I had with that.
Yeah.
You know, an announcement that there was this endorsement from Reverend Jackson announced after he had died. Then his family took it back and said, no, not really. And then she stuck with, you know, the original story. And that's probably the smartest thing to do was, hey, I was handed this.
Help push her closer. Silver
and
is
that's what I did.
She's been consistent like that, even in
still
her
ranking, and her voice will only get bigger. I want to know what she's going to do after this.
We'll talk,
Alex.
Not as
we'll talk about it
with everyone.
Because I got some opinions about this.
I went to of the three,
I want to know what she's going to do like
and
after.
I was sort of like, wow, Stratton's ready to roll. I mean,
Did
so
you see
anyone
that?
Was looking for, as we talked about, fight, she was all in on that fight. Yeah.
Can I ask you about Governor Pritzker? I mean, he's going to have probably an expensive run against Darren Bailey. I mean, his last campaign, he spent quite a bit of his own money to become governor.
I see exactly what that was.
And then if he is also planning on possibly running for president, that's going to be a lot of money as well.
I think he's got the funds.
I haven't checked, but I don't think there's a GoFundMe page for him.
Yeah, he does. You know what? On this
one,
he
can do this.
He didn't spend as much on the primary as he did in the previous two.
Right.
And so he's kind of maybe saving up in a sense. But yeah, he's still gonna. He really didn't even start running ads till about 3 or 4 weeks
But
ago.
he seems to be really building his national profile. We saw that New York Times piece that just came out. He's been on all the talk shows.
Yeah.
I mean, he seems to have his eye on D.C. eventually.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And you know what that's about too is even if he's not the president, would be part of the administration. He wants to be part of the conversation. You know who else? I mean, we know Rahm Emanuel wants to be part of it. If you have aspirations, you see a White House race about to happen, and there's no incumbent, then you're going to go for it.
Oh my God, my dog is
come with me.
being
Let's go talk to.
He's being such a schmoozer.
We're going to keep watching the results here.
Yeah, you guys hang. We'll come back.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, Marianne.
Great talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck.
So we cover Barrios. She's with Telemundo, and we cover lots of stories together. We've been at the DNC, we've been at debates and all that kind of stuff. And you really focus on, of course, what are the big issues for Latino voters. What are you seeing tonight?
Well, definitely we're following all the races, but what is key, as you know, for the Latinos, not only tonight, it's going to be also a key in November, it's the immigration. And even though a lot of Latinos supported Donald Trump on the past election, they're not very happy with Operation Midway Blitz. For example, here in Illinois, they are not very happy about all the immigration rates. But not only immigration is going to be a key, or it's a key for the voters in the Hispanic community, also inflation, economy, the cost of the health care. So we're following everything, very interesting. How also
DA, for real.
Latinos
that was a great discussion, man.
Trending to vote more for the progressive candidates too.
They are, and so what happens? You know, here Chuy Garcia, decided not to run again. Yeah. He has asked his chief of staff,
He's running for mayor again.
Was there anything going on in that race tonight, as far as Cicho Lopez, who was an alderman, tried to be a run-in?
In fact, exactly. Oops. From what I know, the independent candidates, which we have two so far. Byron Cicho Lopez and Mayra Macias, they need more than 12,000 signatures to be in the ballot in November, because only Patty Garcia, and that was
Daniel Biss got it.
The issue,
29%,
in fact, when
90%.
he announced he's retired, she's the only candidate. We're not seeing primary tonight in that district, which is District 4.
Are there races that you see tonight where the ICE raids were a factor?
I'm part of this shit.
I would say so, but again, tonight is just a primary. But what I'm a little surprised is for the fact of Karina Villa.
Yes,
or Karina
comptroller race. We haven't even talked about that one yet.
Exactly.
How's she doing?
She's not doing it very well right now, but they still counting in that race. But what we have seen is a lot of candidates base their campaign in immigration. We see it, for example, Raja Krishnamurti. Right. He talked a lot about immigration, also in different other races.
Honestly,
but very clear,
I'm
most of the
proud
Republicans candidates, they are very loyal to Donald Trump's immigration agenda.
Yeah, they absolutely said
she
we're
did
going to
great.
make it no longer a sanctuary
She did great.
state.
If she doesn't run for something like statewide, no. No, this is Alex. I said it. She needs to run for something state office, something in like the state house.
Especially the ones that are running, including Darren Bailey for governor. So
Hell yeah,
that's going to
man.
be very interesting in November.
Oh, wow. All right, great. Thanks a million. We appreciate
you.
it. Yeah, let's
Good
see
to
what
talk
else
to
is
you.
happening.
Did you see that shit?
Marion, she's Johnny on the spot.
Stan did just get Garfield.
Declared the winner.
Oh, in the
the ninth,
congressional
Oh, man.
Schakowsky's
Yeah.
race.
Who came in second?
I really am stoner John
She was
Arbuckle.
within 4 percentage points, but Biss was able to get it across the finish line. He'll be facing John Ellison as the Republican candidate come the general election, which he calls himself a compassionate conservative. But this particular this district has been Democratic for a really long time. I mean, Schakowsky's been there since 1999.
Schakowsky, before Schakowsky, oh gosh, it was a long time. Oh, I can't think.
I know, I can't think.
You're the political.
Mike did it.
You're
He came in number 4
I'll
though.
get the answer
Fuck
for
yeah,
you.
you know
But
what? That's
so far
something. Hey.
He's Googling
Yeah, who
it.
was
All
it?
right, Google it for me because I'm going to be embarrassed that I can't think of the name right now.
So let's talk about Abu Ghazali.
Yeah.
This reminds me
He did
of
it.
the New York mayor's race. Mamdani goes out there on social media. He has all these very clever ways of connecting with people. I think
At least
it's interesting.
she made an
kinda
impact.
Came out of nowhere.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And it's a 4-point race.
Larkin in Florida's clobbering
Now that-
Moskowitz.
I mean, they've called it for this, but
baby!
and look at the turnout here. I mean, it's still, they barely have 100, not even close to 100,000 voters in a district. And it just really gets me that more people did not get out and vote on this primary. Now what happens is that someone might have this for the rest of their life. Once you get in, it is super hard to unseat them.
Yeah.
It really is.
It was Sidney Yates, by the way.
Sidney Yates. Oh,
there we go. Ding, ding, ding,
I was
ding.
waiting for you to come up with that.
That was fucking adorable.
Well done,
Thanks
Chuck.
to
My cat was just like.
the good old Google machine there. Interesting, because I think
Can
of
you
the
help Propeller? Hey, man.
ad spending that was in that race.
Thanks.
I mean, we were seeing the advertisements
appreciate
all the time for Kat and Daniel Biss. They were both at outside of Broadview during the protests.
I hope she comes on the
This
show.
is another race where we see.
She still faces federal charges. Kat faces those for the supposedly interrupting interfered with the agents, I believe.
Right. Obstruction.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I wonder if this will have other politicians or young folks looking at the way she ran this campaign to have gotten as far as she did.
Right.
And
They
to
ought to take it as a positive. They should not take it as that. I mean, really, there were more than a dozen candidates, and she came
15.
in second. Is amazing.
Number 2.
Does that also say progressive? Somebody from the outside, people looking for somebody who wants to do things differently or change.
This is what I have to fucking start promoting now.
Certainly for for the early voter, 18 to 25-year-old voters, I think that it opens eyes and doors that way.
Do you think that young vote showed up
I was
in
going to
this
say,
election?
we haven't seen those kind of.
Well, it showed up enough to give her the second place, and yet Daniel Biss, who we mentioned has been around, has not just being the Evanston mayor.
Like I said,
once ran for governor statewide, came in second
called
there.
It. She missed that.
Before.
I'm telling you guys, that event mattered. How much did she lose by? Here, let's see. 28. That's close enough to 1,000. That's close enough to 1,000 for me to think that actually mattered.
But that he was.
I'm just gonna say, guys, that sucks. And if that was narcolepsy, her narcolepsy fucked her.
State senator, so he has a long track record in that area. Yeah. And now he's a sitting Evanston mayor, so they're going to have a new race there. Should he win that? Should he end up winning the congressional seat? Yeah.
We've got Randy Gyllenhaal, who's actually out there with the Biss campaign. We're going to check in with him and see what's going on after we are now projecting that Daniel Biss is the winner in the 9th district. Randy?
Yep. Well, Stefan, you can hear behind me. This was just announced in the past few seconds at the Daniel Biss watch party here in Evanston. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see he has just taken the stage, again, winning a very tight race for the 9th Congressional District, and just a few percentage points ahead of Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, that insurgent influencer, a social media
Insurgent
activist,
influencer.
making a good run. But Daniel Biss, the mayor of Evanston, about to speak here. Let's listen in.
My name is Daniel Biss. I'm proud to be standing
And I didn't vote for him.
Nominee for Congress.
Okay, we're going to let Randy cover the speeches there at the Daniel Biss rally. Celebratory mood right now.
Yeah. Oh, we can hear it in our ears. Yeah.
Everybody working hard, and I think those are the most wonderful moments for the people who've worked these campaigns.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
And they finally
mirror the debate on Capitol Hill.
All right, let's see.
Whether it's even
this
foreign
one.
policy, immigration, and affordability, all those, because we have
All right, she's gonna come out and make her concession speech. We're gonna watch it.
Very moderate Democrats, and we have progressive Democrats. We saw Melissa Bean win in the 8th, and we saw Daniel Biss win in the 9th. I mean, they border on each other. He's much more of a progressive.
I might keep the other audio up.
And that's the internal fight going on across the country.
To some degree.
While we wait
No, I'm not.
for Kat to make her appearance and actually give her speech out here. Oh, yeah, it seems another journalist tapped me on the shoulder and just let me know that, pointed to the TV and pointed out that Mayor Daniel Biss right now is speaking, and he is projected to win this race. So it's likely that Kat is waiting for him to finish, and then we'll give her own speech. That's usually how these candidates operate. They allow. A lot of times it's the concession comes first, and then the apparent victor gives their speech. But perhaps Biss and Kat have worked out something else, a different arrangement. See how
That's a little too loud for that. I'm trying to find somewhere where I can get his speech, but I can't find it. Here, maybe here. Nope.
room will change dramatically. And that has not happened here. Like, everybody came in here, kind of, it seemed like, with pretty calibrated expectations, I would guess. And also, I'll note that...
All right. What am I going to do? I'm going to go pee. I want to watch this.
Still hearing quite, I mean, you heard the comments
that sucks.
in the room here that this was not necessarily an end to the fight for them. That, even though we heard from Blue, who is somebody who knows Kat quite well, said that that this would likely be it for her, but still he was saying that she should continue the fight and maybe run again. And you heard that also from some of the campaign volunteers that we interviewed here tonight, that they don't want to see this as the end for Kat politically. We'll see what happens coming out of this. She certainly built a platform for herself. Perhaps Kat could get back on online or something along those lines, where back into journalism as she was doing before. My issue now with trying to interview folks is that while I was paranoid about losing our spot with the camera, I've now, because I stepped behind the camera, I've lost my space to stand in front of the camera. There's a bunch of people who have now crowded in there waiting for Kat to speak, so. I'll note that this, according to closed captioning on the TV right now, is addressing the ongoing genocide in Gaza and the suffering of Palestinians.
Well, now I will enthusiastically be voting for Biss in the general election. I will let you guys know that. So, hello guys, happy Tuesday. Yes, happy Tuesday. How you doing, Dan?
And
How you doing, man?
Is Palestinian on her father's side, and so that might be, an she never backed away on that issue, never backed down on the salience of that issue, even before the Democratic Party more wholesale started to come around on this issue. And started to acknowledge this, what was happening in Gaza was a genocide. Pat was doing it well before the
that there is equal sacred dignity in every single life, and that every person has equal rights to self-determination and to justice. My friends, I'm going to go to Congress and fight for that very basic principle of self-determination and justice for every single human being who lives in the Middle East and anywhere else on this planet. And so,
you've been listening to Daniel Biss accepting the win here tonight. Any thoughts, Paris, before we toss?
Well, it's very interesting that he mentioned AIPAC very prominently. You know,
who ran remarkable campaigns. I want to thank all of them for running, for putting themselves out there in this pivotal moment to try to heal this country. I want to particularly congratulate Kat Abu Ghazaleh, Senator Fine, Senator Simmons,
Linnea from the Dan Biss campaign not only reached out to me, but she had an hour-long conversation with me.
I look forward to working with all of them,
and then also put me in contact with Dan himself, who also had a 45-minute discussion with me.
About one person.
He wanted off the record, so obviously not on screen, but
I have the task of
I'm gonna
trying
vote for
to
him.
fill.
You guys understand that I tried.
Don't clap yet.
I wanted
person
Pat to
who
win,
has
guys.
been a political hero of mine since before I ever thought to run for office. One person who's been the conscience of our district and the conscience of the Congress for her 14 terms of service. One person who, every time she calls me, I get a little nervous. If Jan Schakowsky's not proud of you, you're doing something wrong. It has been such an honor to be a resident of your district, to wake up every morning, Jan, relieved that you are fighting for us in Washington. It has been an honor
so what's my alternative? Am I supposed to vote for the Republican?
You have been such a role model, and let me say it now, we would not be here tonight without your support in this race. Thank you, Jan Schakowsky.
This is where we're at. This is where I gotta go. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I'm not gonna vote for a Republican, and I'm not gonna vote. So, I'm voting for Biss. He's a progressive.
This race,
and honestly, he was progressive. He was like TYT progressive when it mattered.
Fundamental questions about who are we going to be as a Democratic Party? Are we going to concede in advance, or are we going to fight? Are we going to double down on our progressive values? Are we going to shrink away from protecting the most vulnerable? And tonight, the voters spoke clearly. We're going to stand up. We're going to fight. We will not back down. And we will fight for the progressive values that are the values not only of this district, but of this whole
am celebrating St. Patrick's Day. I am very, very fucked up. I gotta go. Heck flip.
To fight for.
Oh no, I'm a fall.
To fight for an economy that works for everyone. Where instead of the wealthy stuffing their pockets at the expense of the rest of us, we have housing that's affordable for all, childcare that's accessible to all, healthcare that's available to all, a tax code that actually works for today's economy and asks for wealthy to pay their fair share. And a situation where, when things get better in the aggregate, they get better for all of us. And we know why that's not happening right now. It's not a mystery. It's not a coincidence. It's because those with money have too much political power.
You know how to mess with Bricktaker? I don't think so. He's got some pigs. Yeah. We stole some money, and now we're going to go, and we're going to make sure that we don't get Well, wait.
And they use that political power to rig the system for themselves. It is
I'm retelling Snatch, but I got the guy's name wrong.
time for Congress that asserts its power, that acts as a check on not only this administration, but the wealthy that have a stranglehold on our politics in America.
Hey, DA, I appreciate that, brother. I will catch you later, man. For real, I do want to talk to you about this on stream. Sorry I couldn't make it, by the way.
Now, I want to mention a particular issue.
You're the man now, dog.
That came up once or twice in this campaign.
If a woman wants a slap, you will not hit her. You will refrain from putting your hands on her, because we do not advocate for hitting women. This is woke Sean Connery. I once worked, you see, with a person that identified as trans, and then somebody tried to say that they were not a real woman, and I checked them by slapping them right in the fucking face. And then I told them, listen, you will respect all women's rights, and that's anybody that identifies as a woman.
I am so proud of how
I like woke Sean Connery.
we handled the question of
Might not have been my best impression, but I like
Israel and Palestine. Maintaining
I'm watching Cat. We'll see.
Maintaining my core. Maintaining our core as a community. Understanding the nuance and complexity of the issue. Understanding that, yes,
thank you.
the state of Israel was a safe haven for my Holocaust survivor grandparents and their 2-year-old daughter, my mother,
shit.
in 1948.
Oh, no.
And at the same time, that the oppression of the Palestinian people is an unacceptable stain on the world and on the Jewish people as well.
I just said
and
Harper
has
real
to be
bad right there.
Ended. There was a lot of pressure in this campaign to move away from one or the other of those perspectives, and I was not willing to do it because that's not who I am, and that's not what this district is. This district understands nuance and wants someone who accepts the reality of competing, even contradictory sounding priorities and values and realities.
I'm going to press him on sanctioning Israel. He needs to sanction
Israel. That point of view is not the
Israel.
point of view of AIPAC. AIPAC that spent an unbelievable amount of money, over $7 million, to try to buy this seat, to support the idea that we can't accept nuance, that we can't accept the reality of competing narratives, that we can't fight for justice for all, that we can't accept the very Jewish value that there is equal sacred dignity in every single life, and that every person
Stop slapping bitches. We shouldn't be slapping bitches.
has equal rights to self-determination and to justice. My friends, I'm going to go to Congress and fight for that very basic
actually how I
principle
figured out
of
how to do Sean
self-determination
Connery.
and justice for every single human being who lives in the Middle East and anywhere else.
All right, real quick. So I figured out how to do Sean Connery because my buddy, he did a kick-ass Sean Connery. He's just like, we went to Burger King one time. He's just like, I would like a mushroom and swiss baguette, please, with extra mushrooms, and make sure that it's hot. It's one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen in real life, because the person on the other end could barely take his fucking, his order. It was great. And then the other one was Jim Carrey, where he's like, this is my Sean Connery. If a woman wants a slap, dog nabbit, I'll give it to her.
Planet.
Only in the consensual setting. If it's on the arse, I'll tell you what, I'll hit that like it's a fucking nice slapped meat.
You've been listening to Daniel Biss accepting the win here tonight. Any thoughts, Paris?
Now I am being a little crass.
But it seems at least the local news coverage is now cut away from Daniel Biss, so could be that she is coming out here in relatively short order.
No state solution. Well, Sylvie, I tried. I literally voted. I'm gonna vote for Dan. Plain and simple. Don't hate me. I'm not voting for a Republican, and I'm not voting. Otherwise, that's how a Republican gets into my district, and that's how I can honestly say I would actually hate Kat for what she's done for that kind of shit. Like, that's not okay. Like, you can't get mad at me for wanting to fucking not have MAGA take over my district. You understand that's what this is? Like, you understand that's exactly what MAGA is counting on? Is doing this shit where they're just like,
for her to come out, the lights have,
well, they're not happy with Netanyahu. They're not happy with Israel. But
that's actually coming back here from the TV camera.
yeah, not even Kat projected that. Thank you.
And the energy here in the crowd seems to be, I mean, all the attention.
Yeah, Sylvie, y'all better be 100% behind me on just voting for the Democratic candidate. If you try to convince me otherwise, I might have an issue. Because now we're going to the general. Like I said, now I want to ask Kat, what's she doing? Where's she going? Is she sticking around? What's happening? Because I'm legitimately fucking interested. But now, because we lost, I'm going to have a celebratory actual bazonging, and then we're going to watch her concession speech. And yes, I'm a little bit toasted right now. I bought some special bash for the St. Patty's Day. I wasn't necessarily going to drink them on stream, but hey.
That's a point, right, that we were making earlier, that Kat is going up against Daniel Biss, who is the sitting mayor of Evanston. Evanston is a large part of this district of the Illinois 9th, Evanston, Illinois.
Bears. No, Sylvie, I was kind of, if I didn't say that I was joking. I wasn't joking, but I was like being like, I don't know, lighthearted. I don't know. Listen. Not in my normal headspace. So cheers, quadruple cheers. Still can't believe she was only 4 points behind. That's crazy. Hello, Teddy. How you doing? Happy St. Patrick's Day, my friend.
Outlawing unlimited dark money contributions in the form of a overturning of Citizens United could have had on this race. What would fewer candidates in this race have had on this race if the vote weren't so splintered? What would ranked choice voting have had on this race if it were implemented here in Illinois? It's of course not. This is a first past the post system, so Daniel Biss can win with 30% of the vote.
Hey, look at that. I know me and Teddy don't agree on shit, but got a happy St. Pat's out of him.
There will also be the questions of, Kat had a number of controversies associated with her, some of which are absolutely bullshit in my, to my judgment, like the way that she was.
Sylvie, honestly, I'm right there with you.
For protesting outside.
Is she gonna just be a Jan Stein, or what are we doing?
In a way that to me seems like she was being deliberately made a political.
I want to see this actually have some real movement. Dude, I still can't believe I have this much shit. Let's see. Whoa, very good.
There'll be a lot of room for Monday morning quarterbacking and doing some of it now because these are the questions that are going to be asked. And these are the lessons that future
Kat Abigazale isn't who she says she is. All I do is win no matter what.
And I've seen we're back up to over 1,000 people watching us. If you're tuning in and you're wondering why we're just looking at a banner up there and the backs of a lot of people's heads, it's because we're anticipating Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is actually going to come out here and speak after all of the networks have called her race for Daniel Biss. And if you're just joining us, you're with Status Coup. We are
They gave me a Bible full.
proudly independent progressive media. I ask that you get subscribed to us here on YouTube because we cover
Radio Pep activated.
issues and stories.
All right. Well, we're listening to Kat Abu-Ghazaleh.
Have you along for
Do you
all
think
of our
this will
future
turn into
covers
World War
that we,
III? Kind of
that
seems
we
like it.
do in the future. And if you're feeling particularly generous or feel that it's particularly important to have progressive media that covers progressive
You starting to feel it?
candidates and,
I'm starting to feel it.
Issues like corporate sacrifice zones. That's what we call places where corporations have polluted our environment and left people with cancers and other nasty health effects, or cover the abysmal cost of living in this
Well,
country,
I
or the
think
way
that
people cannot afford
Dan
to
Biss
sustain
is
themselves and their families, or the lack of universal health care, child care.
I think that his campaign is a little confused because they just thanked me.
Join, where for low as $5 a month.
Oh shit! This is actually from somebody. Hold on.
Doing this important work.
Oh, they're reaching out for an interview. Dude, he just won. Yeah, hi.
Pardon me, ma'am. Sorry, I'm a reporter. Would you mind if I interviewed you about?
I don't know what to do here. All right.
That's all right. I can't make it. But thanks.
All right. We're gonna. Don't bring it up.
Hey man, I'm a reporter. Would either of you mind if I interviewed you about how you're feeling about the outcome here and the message that you feel like Kat's campaign sent to the party?
No, dude, it's St. Patrick's Day. It's election night. I'm pretty messed up. Dude, no! What the fuck just happened, dude? No! She hasn't even made her concession speech yet. Oh my god.
Dan, nice to meet you. I'm JT. Let me reposition the camera and we'll talk.
I don't know what to do. Yeah, I'm gonna wait on that. That's fucking wild.
All right, if I can, here, I'll move my camera backwards. How about that?
Oh man, I kind of feel like I need to answer. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I'm just like yeah. You know what? Hi. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I'm celebrating St. Patrick's Day. You know, like a good Irish lad.
I'm a volunteer. I have volunteered in like sign delivery, I've done graphic design, things like that. Untraditional volunteerism.
And I should start with just like
shut the fuck
broad
up.
overview. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh right now projected to lose to
Because
Daniel
I'm
Biss.
just a wacky, silly boy. Yeah.
It's not unexpected. Like, I think right now we're under 4 points. And I joined the campaign about 11 and a half months ago. You know, she joined almost a year outside the election.
Yeah. That's.
And at that point, we were a long shot. People said she had no chance at all. And the fact that we're coming down to the point that we're within 4 points, like, I think is incredible. I think we've sent a message. Also, I don't think Daniel Biss would be where he's at with certain issues if Kat had not entered the race. His history has been a lot more conservative on issues that are very prevalent right now, especially regarding Israel, and he's gone to the point that AIPAC has attacked him, and I don't think that would have happened without Kat being in this race, pushing it to the left. Also, I volunteered a lot within the mutual.
Oh, no. That it's not Kat. That was the winner. Yeah. Oh. Well, I mean, hold on. I gotta be fair. Because, like, at least they got back to me. Dude, this is wild. This is fucking wild.
Any regrets? And the fact that we're coming within 4 points.
Hi, has the race been called? Yes, Kat lost. Daniel Biss is now the candidate, and we are waiting for Kat to make her concession speech. I voted for her, though, Wanda. I tried.
What is that message?
The message is,
This does suck.
overall, big money.
Yes, Sylvie.
We wanted
Yeah,
out of our
Sylvie.
politics.
Sylvie. It was, yeah, Sylvie. Yeah, 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 yeah.
And her favorability was high. As soon as the
I mean, it was his
reports came out saying
campaign,
where
but
that money was
yeah.
coming from, she
ultimately originating from AIPAC.
Yes, she dropped 20 points
I
in favorability in the polls. We want
I don't know what to think about this.
And you look at the Senate race. Raja had tens of millions of dollars coming.
Yeah,
into
like I
this
said,
race.
I shouted out his
People saw
campaign
where that
manager, and
money
then
was
all of a
coming
sudden,
from, and they said no, and he had to concede right here on election night.
Talking about Raja Krishnamurthy, who's running for Senate here in Illinois to replace Dick Durbin.
Yes.
I'm thinking that's what it was, but
And I think
I gotta shut up.
across the
Dude,
board.
I'm not. Yeah, dude, guys, I'm in a really awkward space. I'm celebrating. I'm actually having a really good time.
Opponents
But
to try to draw money away from
dude,
They
this
know
is
they are so
fucking
toxic,
wild.
but they can put money
Daniel Biss won. Ryan, my dogs
and draw
are.
votes away because people will respond to how toxic that money is.
So you say
Yeah, Sylvie, I don't know.
message. What's the lesson that
I don't
other
know.
progressive challengers in-
Because, like,
is
I
there's gonna
asked
be a
them the
lot
hard
more primaries that
questions,
play out across the country
and
with
he didn't
progressive
necessarily
candidates.
dodge them as much as, like, I didn't get, like, the answer I wanted, but
What are the lessons that you would tell other campaigns to take away
this is kind of,
from
like,
what you
timing
saw here in Illinois 9?
I don't know that I
Yo,
can speak to
damn.
what the progressives need to look for, but I think that the establishment candidates that think that they can just take money hand over fist from big corporations, defense contractors, from foreign lobbies.
Oh,
and
shit.
just
Yeah, you
buy
might
an
be right.
election, I think that this has been proven to be a failing strategy because you saw AIPAC spending money against Daniel Biss, and then in the last moment, spending
Sylvia.
money to prop him up.
I mean, no joke. Like, you think?
To prop him up. I mean, that's the, like, I
Huh.
was talking just a minute ago to our audience about, you know,
Well, I'm
all
just waiting on this
like,
concession
there's so many
speech.
different factors that I feel like you could blame, you know, how this race turned out. When it's this close, like, it could be
Macho
anything,
Pep,
right? There's a lot of
yeah.
different things to point your finger at. But
Daniel
you're saying it's the
Biss, I heard you're coming out of Evanston, Illinois. Yeah. Wondering what you're gonna do for me in Congress. Wondering if you're gonna go there and you're gonna challenge Trump. You're gonna ask for some Epstein files. Aha! Make sure that he gets his just desserts. You know what I'm saying? Then we gotta make sure that you don't vote for anything but sanctions on Israel. Yeah. Know that you're the true heel if you do anything different. Aha!
money. That's the number one. Are there anything else that you're looking
Sanctions on Israel. Only thing the macho man will fucking take. Otherwise, gonna freak out, man.
at that you're like, you know, this could also be a contributing factor?
Huh.
I don't know that there are any like large takeaways that I take away from this.
Establishment,
other than
Democrats
that,
Indigo.
I think the message that we've sent is very clear. You know, you've seen.
I think
how
they were
Andrew
watching you
Warren
here.
was defeated. You've seen Raja have to drop out. people are going to look at our race and see like Bushra and Mike Simmons and stuff like that, but you look at the vote split, I don't think that would have made up the difference. The hand over fist
oh no! Shut up! Get to come on, man, come on! I need to get out of this.
In first and second place to being plunged down.
Oh, this is weird.
So, you know, some of the other things that I was talking about were like.
I need a better microphone. Too much background noise.
I think if more of those progressive leaders would have been.
It's not necessarily the microphone. You just set your gate levels. Make sure that you're not catching anything from the background. I mean, you can look up YouTube videos to do that.
But if they endorse the day before the race,
He's not anti-Israel as much as he is pro-Palestine. But he's a pro-Palestine Jew. Like, I don't know. I hope that he gets an interview on, like, I hope the Majority Report brings him on, because I want Sam Cedar to talk to him. That's like my ultimate. But we'll see.
You know, let's say we were to go to a runoff.
We'll see. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. Wait a minute. What am I talking about?
But I think if there was a
Get Cat on stage. I needed to get out of this. Can we talk about anything else, guys? Like, for real.
You know, we've seen things like, you know,
that old man in the back there putting in the work. We got her undivided attention.
Movements where if an endorsement was given early to motivate a base to not just show up in phone bank and knock doors and things like
Poor
that.
lady's cornered. Oh, we're watching this happen, huh? This right here. Yeah, he's got that, like, he's got the drunk lean in. I mean, this is St. Patrick's Day in Chicago, baby. Like,
you know, turnout versus even, hey, we're going to change minds of other voters. We could just activate voters to show up who otherwise wouldn't show up.
You say, like, if there
yeah,
was
bro,
this
he's passionate.
progressive movement, who should lead it?
I think that in the early days of
yo, where's Kat? Make her concession speech already. Damn, dude. I'm gonna go fucking long tonight just because.
That seemed like it was almost a handoff.
Her eyes are smiling.
Across the country, bringing up local progressives and saying, "Hey, here is the next generation." And it seemed like that was kind of a handoff. And then in the past 6 months, running up to the
Second place out of 15 on your first run is pretty impressive. If Kat stays in the community, she could really be competitive in 2 years. I agree.
If Bernie and AOC wanted to be those leaders, I think they had the momentum to do it. And
who knows what her plan is? We'll see.
So
that was my #1 question for her.
Going to pick it up. And, you know, one of the things Kat said was, hey, we're in a safe blue district. If we won the primary, we win the election. We're going to spend the next, I forget how many months it is, 6 months, 9 months, going around the country.
Speaking of catnap, look who's in the middle of that bed.
For other progressives on getting them elected. Using this could have been the bellwether moment. In the absence of that, like, Kat, I think she can continue to use her platform. Is she going to be the leader in that? I don't know. That's up to Kat. What does she want to do after today? But I think Bernie and AOC with the fight oligarchy, they had the momentum to turn that into, hey, this is the progressive movement, and it kind of fizzled.
Shut up. That's.
I don't know if you heard.
What the fuck?
You love it, Kat!
I sat there listening to that fucking numbnut for like ever.
I don't know if you heard, but we didn't win, and it really fucking sucks. We came really close, and it sucks. But it's something that no one in power even expected would be possible at all. I need to stress to every single person in this room that this does not mean that the last year has been for nothing. Tens of thousands of people powered this campaign, knocking doors, making calls, donating what they could. We fed and clothed thousands of people across the 9th District. We forced our opponents to the left and to be more aggressive against this administration. We did all of this together from the ground up with everything against us. We had millions in AIPAC spending, dark money smear campaigns, institutional power, tipping the scales, and we made them use their entire arsenal, shit we've never even seen before, just to beat us. And that's just for now. We showed that politics can be more than backroom deals and reliance on the ultra-rich. It can be helping others, it can be a community, it can be a team sport. We were able to change the conversation in this district and nationwide. We have done so much that has never been seen before in American politics. And we have set a new standard for what people should expect from those trying to represent them. I am so incredibly proud of what we built together, and deeply grateful to every single person who believed in this campaign, especially my staff. I'm not going to go further than that because I will cry, because I love every single one of them so much. Shout out to our staff, please. You better turn it on. I'm so astounded by how many of you that are with us have never been involved with a campaign or maybe never even voted. That's incredible. Whether you came here because you donated a jacket to our mutual aid hub, or because you saw us on a live stream, or because one of our volunteers wouldn't stop calling you. Thank you for being involved. And the work isn't over. There are progressives all over the country who are taking a chance just like we did, and we have to help them win. No matter how hard it is, we have to send a message to this administration, anyone who enables it, and I'm talking directly to them right now. You and your jobs are not safe. This is the start and not the end. We are not tolerating the status quo. You cannot kidnap and kill us and our neighbors. You cannot start illegal wars. You cannot trample on our rights and see our lives as a means for profit. We will continue to come back, and every single loss like this one just makes the path easier for the next person who takes the same chance. We are not done, and I am not going anywhere. When I said I would spend every single waking moment of the rest of my life to hold this administration accountable, win or lose, I fucking meant it. And I know all of you do too. So thank you for supporting us. I'm sorry that this sucks, but fuck Trump, fuck ICE, free Palestine, and I love you all.
Chumbawamba? Really? That's what they go with? Okay, speech. Yeah. Yeah, they went Chumbawamba. Dog, 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 dog. Oh, shit. Well, let's see. All right. No mention of what she's seeking to do next. Hopefully that comes eventually. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. All right, so tomorrow's Wednesday. Let's see, I'm on at 2. And then I got Primetime Pep. Actually, so tomorrow I can make this announcement. So tomorrow, for Primetime Pepaganda, it's gonna be a little different. It's not gonna be live, but my pre-record is not part of my stream. I did this. I did a special little video for y'all that is gonna fill the hour. It's, you know what? I'm pretty proud of it. So if you guys are looking forward to having some Epstein updates, it will fill that void and also fill the void of need some, primetime propaganda. Fresh pre-record. That's exactly what it is, Terminator timeline kind of thing. I know that I can, I'm not going to, obviously go into what I talk about outside of, we got some fresh Epstein news, and it kind of leads into where they're going with this. And I'm kind of happy that I waited as long as I did, because I kind of put this off for a week. To be completely honest, it was supposed to go live last week, but this works out better for me. Because now people are kind of primed to get back into the Epstein, the Epstein stuff, and oh boy, it's gonna be a lot. It's a lot. Ah, man. But I'm not wrapping up just yet. I kind of want to decompress here for another 5-10 minutes, because holy shit, man, that was one of the most insane primary seasons ever. And you know what? For all the bullshit that I went through, yeah, I can't say that I'm necessarily upset. I'm upset that she didn't win, but it's almost like I called it kind of thing, where I'm like, oh shit. Whatever. I tried. Yeah, at least it's over. Yeah, at least it's over, but I want to know what she's gonna do, and I still can't believe that happened. So I'm not, I can't believe, that's crazy. It's almost like they were just like, oh yeah, we're not gonna do the same thing that Kat did, because Pep Talks has some sway. I've heard that only 2% of the Epstein files has been released so far. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, there's a lot that has not been released. It's kind of fucking crazy. When you really think about, how Trump is handling this shit, and you got people that are just like, yeah, there's no way that Trump's in it. It's like, are you, what? Calm the fuck on. He's doing everything that somebody that is guilty of being in them shits is that they would do. But how does one person have so many communications? Yeah, that is a great question. It's like, I don't know. It's almost like he's very... I don't want... No, I gotta be careful. It's almost like allegedly he is very guilty. I don't know. People can just sit here and kind of pontificate on this shit. But goddamn, just the stuff that they... I said this, crew, can you imagine what the stuff they haven't released is gonna say? Why? like the stuff that they're blacking out, the stuff that like we have gotten some horrendous shit. We're talking beef jerky, we're talking like some of the like worst confirmations, and we're just sitting here like, there's more. How much more? And he's quite possibly, I said this earlier, there's the bits that are just like, hey, you know, it implicated him. Then there's the bits that you can't get to where I'm just like, does it just implicate him, or does it like, I don't know. Just asking questions. Just asking questions, you know? But what you gonna do? We're all in the same boat here. I think that we all kind of feel the same way. I know that, dude, I got MAGA people on my left that feel the same way. I don't know where the, yeah, dude. Again, like I said, one of my, like, I had a buddy that, like, went from being MAGA to just straight up hating the guy and just being like, oh, he's doing it. Yeah, dude, you were right. Like, he did change his politics, but he's also, like, more of a conspiracy theorist, so I don't know if that's, like, the win that I thought it would be. But hey, here we are. Like they are hiding. Oh yeah, they are hiding shit. Yeah, yes they are. Oh my god. I mean, is it not that obvious? Like they're totally hiding that shit. Like what? I didn't think that was that controversial to just be like, yeah, they're totally hiding shit from us. But I don't know. Pam Bondi's subpoenaed, and I hope they go for Kash Patel next, which, why have they not? That seems like a slam dunk, but whatever. All right, guys. That's it for the show today. I really do appreciate y'all hanging out, and I appreciate all your support, and I appreciate everybody that has kind of helped me along the way with this election. It was rough. It actually kind of sucked to, like, see her lose. I was really hoping that, you know, that would have been easier, but all right. Now I just know who I'm voting for in the general, but great show. Thank you, crew. I really appreciate that, man. Always appreciate the compliments. Ooh, thank you. Oh, guys, really, really appreciate the support. I will catch you all tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Gonna be doing that thing. And, yeah, then got some primetime propaganda, but it was good coverage from a voter's perspective. Thanks, Pep. Thank you, Natch. I really appreciate that. But that being said, appreciate y'all. Let me get this thing loaded, and then, yeah, like I've been saying continuously because I repeat myself a lot, I will see y'all tomorrow, 2 o'clock Central. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.